Care. Learn more at donateyoursmalltalk.org. Brought to you by Foster Moore.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Ace, was there any point that you considered not coming to Utah?
No, not at all. I mean, just blessed to be in this position I am. Not a lot of people can sit in these chairs and have great teammates as I got on. They came on with me, so I'm just blessed to be here.
There's Ace Bailey. Nothing to see here. Move along, PK. He's here. The manager's been sidelined by the firm that he had to sign with, and the young guys are here, and Summer League is Saturday. Let's go.
Vamos, he says, so early in the morning. Way to go. Yeah, for sure. You just got to control things you can control. That's the thing here. And he was smiling, greeted. They showed Will Hardy as if it was like a military thing. You hadn't seen each other in 2 years for deployment. They ran into each other's arms. It was a beautiful moment.
And each other's arms, hair flowing.
He's out.
Sun setting.
I've seen that. That's what they put on social media. And my guy, I want to tell you should go back and pick him up.
What?
Who did I tell you should go back and pick him up? You didn't hear me the first time?
No.
I'll say it again.
No, I'm lost right now.
Boozer and Avery Bradley.
Yeah.
Oh,
Freaking
yeah.
Boozer went.
They were on the jet.
The guy is connected.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And he's not some old-timer because his boys, I'm sure, play basketball with them. And they know each other. And Carlos has been here many, many years. And then he comes back here.
And he was working the room, greeting people in the back during the press conference.
That's who he is. Yeah. Yes. And also, too, it's not about the 18-year-old. It's about the handlers. How many an 18-year-old?
He was no way he was calling the shots. Yeah. There's no way.
I mean, what would you know about
nothing?
Place out west that you've never been to?
No.
But I mean, you may have heard a few things. But Carlos can speak to the people who are his peers and say, I was here, man, and I'm still here. I said last week they should bring Boozer aboard, and they did.
He's aboard.
Thank you, Double A.
He is
I got some other stuff for you. I'll let you know about it later.
He's all aboard.
Yeah, and away we go. No problem.
And what are they going to do with all these guards? Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. and John Chanje. There's the 3 draft picks. And they've got Isaiah Collier and they got Keontae George, who were both at the press conference. And they've got Colin Sexton. No, they don't. Colin Sexton going to Charlotte. So it'll be 5 guys competing for playing time there. Yusuf Nurkic coming back 1 year left on the deal. And
I don't know that I would put Bailey as a guard, but the other guys, it's clear. Nurkic doesn't do anything for me. I remember a few years back you were high on him. I never saw anything in him. He's a journeyman. They're going to go the youth movement. And this is all that they could get for Sexton.
Yep.
So if you wanted more, you weren't going to get it. And if you want more for Collins, you're not going to get it. And if you want more for Clarkson, you're not going to get it. And this is the emphasis that they're going to go. So we'll see these other moves coming up here in the ensuing weeks, and they'll have an extremely young team, and they'll play to win, and they probably won't, and they understand that.
And there it is. And they've got of those 3 guys you move, don't they have to move at least one, but really probably 2 of them?
The ones I just said? What are you talking about? 3 guys?
Clarkson.
They're all gone.
Markkanen, Collins. Oh, you think they'll move all 3 of them?
I think they'll basically give away Clarkson and Collins, and they'll see what level of talent they can get from Markkanen. I don't think they're willing to get taken for Sexton. If you consider that taken, for argument's sake, go ahead. I don't necessarily.
Well, they had to attach the future second-round pick to make the deal happen. So
yeah, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah,
2031 is it? It's too far out to be worrying about that. Hopefully that's in the last 3 or 4 picks of the second round at that point. I think that's the goal. So they've got a lot of exciting things in store, and I'm looking forward to watching this team once we get to October.
DJ PK.
Hashtag NBA.
I think it's a blessing. A lot of people in this position or this situation aren't, granted this opportunity. So I just feel really blessed and grateful for the situation I've been given. And I'm just looking forward to being a sponge. I'm excited to just learn, soak it all in and learn from the guys that are older and have been through it all before.
That's Cooper Flagg, the number 1 pick on joining the Dallas Mavericks.
Another guy who's blessed.
Yes.
Well, they are.
They are.
I'm glad he recognizes
You
it.
get that kind of height, you didn't do anything for it. And that kind of talent, you did some stuff for it to develop the talent.
I think you did a lot for it. But,
yeah.
I mean, obviously you're blessed with some certain things that you go into the game of basketball, not literally the game, but trying to make it in basketball. And you have some advantages there, and you took advantage of those. I'm excited to watch him play. Like I've said this years ago, the league, and pro sports really just keeps reinventing itself. LeBron James, you're going to mention here in a second, he's going to phase out. Mm-hmm. Well, what can Cooper Flagg become? I find that fascinating to see. Is he going to be an all-time player that think about it, in 2040 will have sealed his legacy?
Lakers star LeBron James opted into his player option for $50. I didn't want to disappoint you. $52.6 million. He's reportedly keeping an eye on how they build out the roster and what players they add in L.A. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody else was giving him $52 million.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Really? Yeah. Who was going to give him $52 million?
If somebody trades for him, then they are. So that's the point. There's all sorts of speculation that he wants to negotiate some form of a trade. And, I mean, that's all they were talking about yesterday and this morning driving in.
Yep.
Could have gone back to Cleveland for a third time.
Yeah, they're talking about Darius Garland and Allen. So, yeah, I mean, there could potentially be plenty of teams that would actually give him that money.
Other players who re-up, James Harden, 2 years, $81 million. Clippers' Bobby Portis signing for 3 years and $44 million with Milwaukee. Jabari Smith Jr., 5 years, $122 million rookie contract extension with the Rockets. Any of these turn your head?
That's the type of money these guys make. Yeah. I mean, Harden will be in the Hall of Fame. Jabari Smith's too young, but Portis, that kind of money. This is life-changing money for an average player.
Yep.
And Harden, I don't know that he's ever going to win the ultimate prize, but, man, he's got to have made close to $500 million by now.
That's unreal.
Yeah.
Blazers and DeAndre Ayton reaching a buyout agreement. He will be a free agent. See where he goes.
He is so bad that I don't even think Kevin Young would recruit him.
Oh, I see what you did there.
That's when you know. If Kevin Young doesn't want you, you're not good enough. Just hustle down the floor one time. I saw some video this morning of him, Steven Adams beating him down the floor. I would take Steven Adams every time.
Over DeAndre Ayton.
And DeAndre Ayton has tons more talent than Steven Adams.
But Steven Adams applies himself possession in and possession out.
Yeah.
Pistons guard Malik Beasley, briefly a Jazz man, is being investigated by federal authorities on allegations of gambling related to NBA games and prop bets. The allegations stem from the 23-24 season when Beasley was playing in Milwaukee. 77 starts, a career high. They were checking to get some money moved. You always talk about gambling and how the legal gambling is tracked. Well, a lot of money moved on a prop bet on whether he was going to get 2.5 rebounds, and a lot of people bet the under, and I guess he hit the over with 6. But that triggered an investigation and looking into more things, so we'll see where that goes.
Well, we know that's gambling. There's 2 words that literally make me shiver, and that is federal authorities.
And when they start investigating, they never let go. They keep going and keep going. We'll see where this goes.
Nasty.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Throws complete to Chase Roberts, stays in bounds. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Chase Roberts makes the catch and stays in bounds and somehow scores for BYU. Throws complete to Chase Roberts, stays in bounds. 30,
I like
20,
it.
15.
No, let's hear it. I can't hear it enough.
BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff plans to leave the school and transfer. Multiple reports there. He was reportedly facing a lengthy suspension stemming from his admission of having what he and his legal team claim was consensual sex with a woman who previously filed a civil lawsuit against him, alleging he sexually assaulted her in November of 2023. A lot of people asking where he might be going.
Oh, I don't care where he's going.
Don't know about that.
I have no interest in knowing where he's going. I just am interested how it relates to BYU.
Well, who's the next quarterback going to be?
I wrote this 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
That if he can get up to speed, it's Hank Bachmeier. All BYU fans, his younger brother Bear. Track how many times I make that mistake.
You won't be the first, nor have you been the last that will make that mistake. Hank, obviously a longtime quarterback in college football, but Bear is the younger brother.
I mean, they brought him in specifically to start in 2026. And you can go back and look. I mean, I don't break stuff on Twitter because Twitter doesn't employ me. KSL Sports employs me. And you and Jake Scott told me about that a while back.
It was full credit to Jake. I did not think of it. But when he said it, I'm like, oh, I see what he's getting at.
Yeah. Save the good stuff for the radio. For the people who I have multiple jobs. But for the people who pay me the majority of the
whoever pays you the most money gets the most of your genius.
Yeah, and so, but I did. You can go back and look. I did write about it 2 weeks ago that it's going to be Bear. Don't call me Hank Bachmeier.
All based on how he performs in August.
Mostly a little bit now, but yes, when they can get out there in that full practice, I don't know that he's going to be the starter.
Right.
But if I will confidently say I expect him to be the starter. In 2026, and what can he do this quickly?
Why not in 2025? Unless you're a turnover machine, and then every coach is going to sit you down.
Freshman, you haven't been through spring ball. You went through Stanford spring ball,
right?
With Troy Taylor, and then there was a coaching change, and he and his brother took off. We know that story, and we'll see here. But Retzlaff always was going to be off the team, and some people may have thought, but. And I think it was more from the fan perspective that they wanted him to be on the team because he would be your starting quarterback and you'd probably have a better chance to win more games. I understand that. But it wasn't going to happen. BYU was just what were they going to do? You're going to have a kid here who you got your standards. Everybody knows about the honor code. BYU has been in the news from a positive standpoint so much in the last year or so for great things that they're there. And then this kid, either you keep him and he settles, or the thing isn't settled and has an impending lawsuit at BYU at any place.
That didn't sound great, right? That just wasn't likely to happen.
Right. And we know the folks downtown, they get pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Persnickety about it, as they should.
Utah got a commitment from 3-star junior college tight end prospect Josiah Jefferson, beating out Oklahoma. So the Utes had a lot of tight ends headed into the transfer portal. And now they bring in a JUCO guy. And that goes back to your old theory, PK. Doesn't matter who you don't have. Matters who you do have.
Yeah, and when Utah gets these commits from these guys, I trust them.
How much are they going to use the tight ends with a new offensive coordinator and a new scheme remains to be seen. I think that was at the root of a lot of guys transferring, but here comes a guy who thinks he's going to have a chance to show what he can do. So we'll see how it works out for Jefferson. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Pitch. Swing on to the gap. Deep left center field. Got all kinds of carry. Say goodbye. The captain. Second home run today. This is a 2-run shot. 12-5 Yankees.
The 1-0. And that's hit high in the air to left, over toward the corner, over his Hap on the warning track, out the wall, looking up, see you later! Into the Landry's Crawford boxes. Jose Altuve with a 2-run homer, and the Astros lead 2-0. Altuve's 13th.
2-2, and Will swings, hits the ball well to center field. It's heading back toward the wall, still carrying, it is gone! A home run for Smith.
The 2-1 pitch. Benson rips it down the right field line. Foul ball! That's going to do it. Here comes Lux with the winning run, and the Reds walk off with a series victory over the Padres.
Reds beat the Padres 3-2 the final. Reds over 500, inching their way towards wild card consideration. See how that goes. Dodgers win again. Keep doing what they do. They go into Kansas City and win 5-1.
I like the Dodger thing that he has here. Just simply
Kike Hernandez.
That's awesome. That's all you need to say.
Oh, he did homer, but he's all right.
Kike Hernandez.
He's worth every penny they paid him.
He's a good role player for them. They move him around different positions. Yeah, I like him.
Little first base yesterday.
He's even pitched, which I think they need to stop that.
Bat him eighth and let him work his magic. Aaron Judge was working his magic, going deep. He's got 30 home runs, hit a couple. Yankees beat the Athletics 12-5. You heard Jose Altuve's home run in there. Those are the only runs of the game. He hits a 2-run homer. Astros beat the Cubs 2-0.
I was watching Sunday night, man. The Screwball, what a stud!
On fire,
best pitcher in the game.
13 strikeouts, 7 innings, throwing 100 miles an hour.
Last pitch
seventh.
through. Literally, his last pitch was 100 miles an hour in the 7th inning. Here's a kid. He attended the Kingman Academy of Learning in Kingman, Arizona, which is on the way to Vegas. I'm sure many people have driven through it. I don't even know if you stop. Maybe stop to get gas. It's about 100 miles outside of Vegas. Pretty small. And only Seattle University offered him a scholarship. That's it. That is it, man. And here he is.
At the mountaintop.
Man. He was the 9th round. The Diamondbacks had drafted him earlier, but he didn't sign up. It's like the 30th round or something. I don't even think they have those rounds anymore.
He also had reportedly interest in going to BYU at one point.
Well, they should have taken him. They should have offered him. And I think he was drafted in the 9th round, and obviously he signs with the Tigers, and he is simply awesome, man. Tigers are going to make the playoffs for sure, and he's going to be tough to beat. Fun to watch. Dominant.
Dave Parker was set to be inducted into Cooperstown next month, passed away at the age of 74 due to complications related to Parkinson's disease, known as the Cobra.
Oh, yeah.
He was in the heart of the lineup, heart and soul of the 1979 We Are Family Pittsburgh Pirates. Dave Parker, Willie Stargell, Manny Sanguian.
Bill Madlock.
Bill Madlock.
Richie Hebner.
I did not know this. Parker was the first person to win the debut of the Home Run Derby. When they brought it back in 1985, he's the guy who won the first one.
Yeah, and he used a toothpick.
Probably.
I mean, he was massive. When I was a kid, there was about 4 or 5 years, he was playing the game as well as anybody. Huge, but had an unbelievable arm, could run, could literally do it all. But he's been battling this disease now for a number of years, and it's a shame, truly a shame that he will not be around to see his induction into the Hall of Fame. I wonder what took so long. I don't understand.
Doesn't make any sense given what a big deal he was at his peak.
I'm not a big that you need massive longevity. Like, you've got to have some, but I don't think you need 10, 15 years. It's why I think Dale Murphy should be in. Mm-hmm. You know, Dale Murphy didn't have the 15 years, but there was a time there when you're winning 2 MVPs that you're really, really good. You arguably the best player in the game for like a 5-year period.
That seems like enough.
Yeah.
If you play, I mean, if you're out, you play 10 or 15 years, and for 5 years, you're just dominant. You're on fire. You're as good as anybody.
I think in the 80s, all the stats with home runs and stuff, Dale only trailed Mike Schmidt, who was undeniably a Hall of Famer. Everyone would agree with that.
Yeah.
And most people think he's the best third baseman of all time. And so if you've got that, to me, that's good enough. But some people want the extension, the long term. You know, on Wednesday, Kershaw is going to start, and he's, 3 strikeouts away from 3,000? And so, that's a number that gets you.
3,000, there shouldn't be an argument.
So he'll
right?
have that.
But here's some of Parker's accomplishments. So he's an MVP. He led the National League in ribbies. He's a 2-time National League batting champion.
Right.
He's a 3-time Gold Glover. He's a 7-time All-Star. Yeah. He's a 2-time World Series champ. Well, how much more does a guy have to do? And he played for more than 15 years, not quite 20. And I don't want to do the math on the air, 17, 18, whatever it was. It seems like enough. It seems like that kind of career. And it finally was, but...
I would have thought, I think there was some off-the-field issues. But to me,
The classic baseball era committee puts him in?
If you would have asked me just
vote.
on the street at any point, is Dave Parker a Hall of Famer? I'd say yes.
Yeah, but I think if you asked a lot of people our age that, they would say yes. And yet somehow the answer for a long time was no.
That surprises me.
Bees beat the Reno Aces 8-4. Kyron Paris got a hold of one. 499-foot home run. Longest homer at any level of professional baseball in 2025. We haven't had a 500-footer by anybody, and he went 499.
So close.
He got it. Big old uppercut. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Gozo running at Miller. Step over again into the area. Loses the ball. Goes back, lays it off. And a shot, and a goal. Whipped in by Catranis. And Johnny Russell heads it in. Johnny Russell.
Marston from Tillman. Marston for Luna. Diego Luna. Deflected down. Diego Luna. First international goal. And we're all tied up in Minneapolis.
Johnny Russell scores. RSL splits the points in Kansas City, 1-1. They're coming home to face St. Louis. Diego Luna not with the team because he's playing with the U.S. men's national team. He scored late in the first half, took a deflection on the way in. Wild celebration. He could not have been happier. That ends 2-2. They go to penalties, and the U.S. wins 4-3, so they're on to the semifinals to play Guatemala on Wednesday.
Well, Luna's an excitable player.
He is, and he was very excited.
Very dynamic, and he shows his emotion quite clearly if you watch him. And I think on the road games, you should have me in studio, and I go,
Come on down. I know. I agree.
And so I'll just sit over there when you know. Because a lot of it in soccer is, but sometimes there's, or just use that, Yak. And then, I don't know who's promoting.
I'm going to insert it underneath. I'll just put it underneath.
We have different people.
We'll layer it.
Well, then give it to them, and then play that.
Okay.
It'll spice it up. You guys will have a better time.
I'm with you. I like it.
It's entertainment. Let's have fun.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Well, that took a while, but after 5 playoff holes, it started as actually 3 players. And Chris Kirk got knocked out after 2. And finally, Aldrich Potgieter, 20-year-old from South Africa who hits the ball 1.5 miles, birdied the 5th playoff hole. He beats Max Grazerman at the Rocket Classic.
What's his name?
Aldrich Potgieter.
Any relation to Rhiannon Potke?
I do not think so.
Now that's a poll.
That was. That's going back 20 years in the local sports
She was
writing
my
industry.
successor.
I realize that.
After I stepped down.
Drama there. A lot of guys had a chance to win. At 18, there were a couple putts to win. At the first playoff hole, a couple putts to win. But finally, on the 5th hole, Potgieter, who had birdie putts to win on the 3rd and 4th one, got it done. So he qualifies for the Masters. He wins $1.7 million. He's got his tour card. A lot of good stuff comes with that.
Yeah, for sure.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
It's a mentality, and first thing my coach, Gardner McDougall, told me last year is that one thing you can buy in the hockey world is experience, and obviously so far in my young career I had the chance to be a winner, so it's something that you bring with you, and a mentality that you develop through some experience, so fortunate to have that chance so far.
That is the 4th pick in the draft.
Caleb Desnoyers?
Danoy. He's from a small town just outside of Montreal. You can hear the accent there. So he's pick number 1. He's got some skies. He's projected as a second-line center. Probably will go straight to the club. So a little bit of minor league season.
That's ironic. On Friday, they get a second-line center, and then the Jazz on Sunday get a second-line
center, unless he's a third-line center at this point. New NHL CBA will expand the regular season to 84 beginning in 2026, so prepare for more games, Mammoth fans. Player contract lengths will be limited to 7 years if you're staying with your team, 6 if you're going to a new team. That is what is trending. It's all brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. We were hoping to have JJ Paterka on today, but Yak, during this segment, has received a text. Going to be rescheduled, Yak?
Yeah, they're supposed to have an actual general media session with him due to travel issues. Apparently, he's not going to be doing that until Thursday this week, so we'll have him on Thursday.
Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, is going to join us coming up at 8:30. We'll talk Jazz trades with him. DJ and PK. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Many of the police vehicles are departing the scene of an accident, an I-80 eastbound near Bangor Highway. However, the freeway is still closed at 5600 West, where all the traffic must exit. Traffic is getting busy on I-15 along that corridor, with both north and southbound traffic having delays. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit them today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jerusalem, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from it. Jerusalem, if I forget you, let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. In the ancient days, we will return with no delay, picking up the bounty and the spoils on our way. We've been traveling from state to state.
Ethan Miller with Teton Wealth will be live in studio with Hans and Scotty Monday to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Jake Retzlaff reported leaving BYU. What should the Cougars do now? John, I suggest they start a different quarterback. A lot of thumbs up and laughing emojis for John.
His wife thinks he's funny. I agree, John. She does.
Jason, I think Cam Rising has a year of eligibility left. Bad Moon Rising coming to Provo.
I think Bad Moon has set, and he's coaching at his high school. And he will be remembered fondly for the rest of his life by the people at University of Utah, and he should be remembered fondly by everyone. Now that he's done, in my mind, at least this is what I do at the U of A. Once they leave, then it's over.
You stop loathing them?
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
And I have admiration for those I thought balled and did well, and like Gronkowski. You know what I mean? So. But I realize here it's a different situation, and I'm not caught up in that. But he's down there coaching his high school team and the quarterbacks, and we'll see where he ends up down the line. If this is a stepping stone that he wants to get into and whatever he wants to do, I'm sure he'll be successful at it.
Jacob says, Bear is the man.
I'm not quite ready to go there yet. If he had been at spring ball,
oh, now you're channeling Mike. See, we got listeners that are dialed in. It's a shame Bear Bachmeyer didn't leave Stanford for BYU until after spring practice. He allegedly won the starting job there. As it is, I expect one of the other two to win the starting job now.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know that. But, yeah, he did. The coaches at BYU have said that, and they're extremely high on him. They were jacked to get him. I can tell you that for sure. It's obvious. And it's just a matter of what he can consume, and then as he consumes it, be able to go out. He's got the theory down and then execute it, or as Tyler Huntley used to say execute. That was his big thing. And, you take a kid like Tyler Huntley as an example. As a sophomore, he's running around with his head cut off. As a senior, he's just throwing darts all over the field.
In complete command.
Yeah. And that was the only thing that was incomplete about him.
Nice. Well done. All right, now we got two very different moods here. And every listener will have to decide for themselves if they're more Dallas or if they're more Frank. Frank, all caps. Panic! 3 exclamation points. Next man up. There's still 3 guys that seem very capable. Get one of them ready, and all caps. Let's go, Cougars! Meanwhile, Dallas, he's more in the Lavelle Edwards mode. Continue on. Not a big deal. 1 exclamation point. QB room special, defense amazing. Let's go.
Well, I think it is a big deal. And
quarterback's too important a position, and you had a starter with experience coming off a 11-win season.
There's various factors here. This is the Retzlaff as a human being. Now, I have no idea what happened in that room, so I'm not passing judgment on that whatsoever. But the people involved, as it is usually in these situations, it's disturbing, disappointing, sad for everybody involved. And I was thinking about this because, as I said, we've talked about it 1,000 times the last 2 weeks. This was going to happen. And you can go back and look. There's a headline. BYU preparing Bachmeier to play. You can see it. So the amount of people who have been, who have befallen for things of a sexual nature, it's probably as old as time, and it's always so unfortunate. And you have to sit back and think, was it worth it? No matter what happened. I don't know what happened.
I think in that moment you sit back and normally from the outside, not being them, you look and you think, well, that probably wasn't worth it.
Right.
Or there's no way that was worth it, depending on what they've gone through.
So it's a form of tragedy, depending on which way you want to go.
We actually have listeners who are actually channeling that exact thought. Yeah. Tony says, well, having 2 young people's lives change forever really stinks for them.
Right. And I don't know what happened, and it's none of my business what happened as far as that goes. But it's a miserable situation. But at the same time, from the football perspective, which is totally divorced from this other stuff over here, don't mix the two, because certainly I'm not. I have been saying for multiple weeks now, they've got a season to prepare for.
Well, Tony goes on. He's actually totally on your vibe right here. He says, well, having 2 young people's lives change forever really stinks for them. On the football side, this was going to be a really great year, and now it's going to be a fight to win half their games. It really stinks all the way around.
I don't know that. I'm not willing to say that yet.
That leads into a question that we will get to in our next segment. So set that aside.
I don't know which road to go down as far as, I think this is going to knock them out from just the football perspective. And we are not making light of the other stuff. The football perspective, because this is a sports station, not a police station, that do they drop from, I always put 10 wins as the barometer. If you get above that, that's even more awesome. Mm-hmm. But 10 wins is really awesome, right? So that's my definition of an awesome season for
10-2.
95% of the schools.
Not you, Ohio State.
Yeah. is
also not you, New Mexico State.
Yeah, true, on the other side.
Yeah.
If you get 10 wins, you're really good. So we'll use that as the top of the scale. Does it knock them down to 8? Does it knock them down to fighting for bowl eligibility? And I purposely went down 2 per rather than go all the way there with each one because I still think 9's a pretty good season. I'm not sure where that puts them because they do have 2 kids on the roster who have played D1 ball, not at the highest level, but and not just that, they've been in A-Rod's system now this is their second year. They were both on the team last year.
So you're talking about the old Bryson Barnes effect.
And they
not a starting, not the guy you want to be your starting quarterback, but he's in the program. He's been at the practices. He's gotten some reps, and you can put him in there. And if you have a good team around him, you can go 8-4.
And Bryson Barnes, he can learn stuff each and every day. You have to just go to practice and do the best you can each and every day, and then you learn from it, and you watch the film, and you talk to the coaches, and try to improve each and every day.
Ultimately, 8-5 with a bowl loss, but we're just talking 12 games here.
Keep the main thing the main thing.
That's Retzlaff, and he didn't keep the main thing the main thing. I mean, it's unfortunate. I don't make light of that either. But yeah, these kids are bright kids, and they chose to come to BYU knowing that they probably, at least at the beginning, weren't going to have a legitimate chance to start.
So is A-Rod and Kalani so enthralled by Bachmeier's potential that even if he doesn't win the job in August, he's going to be given a chance to win the job somewhere along the way mid-season?
I don't know that. That's a possibility. I mean, it's impossible to say because if it's Bourget, and Bourget comes from a football family. His brother was the backup, got a little run there at ASU, and now is coaching at ASU. And their other brother is a receiver for the Devils. So they're not just a football family, but it's clear that they're a football family in terms of X's and O's, and that they want to be coaches and they want to make a living out of this sport. That's what I have been told, and I see that with the kid at ASU. They've already hired him to be on the staff, right? And so he went right from playing he went there as a walk-on and then played blah blah blah, and now he's going to be coaching. So the point I'm making is I think that Trayson here is somewhat of a student of the game, and so what can he show? And the same thing with Hillstead. He transfers where he comes down from Utah State. Well, he got a couple of guys ahead of him. Probably thought about a couple of guys ahead of him for 2 years, and now it turns out, no, it was only 1 year. And now what do? Because Bohannon was the backup last year, and you can name a guy the third string, but doesn't really have a lot of weight at that time.
We've had too many coaches tell us the third string guy doesn't get reps.
Yeah.
The third string guy's overrunning the scout team.
But now these two, along with Bachmeier, will be in the thick of things, being able to battle it out. And I don't know who's going to win. There's something to be said for they believe they love Bachmeier as a player. There's no question about that. That's been verified up and down, inside out, that they were looking for him to start in 2026. And if that's the case, but my instinct says and I think that's at least an uppercase I, if not an uppercase INF, that if he can get it down, they can go with him early. I mean, you'd have to think they could beat Portland State. Right?
Well, I was about to say,
play Portland State, right?
Portland State, Stanford, and East Carolina. Now, the trip to East Carolina, they've lost on that trip before.
Yeah.
So let's not treat it as a total gimme.
So do you want?
But
how do you handle that?
Yeah. How close is he to ready in their judgment? Right. And giving him a game, does that get him ready for the next game?
Right,
which, honestly, Stanford looks like they're in complete disarray. I mean, bringing in a year-long interim coach.
Right. Is that game in Palo Alto or here?
That's in Provo.
Okay.
You got two home games.
So you got the open two, and then you go to East Carolina. So that's an interesting dilemma for these guys. Do you want the other guy or one of the other two, you want them also to have, because the same thing can apply, because then once conference season starts, we have seen already that anything can happen, and you have a shot to finish in the top two. There's enough talent on that team to finish in the top two. Well, now, so do you want the two vets to have one of the, or do you look to play both of them and just say, Bear, just bide your time, work hard here, and we'll see how the season progresses? Or do you want him to, if you're going to see how the season progresses, well, let him get some time right now. And he looks like, the goal for him is clearly to be on campus for 3 years and then get out. And that's fine. He wants to go to the NFL, right? And you need to be 3 years out of high school. So I wouldn't worry about a red shirt. The point I'm making is don't worry about a red shirt with him. Play 4 games if you get to that tipping point. Play him the 5th game, because if he plays well, it's the same thing with what's-his-face down at Tempe, Levitt, right? They're probably only going to get 2 years out of him because he redshirted at Michigan State, and that this year would be his third year. And if he's going to be a high pick, you got to go.
All that's true, and as a college coach, you just got to tell yourself, if he's that good and we win that many games and he goes, well, then I use the fact that he's in the NFL to recruit.
Oh,
just move on.
Right, it's
Just
another
move on
NFL quarterback you guys have developed.
Yeah.
And then you got, what's-his-face, Lyons coming down, whatever he does with the mission spiel. And so don't be caught up in that.
Yep.
Don't worry about the red shirt because if it works well enough, if Levitt only gives the Devils 2 years and gives them 21 victories of those 2 years, retire his jersey. That's plenty good enough. He's the player version of Urban Meyer.
All right. Can they get to the top 2? We've seen crazy things happen. Where will they be projected? Oh, that leads us to an interesting question and a change. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new crash northbound Bangor Highway. It's blocking the 2 left lanes underneath the 104th South overpass in South Jordan, backing traffic all the way up to 114 South at the moment. I-80 is still closed at 5600 West due to a police incident from a shooting overnight, causing all delays coming in and out of Tooele County. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They are on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast unit, oh yeah, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. You know, whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that, 4 years? Integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
Delta Center, October 26th. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Birthdays are done, keeping it on till the day stays strong, rolling till the nighttime blazes on. All along I keep singing my song. I say this phase is always. Sometimes I get so crazy.
The artist of the day is Modest Yahoo as he celebrates his 46th birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
No, I got to say, man, I've never heard of this individual. And that's very rare for me because I like to think of myself as being groovy and up to date.
You're on the cutting edge of music, despite the fact you just said groovy.
Right, and I've never spun this in my crib, so this is all new to me. I do not know who this individual is. Never heard of him.
Modest Yahoo is a Hasidic Jew reggae singer and rapper.
I have to say, reggae is probably at the bottom of my list. And I'm not one of these, I love all kinds of music. Aren't I special? I love women's sports. Aren't I special? Which is what they're saying when they tell you they love women's sports. You don't go around telling people. It just speaks for itself. But when they tell you, that means, aren't I special? And that's the same thing. I love all kinds. Well, I don't love all kinds of music. I like a lot, but not all kinds.
Have you been to the Monterey Jazz Festival?
I've been to Monterey. Now, which one? The one in L.A. or the nice one?
I was thinking of the Bay with the aquarium just south of San Francisco.
I know, I've been there. Yes, I've been to both, actually. But I like a little jazz. I can handle jazz, but I'm not a reggae guy. I don't like all kinds of music, and I am not special.
You put up a question this weekend, PK. I could feel your disdain. Acceptance, yet disdain. No more Big 12 preseason football. Why the heck not?
Preseason football poll.
Preseason football poll.
Yeah, why not? Come on.
Because there's too many transfers and nobody.
So freaking
and nobody really knows.
If something is meaningless, why get rid of it? It's meaningless. It's fun. It's something that they really missed the boat on this. Because now we can't go. I'll be down there. I'm leaving a week from today to go down, right? And we're broadcasting live right from the start. So boys that are with me, you better get up early. That on Tuesday morning. And now we can't ask the 16th place team, oh, man, they don't believe in you. They're stripping us of a line of questioning. I can remember last year at about midfield, because it was on the field there at Allegiant Stadium, Yogi Roth, and he knows me, right, because we've been doing the show together many years, and he knows where I went to school. He says, I guarantee you they won't finish 16th. And he knew his audience. He was talking to me.
Right.
And the Devils were picked 16th. And he guaranteed me, oh, yeah, tell me, Yogi, give me more. Well, I don't know where, but I know they won't finish 16th.
So in the name of accuracy, hype takes an L. A big old loss for hype.
And then you ask the team that's picked first, well, it's meaningless. I don't pay attention to that whatsoever. But I don't pay attention to that. But if they pick you 10th, those fetchers, how dare they? We're going to show them.
Thank you, Kyle Whittingham.
But I don't pay attention to it, except I do if it's disrespect.
Hey, if I got a chance to motivate my team, I'm going to use it.
And Kyle did that with the polls, the recruiting polls. We don't pay attention to that. Oh, we're in the top 20. We're in the top 20.
Well, that's because recruits are impressed by that.
I know.
Good players want to play with more good players. Now I noticed.
I know. It's so funny that
Gotta
they say,
play the game.
Yeah, we don't pay attention to that if you're picked high, but if you're picked low, oh, man. Every weight that we lift in January, we're talking about it. Every sprint you take, that preseason poll will be watching you.
Jason, preseason polls are pointless. They should be completely done away with entirely.
They should not. Yormark is a genius. He's the smartest man on the planet, but he blew this one. They're fun.
Nobody's perfect. No commissioner is perfect.
Right, but you have to look at the big picture here. And in Alabama, they talk football all the time.
Yes, they do.
Well, they're not going to talk. Oh, the Big 12's having their media days. That's it.
Now they're not talking Big 12.
Now, yeah. Well, hey, they picked Iowa State, Texas Tech, spent all that money, $10 million on a transfer class. They got all the facilities are out of this world, and that's why they're picked first. No one's going to be talking about that.
The hype takes an L.
This was an L to the hypest degree, and hypest isn't even a word.
But we're going to adjust. We're going to adapt. What are we going to use? ESPN's preseason power rankings?
Next Monday.
No, hold on.
What?
We're doing our own.
Yes, next Monday. We will unveil our poll. And then right after the show, I got to go to the airport, and then we'll be down there in Texas. And I'll be talking about the 3-man poll. All the time. I'm printing up T-shirts. You want a poll? I got a poll. There's something I could say right now, but
you really don't want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew you were angling towards it. Do not go there.
I'm not going there. Right now, I'm going to take a drink of water. If you're watching on the video, I'm going to take a drink of water. The floor's yours.
All right. Pretty much everyone who commented on this just wanted to blast the people who voted in last year's poll. They could have flipped it upside down for the last 2 years and been pretty close.
But it was a huge
It's probably
talking
because
point.
last year's poll couldn't have been much more wrong. It made them look bad.
No, it didn't. it did not make them look bad. Who cares?
It made ASU look great.
I ain't good for them, but so what?
You want your teams to look great. Back to your point about Yormark. Don't you want your teams to, hey, look, Cinderella
But they were going to look great irregardless of the poll. The poll is meaningless. That's what I'm saying. Yes, it's awesome. And everybody down, they've sold 14,000 more season tickets than they had before. It's going back 25 years, they said. That's great. But that has nothing to do with the poll. It's the fact that they had the great season. That's the reason. So the poll is nothing but discussion for 2 days.
In July.
And then that's it. And then we look back at it and we laugh. Or we look back at it and we say, oh, that was awesome. It's funny that you never hear, like anytime you make a prediction and you're wrong, people come at me. And they never come at me when my predictions are right? And so we never hear that, suppose in this year, that they nailed the poll. You're never going to get 1 through 16. But by and large.
Because they literally don't. I mean, with all the ties, it's not going to happen.
But you could have picked the wherever the poll is, if it came out, and those are the two teams that are down in Dallas in December. But nobody talks about that. It's always when it's wrong. It's like I can write the greatest, most positive piece ever, and no feedback. You write something that's negative, you get all sorts of feedback. That's what the public wants. If it bleeds, it leads. So we crack on the media for leading with that, but that's what you people want. That's what gets you going.
It's what the market wants.
Good news is brushed off. Believe me, I get $1 a page hit. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, you used to.
Yeah.
Until that thing started paying off like a slot machine.
Right. Why do you think I got a Bentley? I used my dog, who's deceased, was named Bentley. I replaced him with an automobile named Bentley.
Didn't know you were going to reference your dog this morning, did you?
There's maybe like 20% of the stuff that I know I'm going to speak about.
That clearly was on the fly right there. All right, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Steve Cleveland will join us. We'll talk about the Colin Sexton trade, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, The Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Held over due to popular demand, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Well, Mother's Day is gone. Father's Day is gone. Here we are in the heart of the summer, and it's going to be good times, right? And hope you enjoy them. Same thing with your retirement, Hope you enjoy it. Ask yourself, when's the right time to retire? Now, will I have enough money to retire? How long will my money last? How about this? When's the best time to draw Social Security? Because it's not the same for everyone. And all these questions that I just asked, get some help as far as finding out what is best for you. Get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth is a fiduciary firm. And as fiduciaries, you know what that means? That they always put the client's needs first. When you make more money, they make more money. That's how it works. Trajan Wealth is family-owned and veteran-led, literally. Jeff Jr. is a veteran, and these people here, they want to help you. Give them a call, and you can schedule a free, what am I looking for? A free, not confidential, but just a free complimentary, thank you, complimentary offer as an opportunity to learn more about what they have to offer you. Give them a call. They are your local trusted financial fiduciaries. The phone number is 801-899-7600. I'll give that to you again. 801-899-7600. They got 2 great locations to meet with them, conveniently located in Draper and Farmington, both sides of the Wasatch Front. The website, TrajanWealth.com. It's got tons of information. TRAJAN Wealth. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 40 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. You ready for a little international basketball today, PK?
International basketball?
Cameroon and the United States.
Who's Cameroon play for? Cam Boozer's going to go to Duke. How about Cameroon?
FIBA U19 Basketball World Cup. AJ DeBonsa will be playing for the USA. I don't know that anyone else will interest anyone around here or anything about
there's
the
a
game.
kid from Phoenix, Pete, P-E-A-T.
Koa Pete.
Who plays there, and he's going to go to the U of A. Tommy Lloyd is coaching the team, who coaches at Arizona, obviously.
Little Big 12 influence.
And, so you'll see. And this kid is going to be a one-and-doner himself.
There's another kid who's a year out by the name of Tyran Stokes that BYU apparently is in on.
Oh, yeah. Well, is he good enough, man?
He's a 5-star prospect.
Because you're not top 5, we have no place for you.
Yeah.
Not only you have to be a 5-star, you got to be top 5 in every mock draft, or else get out of my face. You're stacking paychecks.
Take your number 7 pick. Steph Curry. Get out of here.
I mean, they could have had Malawach, but nah. He went 10th.
What's the point? Doesn't make any sense.
Right. No room for here. So, yeah, I don't know that I'm not going to necessarily watch that.
That game's coming up tomorrow.
Oh. If it was on in the morning and we can watch it, I can
It'll
double
be on.
dip.
It'll be on late tomorrow morning in the last hour of our show, I think.
Oh. Okay, well then I'll forget.
Yeah. I will too. Yak, remind us.
How does that work when we get to the season? I don't know. I mean, these guys are good players. We already know that. And so away we go once the season starts. Who was I? I was talking about this. Somebody just the other day, man. Could you imagine? And I know they've reorganized the prices for their games, but they have an opportunity to make some serious money off DeBonsa. So to say DeBonsa shouldn't get paid, it's absolutely ridiculous. When I was up in Jackson, whole 2 weeks ago now, and we go out there and play pickleball, and there's a guy who coached at Alabama, and he's retired now, and he's a little muscular dude. He just really buff dude. And so he lives in Alabama most of the year, but then has a house in Jackson. And I heard him talking, just cracking on how things have changed and blah, blah, blah. And now these kids, I mean, dude, so you got a house in Alabama and you got go look at the real estate in Jackson Hole. So it's okay for you to make the money, but it's not okay for them to make the money?
Yes.
Yeah, out of my face.
Hypocritical beyond belief. But yes.
Yeah, I know.
That is what he's saying.
Right. Yeah. And so.
And it turns out there's plenty of money to go around.
Yeah, now we got power to the young people. I'm all for it. It's crazy. I get it. And is it going to ruin the sport? No. You're just going to adapt. It's not going to ruin it. I just don't buy that. Is it crazy? Should it be more regulated? Sure. But they went overboard. They not only got up to the line, they shattered the line. They blew past it. They hit a home run 499 feet past it. And maybe they'll come back and there'll be some norms. And the thing that I think that is sad, that bothers me far more, is the dissolving of the Pac-12 and the rivalries that just seem to go, because that's what separated college sports from the pros. And now it is the pros. All right. And away we go. And it's not, first and foremost, an academic endeavor.
Conference realignment, transferring without sitting out a year, and NIL. Those are three major changes. But if you rank them, NIL is easily third in my book. The conference realignment, the constant transfers, have way more of an impact on the enjoyment of the game, the tradition, all that. NIL, way down the list.
Yeah, unless your guy comes in and lights it on fire, then you love him.
Yeah, well, that hasn't happened yet.
Well,
for me.
Right.
Hasn't happened for the Gauchos and the Aztecs yet.
Okay. But
you're right. If the guy came in, you're like, this is great.
Yeah, Scattaboo.
That was great.
He walks on water there,
Yeah.
and they don't even have water. It's a desert. See where I'm going with that?
I do. First trip down there, that's the Salt River. And I'm like, that's a bunch of dirt and rocks. What's Salt River?
Well, if you go out, I've tubed the Salt River. That's where I wrecked my sister's car when I was 16. It's out a ways. And if they get a lot, they can release it and some comes down. But it doesn't happen a lot. But, yeah, they don't have a lot of water. But nevertheless, he will be revered in the highest form of hero worship for an athlete.
I thought you were going to say reverement.
No.
He will be revered at the highest level of reverement.
Right. For what he did, obviously. And the fact that he's white and playing a position that's usually dominated by black guys, obviously. We all know that. Nothing wrong with stating the obvious. And so that to them, that's the transfer portal was awesome, right? Well, Jaden Daniels leaving, that sucked. Look at him tearing it up in the NFL. He should have been ours. Thank you, Herm the Germ.
Did not get the most
poison that program.
Did not get the most out of Jaden Daniels.
How about Herm the Germ poisoning the program? I like that.
I see what you did. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I like that too. Stick around. I may come up with something in the next 10 minutes. Who the crap knows? But that's the point. It's all perspective, and I really believe I'll be going to the UC Los Angeles Utah game 2 months from today, August 30th. literally 2 months from today. And when that ball's kicked off, I am going to be front and center in that press box, ready to go, thinking, this is awesome.
What does this offense look like?
Both sides.
Yes.
Both teams.
Although I don't really care about UCLA anymore. But you're right.
Nevertheless.
Well, I mean, you care about them that day.
Yeah. Well, because of the quarterback in Tennessee and that NIL factored into that.
Oh, yeah.
And so you had all that. So that truly, now you know, this is truly a professional sport at the college level. Because that kid over at Tennessee, how do you say his last name, Yak? Give it to me. Here's your chance. Yamamaliabla. That he leaves because of a money situation. Oh, but no, not really. Come on. The whole world thing, no matter what you're saying, we don't believe you.
No, we think that was a business decision.
Right.
And you list all the college business decisions, that one goes right at the top.
And that's what the pros
because
do.
The timing was horrific.
Yeah. And then the quarterback who was over there for Deshaun Foster, he leaves and goes to Tennessee. So this is a trade. We had a trade at the college level. Don't tell me this isn't pro sports now, because it is. It's undeniable. And I'm over it, but accept it. And if that bothers you and you thought it was pure, you're the fool. But if that's the case, then go find something else to do. Because for every one we lose, we're going to get 2 more in, as long as you win. 2 more in, as long as you win. I told you.
A little poetry there. You like the rhyming?
2 more in, as long as you win.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, but sometimes things are so
You want me to-
profound that they need to be repeated.
Do I need, on Saturdays, because you're going to come in for the road games and make crowd noise after a goal, do I have to do that after you land a good line here?
It's up to you if you want to. Hey, I recite the Lord's Prayer all the time. Same thing, over and over. 2 more in, as long as you win. Yeah. People right now in their cars are thinking, yeah, good one. I like that. I'm going to use that when I get into work here in a few minutes. What?
Question right now on TV, could Ayton be the missing piece for the Lakers? I just thought you'd love that.
No.
I know you think that. When he doesn't run down court and he's just jogging at 2/3 speed and everybody's flying by him.
Yeah.
Do you remember in the playoffs when, did they call a timeout when they didn't have one? Was that it? And LeBron looking like, what? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, Cleveland?
Yeah,
it was Smith.
Yes.
J.R. Smith, yeah.
He looks at him like, time he didn't have it. There's a great shot of LeBron. Like, what are you doing? We're so
and
close.
JR's looking at him like, what?
What did I do? Why are you upset? Yeah. That would be, LeBron would make that face again.
Oh, 41 years old. He's out there, and here's
He's out
DeAndre
there
Ayton.
flying up and down the court. Ayton's jogging. Just desperate to talk about the Lakers. Could Ayton be the missing piece? They're more than one piece away, but okay.
Yeah, if he was Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah,
or Shaq.
You're right. You're one piece away if it's Shaq or Kareem.
Yeah.
If you bring Bill
Walton
Walton back,
in the 60s.
Bill Walton or Will Chamberlain from the great beyond. Okay, now you're talking.
Yeah. But DeAndre Ayton? Nah, I don't think so. And here's a guy, he got money in college. That was what that whole thing was about.
Yeah.
With Sean Miller. And everybody, Sean Miller's a bum, blah, 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 blah. Sean Miller's thinking, what am I back for? What
I was
doing
ahead
now?
of the curve, okay?
Yeah. And plus, I was.
And he would have gotten outbid then if he
I
hadn't.
don't know if he was ahead of the curve. He was just in the game to win.
Fair point.
That's the best expression. He was in the game.
Yeah.
He wasn't the first one. He won the last one. He was in the middle of the New York City Marathon.
Yeah. So now it's all, I don't know, it's entirely above board. And we'll see what this clearinghouse spiel over $600, how that's going to play out. I don't think you're ever going to clean it up because I don't think anything can ever be clean. There's always going to be people looking for advantages and loopholes and cutting corners because the pressure on these guys, and that's exactly what it is. Pressure to win is enormous. Folks,
Well, if they win, they get paid and they get their second home in Jackson Hole.
Men and women, when they get in the business of coaching at the collegiate level, now they fully understand there is all sorts of pressure. And it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's a high-profile sport or not, because you can get fired. Well, I mean, look at the lady at BYU basketball. He got fired. Right?
Volleyball coaches get fired.
Yeah, Whiting.
Soccer coaches
Amber
get
Whiting,
fired.
yep.
Everybody gets fired.
Right.
Yeah.
And why'd they fire? They didn't win enough.
Yeah. The money in
So-
those programs isn't as big as it is, obviously, in football and men's basketball, but it is still, at the highest levels, it is huge compared to real life.
Oh, for sure.
Huge.
Elaine
Nobody-
Elliott had one of the greatest lines of all time when she told me you knew the jobs in women's basketball were good when men started wanting them.
Yeah.
And I was on the phone talking to her, and I stood back and applauded.
When you can coach softball and make $200,000, $250,000, you don't want to go back to
right
coaching, 14 or 16-year-olds for whatever they're making there. No way. It's like at the highest levels
And it's only going to grow.
Yeah.
I mean, the TV, they got great TV access in the NCAAs. People watch it. People go to them.
They're all figuring out how to make more money off softball, off volleyball.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it was awesome when the Utes went to the College World Series a few years back. We were
You
talking
follow
about it.
everything.
We were all over
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
We had ladies on the team on the show. It's a big deal. And so that's what you got here. So it's enormous pressure to win. So with the enormous pressure, it sometimes causes you to do things that maybe you know aren't right, but yet you still do. But nevertheless, with the money being above board now, it should go a long way. And these kids should get them. And then we're going to see what happens years from now if sometimes for some of the situations the money's ruined them and actually created more problems than they didn't have before the money. We'll see how all that plays out. I mean, just because you get the money doesn't mean everything is going to be all gravy for going forward. There's going to be other things that are involved in it. But it's a new world. I've accepted it. I don't necessarily totally love everything about it. But 2 months from today, I think it starts at 9 o'clock our time? I think it's 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock on the
Pacific
West Coast.
time.
Fox made it a late primetime game on the West Coast. Yeah.
When that ball goes up in the air, the ratings are going to be through the roof in this community, and BYU fans are going to be watching it. You know
See what they got.
You know you are.
See what they got.
Yeah, because you've got this kid coming in, and this kid's got a ton of hype, and he's going to revolutionize the offense unlike anything we've seen at BYU, or at Utah, I should say. And you got Beck, who ran the thing over in New Mexico. It's set up, and how's it going to play out? And you're going to have the Washington State transfer. Is he going to be the next 1,000-yard rusher for the Utes? And what are they going to do on defense and all that stuff? Tanavasa, man, he left you. And so how's your defensive line going to be anchored? Because he was really good. And what new slew of Polynesians do you have to replace him? And away you go. And you got good linebackers that arguably the best set of linebackers that they've ever had. Guys are going to play in the NFL. Yeah, I'm pretty fired up for it. Smith Snowden turned down $20 million not to go to BYU is what I heard.
It's now 20, huh?
20? Is that what it is?
It's now 20, okay.
Okay.
Stick around. After the break, it'll be 25.
I'll go to 30 by next week.
Yeah.
Is he not the most loyal Ute ever?
Okay, I will say that. Smith has been very loyal.
Yeah, how about that? He knows where his bread is buttered.
DJ and PK, when we come back, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, talking Colin Sexton trade. And he is going to join us at 9 o'clock, I'm now told.
Well, we can hit the Sexton thing, yeah.
Oh, we'll get to Colin Sexton trade next. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Eastbound I-80 and SR-36 are at a crawl right now, still trying to get over the 201 freeway merge. Eastbound 201 is also very slow between 8,000 West and Magna due to the west side belt. And also A80 eastbound between 5600 West and Redwoods Road is now back at normal speeds. This update is brought to you by our friends over at Advanced Windows. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and 0 hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just living in the miracle, candles on my vehicle, 8 nights, gonna shine invincible, no longer be divisible, born to the struggle, keep on moving through all this hustle, head up, head down through all of the bustle.
Joining us is Scotty Wednesday from noon to 3 at Kennedy's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Order half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue, pre-smoked by Kenny himself.
Wow. Awesome.
Jazz make a trade. Colin Sexton to the Hornets for Yusuf Nurkic and a 2030 second-round draft pick. They had to give up a second-round draft pick with Sexton to get Nurkic. Not much value there, PK. The league shrugging. Remind yourself that what does stats really matter? 18 points, 4 assists sounds good, but had to attach a second-round pick to make the deal happen.
Yeah.
And get the motivation. Open up space. Let all these rookies and young guys compete. I mean, they got some rookies who aren't that young, actually.
What do you mean?
4 and 6 year college guys. It's not like they're all coming in as teenagers.
Oh, okay.
It's a little down
okay.
the road.
Okay.
You know,
I see what you're saying.
22 and 24, I suppose.
There's a different age group. Not all rookies are the same age.
But they're all younger.
Understood.
Right. But you, even as an older rookie, you're still younger than Colin Sexton. So go with these young guys and see how much upside there is.
Yes. And he becomes the second Yusuf that I am aware of. Because, as you know, Cat Stevens changed his name to Yusuf.
And I was not thinking of that, but now that you mention it, thank you.
It's a wild, wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. I think this really signals the full intention of what they will do. And I think this is the first of multiple moves here. And then they are going to go with a bunch of young dudes. There's just no question about it.
You think they're going to get anything back in these other trades?
Not anything worth it.
I mean, you have to take something back because of salaries and CBA rules.
Right.
But nothing that's going to intrigue the fan base. Not necessarily even excite the fan base, just intrigue the fan base.
And I think they're okay with that from the Jazz management. I mean, the individual fans I can't speak for. But I think the management understands John Collins. When I hear that he doesn't have a lot of trade value, okay. And, free agents are not moving all over the place, that the way to develop this team is going to be through drafting and then maybe augment it with a few, with a trade here and there. Probably not going to be of the free agent variety. And with that in mind, go to work and do what you're supposed to do. And Ace Bailey has an opportunity to be, what am I looking for? At the top of the list to build around.
You think foundation piece?
Foundation's
cornerstone? That seems like a lot.
I know, for an 18-year-old kid.
Maybe he'll be a lot.
Right, and maybe he will be. But, they were ecstatic to get him. They had him right there. Certainly they had him at 3 in terms of talent. I think a lot of people did. And so if you would have told them that you can't get Flagg, you can't get Harper, but you can get Bailey, take it right now, they would say yes. They would say absolutely. And, it's just the luck of the draw or bad luck of the draw that you didn't get the other two, but that's the way it went. But it's not like Bailey is a consolation prize, but if you want to look at it like that, that's a pretty good piece. And so they're high on him. And I think they can build around him. It's so hard to just label someone the foundation, the cornerstone, just yet. I don't even know that I can do it in the next 2 years. But I think we'll see an opportunity for these guys to do it. And I think we'll see an opportunity for all of the young guys. And that's basically from Kessler on down. From Kessler on down to this year's picks. And the last 2 years, those 6 guys are also included.
So when you say Kessler on down, you're talking in terms of?
He's the oldest. He's going into his 4th year.
Yeah.
Everybody else either going to be
More
going into your
experience.
3rd year,
Right.
2nd year, or rookie year. And so I think that's what we're going to see. And they're going to try to win. And I think the fan base is going to like it. Because it's not going to be any more of almost like a preseason game. And maybe they can catch
The story won't.
a little bit of a surprise.
The story every game won't be who's playing and who's not playing.
Right.
Because that got pretty old.
Yeah. And now we get to see, and then these young guys all have competition. Maybe Kessler doesn't. Nurkic is going to be a backup.
Clearly.
But Kessler, this is your, and the thing here, Kessler, they can sign him this summer and then let him, or like they did with Hayward, let him go into the restricted free agent the following year. So you got a lot of money at stake. And your reputation in the league and your stature and your place in the league, you can really cement it. So even if he doesn't have the competition that a Keontae George has in terms of playing time, you get to find out what Kessler is all about. How much does it burn for you to be successful? Because you have a lot at stake. Next summer, you can get a lot of money. More. And you can. Are you an all-star? Can you play at an all-star level? You know, we're not going to ask you to go do 25 points a game. But can you be like a middle-class Mark Eaton? And Mark wasn't asked to score a lot, but he was an anchor to where Elijah once saying he was the toughest player I ever had to play against. Can you be that type of player? Mark Eaton had a major impact on winning. Can you be that type of player? I think there's a possibility. The answer is yes. So what are you going to show us?
For Kessler, the competition is a standard. The eyeball test.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, right. And then all these other guys, Ace Bailey, man, Taylor Hendricks, Cody Williams. Cody Williams is under the spotlight big time. He could find himself out of the league. Nobody was impressed with him. No one. And this isn't me saying it. This is them saying it. And so, what are you going to do, man? You're going to be back in the G League again? Can he go? What's the rules? Can he go down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that if he's down there? That's bad news.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be surprising either.
It's still bad news.
Yep.
Because you're going to have to fight for playing time here. And Hendricks, you know what they said, he wasn't going to play in the summer league, but he should be ready to go by training camp. He's just got to be just like the bull in the china shop kind of guy, just running crazy because he missed all of last season, basically. And so his spot in the league isn't secure. And now you got to. I don't think he should have to feel like he made up for lost time, because that it happened, and there's other ways you could have developed. It wasn't on the court, obviously, but you had an opportunity to get stronger and that type of thing, and maybe internalize the game more as you sat there game after game and worked on all that stuff that you couldn't do physically. So how much can that help you? And it's an exciting time here, and I understand. I saw Ben Anderson said Clayton wants to be called Walt and not Walter.
He did. That was a question in the press conference there.
And I'll call him Walt. You want to be known as Walt? I'm fine with it.
Then he was also asked, and that actually just got a pretty good response out of him. He was asked about, what do you think about the Walt Lake City nickname? And he basically was like, I have to do something.
Yeah, let's hold off on that,
before
man.
we get into any of that kind of stuff. And that brought some giggles. You could almost feel like a sigh of relief from some of the management types. Like, don't get out over your skis here.
Well,
and he didn't. He immediately just...
He's got a little bit of maturity.
Yeah, he deflected and deferred.
Well, he said he's drafted at a spot that traditionally doesn't have a ton of production. If you get a rotational player there, you're excited. So what does that mean? We'll see about that. But the time is there for the taking. Will Hardy will play guys who help the team win. That's a fact.
Will Hardy's got to be happy, even if the roster is just super young and super inexperienced. It's got to feel like the handcuffs are off. You can try to go win.
Yeah.
As opposed to, this has been going all right for 3 quarters. Now let's sit everybody that I really want to play. That's got to be terrible.
Well, you get to coach.
Yep.
Coach to win. This is exciting. That's why I think that this season has a chance to be entertaining to me. And I realize the wins may not pile up, but look at these other teams. This is the way they've done it. Detroit over in the East, we don't pay much attention to them, but they're on the come. Right? What are they going to do? And that's how you do it. We've already, the most recent example, obviously, is OKC. You know, it'd be awesome if you got to that level, but it's going to take a lot of work, obviously. So we got all that to go, and I think the vision is clearer now. I can't say it's clear because I don't know who's going to develop to the level that you need them to develop.
Nobody does. That's the attraction.
Yeah.
That's the whole
whole
joy of it.
Well, these 3 guys they drafted this year, and then Williams and Hendricks. It's like the canvas is still blank. The other guys have made a little bit of an imprint on that canvas, if you want to go along with that analogy. But they're barely just getting started. So you've got to go 2 to 3 to 4 more years before you really have an idea. But we'll get ideas. And Jazz fans can speak for themselves there. I know there's frustration, you want to win, but does this float your boat in terms of being able to watch a young team and see how much it could rise? Or is it just, screw that? I want them to win. Go, just I don't care how you do it. What's that? Don't tell me how you make it. Just show me. I want to see how it tastes, type of thing. Maybe you're of that point. It's easier for me to say it because I'm not a guy that gets caught up in wins and losses, and I'm getting paid to watch the game, so I've got no right to say this stinks.
Yeah, but you got an idea of what fans are thinking.
But I there's so many along the spectrum, though, that I'm wondering, is it all over the place? Or do they see a more clearer vision? Because I see a more clearer vision of what they're trying to accomplish. And very well could be you need another top 5 pick next year. Maybe that's
something stronger than very well could be. Absolutely, they need a top 5 next year.
Well, everybody can use a top 5, but if I say that, absolutely, they need one, that dismisses, to me, the development that I think is possible. Maybe not entirely dismisses it, but I think it's by saying they need to get this kid from Kansas. They need to get the kid from BYU. They need to get Carlos' son. One of those guys needs to be in the lineup next year.
Yeah, I probably would have picked, I wouldn't say top 5, I'd say top 3. Because right now, and let's see how it changes over the next year, because it probably will, but right now, I just read a thing. There are 3 guys next year who'd be a number 1 pick in any other draft, but they're all in the same class, so they can't be. Well, in that case, yeah, you need one of those 3.
But I think that's a little bit of disrespect towards the development of these guys.
Could be.
Because you just got a top 3 talent by most talent evaluators.
So I would say, yes, and let's assume the best there, right? Just assume the best. But usually, and it could be changing. I could be stuck in old school right here. Usually you need 2 stars. And I think Oklahoma City did have them. You know, Williams maybe doesn't have the celebrity, but he had a good enough production that that's what the proverbial second banana looks like.
I think last year, this most recent season, they had an A+, an A-, and a B+.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
And what's exciting really for them is that A- and B+ have an opportunity to get way better.
They could.
Because they're still very young.
Yeah, no, who's saying
24 and 22?
Right, who's saying they've peaked yet, right?
They're not even close.
So even if Bailey is the guy, you need 2 guys.
Okay, but...
So they need another top pick.
What do I have in Hendricks?
And maybe one of these other guys will prove to be the guy and say, you shouldn't be overlooking me. Like, okay, feel free to show that to me. Feel free to go out for 82 games and make me adjust this take.
I agree 100%.
spin like a top. Let's go.
And I want right now, since they don't have the draft is until a year from now, I want to afford that opportunity to a George.
Now you're talking like Austin.
To a Hendricks.
Now you're talking like Austin
Yeah.
Ainge. Because what we can say is Colin Sexton wasn't going to be one of those guys. Now, when it's all said and done, Colin Sexton might have a better career than any one of these draft picks or multiple of these draft picks or all of these draft picks. He might be better. But this is where you don't play it safe. You need someone to be great. And Colin Sexton isn't going to be that. So maybe one of these guys can be. Now, the truth is, maybe these guys can't be Colin.
And maybe they can't, but getting rid of him allows you to improve your chances for next year's draft.
Yes, I totally get that.
So there's multi-levels into this deal.
It improves it to next year's draft, and in the meantime, you let these guys start developing. Because Steph Curry wasn't Steph Curry as a rookie. SGA wasn't SGA as a rookie. Pick your favorite player. They weren't there as a rookie.
9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. There's a few exceptions.
Yep.
But we know who those guys are. So, yes, I agree with that. And now it's and it also sends a message to each of these guys. And I'm looking at you, Keontae George. What do you want to be in this league, man? Because we're affording you all sorts of opportunity. Now you need to go grab it.
Right now.
Yeah.
Before Austin Ainge sees something else he wants to grab.
I think there's a little bit of belief there in George. But we'll see, man. That's what to me makes it so much fun to anticipate this season.
A little bit of belief is fine for now, but there needs to be more belief. And watching games,
I think, I'm not really sure.
There could be less belief also.
There could be, yeah. I don't know what Austin Ainge believes in George.
There's enough belief to make the trade to open up time to see what they have.
That's why I'm saying I think there's belief there.
Right. It's on Keontae now to beat out these other guys who want the time.
Yeah.
And then to get on the court and beat whoever they're playing that given night.
Right.
And prove you can do it. And if you can't, they're going to move on.
And have big-time body language of a winner.
Right. And this is year 3, and pretty soon you start looking like, when do they have to offer up the extension? Because they can roll out another year and then another year.
Yeah.
And they've got to make those decisions.
Right.
And they got another draft coming up with multiple picks, and they're going to need roster spots. So, I mean, we sat there and talked with Kessler like year 3, this is the year, and he looked at us like, you guys too? He just knew he'd had this with that conversation with an assistant coach, with the head coach, with the GM. I mean, he'd had that conversation with his agent probably over and over.
Mother?
Probably. And he delivered. He delivered on the 3rd year.
Isn't Uncle Alec, didn't he play in the league?
That's why he didn't want to hear from us.
Isn't he? Alec Kessler, that's his uncle, right?
No idea what you're doing right now.
Alec Kessler played in the league, was a big man.
That's his uncle. I don't know.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, then don't ask us a question.
You think you had 2 7-footers who just had the last name Kessler and are not related?
Hadn't really considered it, to be honest.
Go look it up.
Okay, right now. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm giving you something to look up so Yak and I don't have to hear stories in a commercial break.
Too bad. There it is. There he is, University of Georgia. He's from Roswell, but not New Mexico, Roswell, Georgia.
I think
I'm going to read his Wikipedia page.
That's his father's brother. Well, that's all right. I got to go to the bathroom.
DJ PK, Steve Cleveland's coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Congestion remains on both northbound SR 36 from Mills Junction to the I-80 merge and also on the eastbound 201 freeway heading towards the I-215 westbound. I-80 eastbound also has the typical delays between Campbell Junction and US 40 if you're up in Summit County this morning as well. Update brought to you by our friends over at the Whipple Service Champions. For system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to UtahJazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months or AC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It's going to be a hot one before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it. Use Revive in early summer. It's the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green during the hot temperatures coming. With Revive, watering twice a week is like watering 4 times a week. You'll save water, you'll save money. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. You need a partner who keeps you ahead of the curve. At Les Olson IT, we help your business thrive with top-tier office technology, from copiers and IT hardware to advanced IT services and security solutions. With Les Olson IT, you get more than just products. You get solutions, service, and a team that cares. Les Olson IT, empowering businesses with the tools for success.
Les Olson IT.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Marston from Tillman. Marston for Luna. Diego Luna. Deflected. Diego Luna. First
And there is the Chevy Strong play of the game. Know it today after 3 o'clock. Alex and JJ will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. Just think, Yak, your play of the weekend is going to be a football play. 2 months from now, college football kicks off. I think it's 8 more Saturdays without football.
It is.
And then, go time. The countdown is on.
We spend about 6 months of the year with football in our lives, and the other 6, we wait for it.
It keeps extending, though.
It does.
The NFL is going to...
It's going to President's Day
go
weekend.
to an 18th game. They're going to add a second bye. They're going to go a week later to President's Day, and they're going to go a week earlier to Labor Day, which they've always avoided because it's low TV ratings because people aren't at home. They're off doing stuff.
And in a corresponding move, college football will
go a week earlier also.
Week 0.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll just have more football and go. And when will that happen?
Soon.
Not soon enough.
I agree, not soon enough, but it's happening soon.
All right, turn my mic on. I'm back. And you made me a little nervous when you said, and go. Whew. I thought, oh, no, not again. Oh, no, not again.
Playing.
And
that was unnecessary.
Well, when I hear you say, and go, what else am I going to think? You're funny.
PK, you complete me.
Of course I do.
You don't really need me here. You got a collection of drops.
Well, no, we need you. You're our guy. Come here, you big lug.
All right. You make me a natural woman?
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Probably for the best. Tonight, you have to settle for BYU.
Settle for BYU. They're turning them away.
How old was he? Oh, I know, but that was a pre-NIL drop right there. Nobody's settling now. It's cash
I want
everywhere.
to love you, KY. He's the greatest thing to happen to BYU since Brigham himself.
I don't even know if that was
of BYU.
I don't even that
Brigham
drop.
Young, Lavelle Edwards, Kevin Young.
Did that drop come from a football conversation or a basketball conversation?
It came from a basketball conversation.
Oh, it did?
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't say settle for BYU in football. Come on, think.
For as long as we've done this, it could have been.
Could
have been game 11.
But there's only 12 of them.
Yeah, it could have been game 11. Game 11 in the 4-9 season.
It's one that our illustrious co-pilot over here had me pull because I think there was no Jazz game that night. And you're like, tonight, you'll have to settle for BYU.
Okay.
Tonight, I get the opportunity to watch BYU.
Yeah, but that was a pre-Big 12 era. That was they were probably playing I don't know, Santa Clara.
What are you talking about? I was told in the mountain or the West Coast era that there'd be more than multiple Sweet 16s.
Well, you were lied to. Turned out
a couple.
Turned out not to be true.
How many Sweet 16s is Kevin Young going to go to?
More than a couple.
In his first 5 years. He's one for one.
He's 1 for 1.
Yeah, first 5 years. What do you think?
I'm debating between the numbers 3 and 4.
Ooh, he's going to miss one.
Yeah.
I knew you didn't believe in him.
How many teams go to 5 straight Sweet 16s? It seems like that's
BYU?
a rare. You know who doesn't go to 5 straight Sweet 16s? Teams that get outbid. And since you will not outbid us,
I heard that.
Then 5 for 5. And really, I should factor that in because again, I'm going back to the prehistory NIL, and this is a different era now. Will the teams that get it right have the money and just lock in and not miss? Will there be teams who will be able to write in a way that – because even, like Duke, who's got a better brand than Duke and more national titles than Duke in the last 30 years. But Duke's flamed out in the first round on multiple occasions. It literally happens to everybody.
But that was
so is North Carolina.
The NIL.
But before NIL, you're
So
right. It's a whole new beast.
And certainly basketball NIL can have the most dramatic impact because football, you need a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
The guys that never get mentioned are often the most important guys. And they're the
quarterback, as we've seen with the Utes, a quarterback injury can derail everything in football. I guess you could lose a star player in basketball and be derailed. If you lose your guy, if you lose your star.
Yeah, it's just that there's not that many
players
guys
of that caliber.
Yeah.
And the ones that don't have the experience usually at that point. I mean, we saw it with Duke this year. I mean, Cooper Flagg got hurt in the tournament, and in the ACC tournament, and they sat him.
Yeah, I heard somebody, was Duke disappointing because all 5 starters got drafted? It's a one and freaking done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a 7-game series.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't disappointing.
Then they got a Final Four. It's not like they...
I know, but since all 5 guys were drafted...
They should have won it all.
If it's a 7-game series, maybe you got something, but not in a one and done. No way. Things happen.
One and done, and with so many freshmen with no tournament experience.
Look at the kid from Alabama against BYU in the Sweet 16, goes nuts, and then the next game he can't throw it in the ocean.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Steve Cleveland coming up next. We'll talk more about the Jazz trades and the future of the young guys with him. Stay with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City this Friday and Saturday. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
Delta Center, October 26th. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're all that I have and you're all that I need. Each and every day I pray to get to know you. Please wanna be close to you. Yes, I'm so hungry. You're like water for my soul when it gets thirsty. Without you, there's no me or the air that I breathe. Sometimes the world is dark and I just can't see. With these demons around all around, they bring me down to negativity. But I believe, yes, I believe. I said I believe. I stand among to feet, one be brought down on one knee. I fight with all of my might to get these demons to flee.
Hey, business owners, man, want to make some money? Get with me. Here's what we're doing this summer. We're having the individual radio host endorse your product, and now it's time for me to endorse your product. So here's what you do. You text PK to 57500, and the sales staff will take care of the rest. Text PK to 57500. I want to endorse it. Let's make some money together.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined now by Steve Cleveland. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
The Jazz are introducing new guys. The Jazz are trading guys away. What was the most intriguing part of the last 72 hours as the Jazz were making news? What intrigued you?
Well, I mean, first of all, I love the Ace Bailey pick. I didn't really appreciate all of the nonsense around him and his agent and those kinds of things, but I do really believe that he can have an impact. And I think just listening to him and not listening to all the folks that are around him, I felt really positive about how appreciative he was and excited about being with the Jazz. He's obviously a talent, and I think there's a place for him with the Jazz. So that would be my most immediate thing. I think that, I think he has a future there. And despite some of the other things that happened prior to, but, I know that he was interviewed by a lot of teams and went through the combine. So I'm excited about him and what he can bring to the Jazz and maybe what his potential is and opportunity. I think Summer League will start here soon, so I'm hopeful that I can get down and watch him play.
I'm thinking that with all these young guys now and the trade of Sexton signals that Austin is going to go heavily with the youth, and they're going to play to win. And, they'll probably have their struggles because young guys, it's hard to win with in this league when you're playing against grown men who've been doing it for many, many years. We all understand that. But I'm wondering with all these young guys, from Will Hardy's perspective, it's going to be like you maybe in junior college, because it seemed like junior college rosters can often change drastically from season to season. And now we're even seeing it in regular 4 years. How do you get everybody when they get back together in September? There's going to be so much newness, and playing time is going to be available for whoever grabs it. I'm just wondering what's going to be the perspective from the coach.
I think that one of the things that came to my mind when you just mentioned that was the really upside about that is how much energy and enthusiasm about coming back to camp and coming back to, playing. And I remember as a coach in junior college as well as at the 4-year level that when we were away and everybody was together, there was a bond and a unity and just a feeling of, man, we're excited to get going and get to see what the potential of this team is. And that's kind of how I am with this draft. And I think that, I'm kind of excited about Walton Clayton Jr.
Yeah.
Not maybe as much as Ace Bailey, but I'm telling you what, I like him being on my team. And so the draft's a little bit light on point guards, but man, that guy makes plays. And it's interesting as an 18th pick that some of the folks are talking about him being a first-team projection as an All-NBA rookie first team. And I don't even know where he'll fit with the Jazz and if he'll play that much to earn a significant reward like that. But those are the things that kind of get me excited. And I think obviously with Keontae there and Colin Sexton and Jordan Clarkson and now, did you tell me I may have missed that? Is Colin Sexton, is he being traded?
Yes, he's going to Charlotte and for a second-round pick and Yusuf Nurkic. And it's basically, to me, and I think to every one of us, it signals that the Jazz, the rebuild now is going to go young. And the guys that they drafted this year, so you got Walker Kessler's a 4-year. You got George and Taylor Hendricks and Sensabaugh will go into the 3rd year. Then you got last year's 3 guys and then the 3 guys this year.
Yeah. That gives them some depth, and it'll be fun to see kind of how that whole thing plays out. Good for Colin Sexton. I hope he goes and plays and has an opportunity to play and get significant minutes. I always like watching him play, and just kind of entire attitude about just competing at a really high level.
You know, Steve, I think you talked for a lot of people. You spoke for a lot of Jazz fans when you said you didn't really like all the stuff around Ace Bailey. And that stuff started long before the Jazz drafted him. You know, once he told Philly he wasn't going to go work out for them, right? And then Charlotte gets the same message, right? And then Utah. And then once he's drafted, 24 hours of is he going to go to Utah or not? But without his manager, not his agent, but his manager, need to dive into all of that. But without his manager doing all of that, the Jazz probably don't get him. I mean, if he works out, does he slide to 5? I don't think so, and apparently you don't either. So, yeah, that all sucked, but that just might be the price of doing business and getting him.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about what he's doing, and you know, you're talking about him and Clayton Jr. and I don't know a lot about this kid from Wisconsin, John Tonje, but he's older. But I do remember him in the NC2As. I think he had like 37 against BYU.
Yeah, he lit it up. He was their guy.
So
he was their guy. So. You know, he's a second-round guy. That I don't know what their plans are for him, but, man, I just think it was a great draft.
He played 4 years at Colorado State, and Scotty Gerard told me this on the phone, and then he had to say it. It's like Scotty just has to get this out, right? It's like a therapy session. I'm sitting next to him at the press conference, and he goes, and Tonje's given a really mature, poised answer. He's 24, right? He's given a good answer. He's like, he was just a guy. He was just a guy. This is amazing. And he transferred to Missouri, and then he transferred to Wisconsin. But it seems like what Austin Ainge here is prioritizing, he got asked about this in a press conference, is like what these 3 have in common is their ability to score, their ability to make shots. And you know, something along the lines of, is that the priorities that would attract you? And Austin just kind of looks at him, and he has that half smile, half smirk thing going that you've probably seen a million times. He's like, well, that's pretty important. It's what they give you points for. So that
you cannot have enough shooters, and they got, you know, even though Tonje's a little bit older, but Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton, you can't have enough shooters. You just can't, and you never know what circumstances happen, and guys develop quicker than others. There's injuries, and all of a sudden you look down that bench and go, I'm gonna give this guy a shot, and to have guys that you can pick from means a lot, and obviously they're loaded with guards, but it'll be fun to watch the competition. And to see how this plays out, but the Jazz have gotten better.
Some of this Ace Bailey stuff, you know, you can look at social media and take it for what it's worth, which I don't know that it's really worth a lot. But nevertheless, when it was about him, is he going to report? Is he not going to report? And, you know, the national networks and all, they need something to talk about, and we need something to talk about. So we created this scenario, maybe he's not going to come here. He doesn't like Utah, as if an 18-year-old would have any idea what Utah's about. But I'm wondering, you're a guy who grew up in California and then lived 3 years in Indiana as a mission president. How much do you think that reputation of Utah is still not necessarily accurate, but still exists? I'd like to think that it's been debunked, and you can come here no matter who you are and have a fine time.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that's been diminished. I mean, we live in a world where there we can see, you put glasses on and you look at the world of sport and you see whether it's in Europe or Australia or where it is in the United States. And I think we're way beyond that, I think now. I think just we're exposed to so much through television and through computers that it's not difficult to find out who people are, what they're about, and moving forward. And I think those days are gone. I think that I love the idea that I can pick my phone up and learn more about John Tonje, or I can learn more about Ace Bailey, or I can learn about a new coaching staff. I think those things are all good for the sport, and it's an engine that's just driving the league and this sport in ways that has never been exposed around the world.
I think the Jazz are doing the right thing, and this just, Red Auerbach was just way in front of his time with the whole Celtic family thing decades ago. But the Jazz are employing people. They're bringing Carlos Boozer back in the fold. He was at the press conference, and he's been active along the way here. And Quincy Lewis is there working with former players. And Derek Favors was on social media saying, people should just – he said he was from Atlanta, and he said the part of Atlanta he was from within if you know, you know. And he said – and basically he didn't know anything about going to Utah, but you got to give it a chance, and it was gold. It was gold. Mm-hmm. That was the last thing. And so the more that they keep these former players involved with, like, this was what my experience was in Utah, I think the more people hear that. How much did you use alumni, wherever you were, to get out the message about whichever school you were at?
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know that there's anything that is more impactful. Yeah, when you're on recruiting visits and you bring former players, and it's one of those things that it's like gold, because here's a peer that's not much older than them, or even if they are much older than them, they share stories, and I think the stories are something that a young person can absorb and go, wow, that's cool, and moving forward and just sharing those experiences. And I can tell you that even in junior college, even in high school, when there wasn't a lot of recruiting going on, at least in my neck of the woods. But to bring former players in that had won championships, that had gone through the process, and they could just sit there and talk to a player, or in junior college or at the 4-year level, was really, really meaningful. And it just has a lot of credibility that comes from former players that share things with guys that are on recruiting visits, and they know no matter what the sport is. And there's just a level of trust that just develops, and you just feel good about your experience. And it's hard making choices. But I look at these young people, and it's a matter of, I don't know if it's going to be North Carolina, or it's going to be Duke, or it's going to be whom. It's tough. The recruiting business is tough, and everybody has a presentation. But I think the things that really matter when a young man or a young woman go on a campus, they feel comfortable around certain people that may have nothing to do with basketball. Nothing to do with basketball. And so, yes, those things are really, really – and I'm really happy to hear about former players getting involved. And then you think about this, whether it's in practice settings or it's in other informal settings, I know that just in my life as a Division I coach, I remember experiences with Paul George where we were bringing young guys on, and he had left, and he'd come back. It was a pretty easy sale when you had, people like Boozer or Quincy Lewis or Derek Favors or whomever it might be. That means a lot, and it develops a trust, and guys feel more, young ladies might feel more comfortable knowing, man, I want to be a part of this. These are good people.
Obviously, the Retzlaff situation has been in the news. I'm wondering, from your experience, what do you hear as a coach when there's something like this? Because this is not good all the way around, and I'm wondering if you end up hearing from church leadership also to make sure that these things don't happen. I don't know that you can ever prevent them, but I'm just wondering what the process is when something's so public like this, and BYU is so closely attached to the Latter-day Saint Church, that if the coach hears about it and has to bear a certain level of responsibility.
Well, first of all, I've had some experiences with that. I don't think I need to go into details, but I went through a time when I first went to BYU, and had to deal with that BYU honor card. And I will tell you this: this was 1998. Now today, we're in 2025, and the honor code includes some very specific things about behavior and honesty and being chaste and abstaining from alcohol and all the different things that come with it. I think most people are familiar with that. I think just watching from afar, I think that process is much, much better. I went through it with a young man. The process was just challenging, and I worked through it myself. I had to work through it, but what I see now is, yes, there's so much transparency with this, and it's difficult on players or families, and it can be really challenging. But then at the end of the day, there is either an ecclesiastical leader or a university chaplain or LDS bishop, and I think that the experiences I've had and the things that I know about that is that it's done in a very appropriate way. And when a Jake Retzlaff is so it's out there in front page news and all deals are taking place. That's a tough thing to deal with. And I'm not here to judge anyone. People make mistakes, and sometimes there are consequences when there is an honor code. But I would wish Jake Retzlaff a whole lot of love to hope he can get things turned around. I hope he finds a program he can get into. It's just, I can't even imagine how difficult that's been, where it's become so public, where there were a lot of half-truths and a lot of non-truths and a lot of things involved, and you just got to have to live through it. But I know it looked like he was going to maybe have a 7-game suspension. I understand why he would leave, and I hope that he can get some things turned around and play the sport that he loves. But it is a hard thing for coaches, for family members. And, we look at this with, you read and you see things like this, and I think people need to be a little more sensitive to let's not be so condemning and let's not be so quick to judge. Yes, mistakes were made. It's understandable. BYU has an honor code. I respect that. But there's another side to this that we just got to be kind, just supportive of people. It's real easy to point fingers. I hate that to people who go through my life and all the mistakes I've made. So hope Jake gets on his feet and gets through this thing and gets on with it. I'm sorry about all the things that have happened, but it's time to move on.
Steve, we'll leave it right there for now. Thanks for joining us, and we will talk to you again next week. You can watch the Summer League. It'll start up Saturday night, and we'll get your take on that when we talk to you next week.
Hey, tell me, so Summer League Saturday, is that Salt Lake or was it somewhere else?
It's Salt Lake Saturday, Monday, Tuesday up at the Huntsman Center.
Okay.
And then they go to Las Vegas after that.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. There's Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach in the Huntsman Center this year, because obviously if you've driven up 300 or 400 West, you've seen the construction at the arena. It will continue on right up until the regular season gets here.
Yeah, the Huntsman Center is when I did my last color commentary.
You make it sound like such a massive career. How many games did you call? Like 3 summers, 4 summers?
No, I don't think.
Only 2?
Well, we did that one because Locke was hired, but he wasn't. He hadn't announced it yet. We knew it. Yeah. So you and I did it over at Salt Lake Community. It was a blast.
It was fun.
Oh, I've seen it all. I mean, that's just...
I really want to put that on an MP3 player. Take that over, put it on my phone, maybe take it over and play it for Kevin Durant. You have any idea why this relates to you? He just might remember.
And so we did those games, and then we did like a quarter or something or a half at the Huntsman Center when the arena was being remodeled the first time.
Yeah.
And that was the Hayward summer.
Oh, was it?
I believe it was.
I didn't remember
because I remember being up at the Huntsman Center, and somebody had what I think Hayward's number was at 20, and they had a jersey, and Joe's number was 2, and so they had taped over the 0. and then taped over the Hayward and wrote in Ingalls.
Now, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember that jersey.
Right.
I don't remember where it was, but I do remember seeing that jersey and having a laugh over that. Like, that was creative.
Because I can recall, I don't remember what the situation was, but I might have been doing the afternoon show because we were outside and you got that circle right there, that semicircle on the south side, and people were coming up, and that was the Mitchell summer also. And it's funny, I was just talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and he was saying, I haven't gone to Summer League since Mitchell, but my son and I are going this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show coming up next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
SR 36 is the worst traffic still currently heading northbound between Mills Junction and the merge onto eastbound I-80 where they have lane restrictions in that area. Also some occasional brake lights on northbound I-15 headed towards downtown Salt Lake City as the commute begins to wrap up. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got their recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast unit, oh yeah, we're one of two in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. You know, whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that? 4 years? Integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number one recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to come compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sale and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Push you away. Some days people don't see you. You feel like you're in the way. Today you feel as everyone hates, pointing their finger, looking at your mistakes. You do good, but they want great. No matter what you give, they still wanna take. You give your love and they throw it back. You give your heart, they go on attack. When there's nothing.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Got stuff potentially going, making news right now. Yak, how much of that can you share? You want to check that before you
I'm checking
tell
one
us
thing.
what you
Give
just
me
told
1
us.
second real
All right.
quick.
1 second.
Yak
That's
is
all it
checking
needs.
one thing. There might be something going on.
Well, I think
there's something going on, but
part of the process.
Yeah. We'll get to that here momentarily. All right. Everything people missed in this show so far, PK. LeBron opted into his player option for $52.6 million. Says he wants to prioritize winning NBA titles with the time he has left in his career in LA or elsewhere. Hinting trade, leveraging trade. Could LeBron actually be traded? $52 million 1 year for a guy this late in his career. Got to find the exact right team.
Yeah, and what do you give up for someone who's maybe probably only one
season,
but at the most 2?
It's got to go to a team that's close, and who is close to a title that would have something back LA would want, that they could use to start building something with Luka Doncic. Maybe they're taking some expiring contracts, but they're getting a good young player in the deal. What would that deal look like?
Cleveland, New York.
Man, the East is wide open. So the list of contenders in the East.
Yeah.
It still feels like
to me, that would be the only Philadelphia, I guess.
Yeah.
With a Paul George.
But do the Lakers want Paul George?
Well, you'd want the contract or something in that regard. Not really.
All right. While the Lakers and the NBA and all the NBA media mull that over, closer to home, Yak, what do you have? What did you see? What do you know? What have you read?
So this morning, the civil lawsuit has been brought against Jake Retzlaff, BYU quarterback, for rape and sexual assault is likely to be dismissed. Attorneys for both sides, both the woman and Retzlaff, have filed a joint motion to have the case dismissed. It will be dismissed with prejudice and on the merits, meaning it can never be refiled. So it's, for all intents and purposes, done.
Yeah, I think that was going to be along the lines of happening. In order for him to transfer Notre Dame, has been mentioned, obviously. You talked about that, Yak, and I had heard that there had to be some type of dismissal. I don't see how any school,
it had to be resolved,
let alone a religious institution like Notre Dame, is going to take someone with a pending sexual assault. Who's going to touch that? So there's going to have to be, and Jay Drew reporting in the Deseret News that the destination could be known as early as Wednesday. Well, in order for that to happen, most likely, I would assume, I'm not a legal mind by any stretch, that there would be a dismissal of some sort, or a resolution, might be the better word, of this case.
Correct. So this motion
so it makes sense
to end it. Now the judge has to sign off on it, and it's done.
And then for BYU,
and if both lawyers want it,
correct.
Why wouldn't the judge sign off? Right?
Yeah, because it'll be more than one. But and then for BYU, it played out to Retzlaff's representation had to file a response by a certain date. And that's why BYU is like, I mean, they've known about this. That's obviously, and then clearly they knew about it, that this would come to this. And then at that point, the public would see that, what did they use? That sexual interaction?
Consensual sexual interaction.
Yeah, I've never heard that word used. But then the public can see, because every media outlet reported it, that basically there was an honor code violation. And here is the suspension, kicking him out of school. I mean, he already graduated. So they take away the half the season, and then BYU sort of hands off on it, so to speak, because everybody sees what happened. And then we go on. It's what I've been talking about for 2 weeks. All three of us have been talking about for 2 weeks. BYU has a season to prepare for. Media Day is a week from tomorrow. Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll be down there broadcasting. And so now it's over. Now when we go down to Texas, we won't be talking about Retzlaff. We'll be talking about Bachmeier. We'll be talking about Bourget. We'll be talking about Hillstead. Who's it going to be? What do you think? And how are you going to structure training camp when that gets started here in about a month or so? And so we can talk about football, which is good news, right?
Much, much better news, yes.
Yeah, no more with civil lawsuits and
right. And I believe, and I said this 2 weeks ago, if Bachmeier can get the stuff down, he will start. And if he can't, well, then it's going to be one of the other two. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not naming Bachmeier the starter. But as soon as they got him, they told me he's our starter in 2026, we anticipate. So the kid went to Stanford, got admitted by Stanford, so he's got brains, right?
Well, his brother graduated from Stanford in
2.5 years.
That's amazing.
In computer science, no less.
I think I told Kalani, gosh, that really waters down my 7 years at ASU. Got to laugh.
Nice.
So,
how quickly does Bachmeier get up to speed?
If he
what
can,
does he look like in August?
Makes it a fascinating situation how they're going to handle this, because they got a couple of winnable games right off the bat before they got to get on a plane and go to East Carolina. And whoever it is, you'd love. People would say, okay, well, let's do it the Zach Wilson example. But I don't see that where it applies. Let's let, I think it was Mangum played the first part, and then we'll insert Wilson for the second part. Well, they were independent then, right? And the second part of the season was always way easier than the first part. So I don't know that example really flies. And what they did with Zach, they can do with Bear. I'm not really sure.
Different time, different schedule, different logic.
Right. Because the games are going to be tough in September, October, and November. So I don't know that applies. So you could argue, let him get out there now to play. So when those games come, he'll have 3 games of starting experience. Right?
Ramp him up.
You can't really use Zach's situation and apply it here, I don't think.
Portland State game gets more interesting. Stanford game gets a lot more interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
With a team with a veteran quarterback and a team that looks like it's stacked with talent.
You would have handled those two.
Right.
I still think they can handle those two.
Right, but there's more intrigue. What is it?
Totally.
Who is it? And what does it look
like?
Well,
day one of practice.
And how do we project
more intrigue.
Whatever we see forward?
Yakamemi will be down there every day with a keen eye.
For the 3 seconds we get to watch.
Right.
Watch him do jumping jacks.
Well, here's the thing. Spring ball, they open up like 30-ish minutes. Fall camp, it's like 5. And PK is not wrong. It's like special teams.
Yeah. It always is. I mean,
and I don't know
the
spring's going to be open anymore because they don't want anyone. Hey, that guy looks good.
Yeah, just look at
47.
Look at Bronco Mendenhall at Utah State.
Lock it down.
Shutting out Scotty G.
Scotty G.
He's one of their own.
Scotty G. Why don't you stay in Bountiful? I'll let you know when you can come up.
He's one of their own, man. Whatever you tell him, don't say a word. He wouldn't say a word. That's kind of crazy, but that's the new world. And when I was a beat writer and covered BYU, and covered Utah State, everything was open.
Yep.
Now that's just gone.
The NBA news, the Jazz trade Colin Sexton and a future second-round pick to Charlotte for center Yusuf Nurkic, who will be a backup behind Kessler. And that opens time for the guards to play. Now, you can say, none of those guys will be as good as Colin. Well, that may well be. But maybe one of those guys will be much better, and they need to play him and find out.
Right.
This is a swing for the fences type move here. You know exactly what Colin was going to give you. And it wasn't, you want a lot more than that. So time to go with the young guy. But they could be a bust. Well, if they are, they are. Find out.
Yeah, I think this is the first of the several moves that they'll make to move on those older guys as far as that goes. And then these younger dudes, I mean, they love Bailey. Everybody loves Bailey. I hate to say this, but I think probably in 2 or 3 months of the season, he's going to be the most popular Bailey ever to play for the Jazz.
Oh, Big T.
Did they have James Bailey? Didn't James Bailey play at Rutgers? Did he play for the Jazz? We only got 2 guys right now. Any other Baileys out there? Beetle?
We didn't speak of this earlier this morning. We should mention it now that Sam Merrill getting 4 years and $38 million to stay with Cleveland. 60th pick in the draft, and it pays off.
Well, right time, right situation. He's a shooter. 3-point shooting is so important. He can do it for you, and he'll be a team guy and all that. Yeah, I mean, he's scored. He's fulfilled his most wildest dreams that he could have ever had as far as the NBA, and that's just awesome. Local kid.
That's $9.5 million a year. Outstanding for him. 60th pick. He's really beating the odds there.
Now, if he wants to buy a house in his hometown, man, he can get close to that Temple because that's pretty high up on the hill. The higher you go, I'm talking to you. It's like you don't know this. The higher you go on the hill, and the dude lives on a hill, Yak. And here I am telling him.
I've lived in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
What am I thinking? Why would I tell
Paycheck
you?
is why I live in Utah.
Yeah.
You saved a school $600,000.
Oh,
600,000.
The list goes. Yeah. I mean, you live on the hill, my friend. When I actually go down a hill to get to my house, you go up a hill. Those are facts. Those are facts. Don't look at me like that. They're facts.
I've driven to your house. You go up a hill to go to your house.
And then you go down the hill.
After you leave your house.
No. You get up there on Highland, you're on top of the hill, then you drop down. Yours, I tried to run up to your house once. I was totally out of breath. The elevation change. It was snowing up at your house, and it was July. It's so way up there.
Nice.
He's living on Everest over here.
I am.
Like Camp 4, like.
You're way up there, man. You look down on everybody.
It's up a hill to go to your house. That's all I know.
No, and then you go down the hill.
No, you really don't.
There's a slight little increase that they use for water so it goes down. That's what you're talking about. But I do not live on a hill.
You live on a mesa.
I lived in Mesa. I live in Sandy now.
Nice. All right, anything else we talked about this morning you want to remind the people of right now?
Let me run through.
Walter Clayton Jr. prefers Walt, and as far as Walt Lake City, he says he's got to accomplish something before we get all fired up about that kind of stuff. That got a chuckle. So he got a laugh in the press conference. Good for him.
Older news with the draft and the trade being on Friday with the Mammoth. Caleb Desnoyers.
Or Denoyer, but okay.
That's French, man. They just have all these letters that you don't account for.
He's from just outside of Montreal, so yes, Quebec, French, the French-speaking portion of Canada. He's got the accent.
He does, but he's got his English down good, and we'll see how that works out, man.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Your feedback's coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like,
Zodiac.
people are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody?
No fly list.
Yeah,
Day one.
immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jerusalem, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from it. Jerusalem, if I forget you, let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. In the ancient days, we will return with no delay. Picking up the bounty and the spoils.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It is time for your feedback. What do you think about today's show? This always confuses me. Goodbye, Colin Sexton, who the Jazz trade along with the 2030 second-round draft pick for Yusuf Nurkic. What's up with that? And 10 people like it. They like the post. What does that mean?
They like the post.
They like the trade? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
I've never liked anything on Facebook.
Tony, well, it means he won't be the only vet who I'm sure will be leaving before the preseason.
I think that's accurate.
Yep. I think we're all waiting for more trades. Will they get something back, or will they all be basically giveaways?
Well, they're going to try to get whatever they can, but the market will dictate. And I don't think that they think that the market is going to dictate a lot.
Tyler says they're opening up playing time for young guys. Should have done that a couple seasons ago.
You didn't really have as many young guys as they do now. I can understand that sentiment, but the situation really calls for it now. If they didn't do it now, then they deserve to be ripped.
And Colin's a 23-year-old at that point, so he is one of the young guys. What can this guy do?
Him, literally. Yeah,
now
sure.
he's 26.
But I mean, he had Conley in the beginning and all that.
Yep.
And that 10-3 start.
It does feel, and I get all the stuff about the opening time for the young guys, and totally in favor of it. I mean, Colin Sexton wasn't the guy who was going to lead them where they want to go. But doesn't it feel like the deconstruction of this team has taken a long time? Feels like it took a long time in that year and a half.
I can understand
that. It feels like
that.
we're still watching it happen now.
I can understand that argument completely. So, yes, I can see what you're saying. And if you want to think that, yeah, I'd go a little bit deeper and see what they have there as to why. But on the surface, absolutely. There's some people that can argue, well, we should have done this a couple of years back for sure. You know, and I get that. Only thing I can say is if in 3 to 4 years they're winning at a high level, then was it worth it? I tend to look back and think the hard times, I got through those. And doesn't seem so bad, but at the time it sucked.
I guess in 3 or 4 years of the winning at a high level, Well, they need to be winning at a high level in 3 or 4 years. So the question is, how high is that level, and how long do they stay there?
Well, they should be able to stay there for a good while when it comes. I don't know when it's going to come, but I believe it will come. And for me, I think winning at a high level, the bottom level of winning at a high level is top 4 in the West.
That is a step along the way.
Yeah.
I think of it more as conference final.
Houston is doing that now. They've rebuilt.
They were number 2 in the West. They were not in the conference final.
Right, but that was their first go-around.
It did feel like a big step forward for them, no doubt.
And then they
should at the end of the season going, we want more than that, but that was a good year. And then now we might not think the same thing's a good year next year because we want more.
Well, and they got Durant, and he's running out of time.
Yeah. Yeah,
he
now it's on.
He doesn't fit the timeline, so it'll be interesting to see.
It's on now. Yeah, they're taking a big swing.
And I don't know if it's right, but we'll find out.
Jack Retzlaff reportedly leaving BYU. What should the Cougars do now? 11-2 and highly ranked. Says Hillstead starts the season, and maybe Bear ends the season.
See, we keep going back to the Zach Wilson scenario, but it's not the same.
There are other scenarios. There's a scenario where Hillstead's injured and Bear's more ready to play, and so becomes the person because of injury partway through the year. And then there's a scenario where the season gets away. It's not going to be anything close to what they want. Maybe it's not even going to be bowl eligible if it gets really bad. And so they're playing Bear at the end of the season. Like, let's just start investing in next year.
I would be stunned if they're not bowl eligible.
That would be, as I said it, I thought that would be a big come down.
Right.
That would be, but we have seen those in college football.
Yeah, but no one person should be that important to your program.
Agreed, and we think their defense is really good, and they've got some wins built into their schedule, so they ought to get to 6.
Yeah, and if L.J. Martin is healthy, he should run for 1,000 yards.
Maybe it's the other way. Maybe they're 6-3 and they're bowl eligible, but they've got 3 conference losses and not going to the title game, so they decide, hey, we're going to play this guy and get him ready for next year. I mean,
if you're 6-3 with 3 to go, play the guy who gives you the best chance to win.
To get to 9-3 and have a big year.
Yeah.
And a bowl game and get you 10.
Yeah. You owe it to the seniors. I don't think you cash in the season. I just don't see that. I think I don't look at it mid to end of season. I look at it beginning of season. If he is as good you feel and gives you a good enough chance to win as much as the other 2, then go with him.
Big Strange Football, I guess forfeit the season. Is that what you're looking for? Looking for whatever you think, Big Strange Football. I don't know. Coug on the Beach says, remind the team why you do not date Ute girls. Laughing, crying.
I don't want to get into that.
All right, thank you. Then we got Dilly Dilly Ute fan who's just got a Cosmo crying. He's taking this news very poorly.
Okay. But, and we need to talk to, and I will ask Kalani this in a week, because A-Rod was on our air at 75%, and he was so bold saying it with the returning quarterback, and they were going to have the full playbook. Mm-hmm. What does this mean?
Well, they're not going to have the full playbook.
Yeah, well, then they need to talk about it. We're not asking honor code stuff. That's done and over with. We're asking football stuff. All the football questions are legitimate.
Salty Mammoth, this has been the hot topic for 2 days, and you're just popping in to talk about it now? Get a life, DJ, and turn in your sports reporting card and delete your ex account.
We weren't on the air.
Thanks.
Saturday and Sunday. That doesn't make any sense.
Should I respond to him with that or just let him be angry?
2-word response. First word is drop. Well, when were we supposed to talk about it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Today's the day. I would have to think that the rest of the shows would be talking about it too. How about that?
Kind of odd.
We know most places don't do local sports on Sunday.
Not really how it works.
Yeah.
All right, we're all done. Jake and Ben are up next. And they'll be talking Colin Sexton trade and press conference. Ben was there asking questions, and he's got more for you next right here on The Zone.
All right, the show is over. This isn't over. This isn't over by a long shot.
It's over when I say it's over.
Okay, the show's over.
So what, that means the show's over? Yep.
Okay, take care.
See you soon. So long, farewell.
Take The Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
The wait is almost over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now almost open. The Garden Restaurant opens on June 30th. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, opening next week, June 30th. See you there.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
face no one knows, hides the face, lies the snake in the sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream and I'll hear you scream again.
Happy Monday, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day, your week, your month. However, you're consuming us as well. You can listen to the show a variety of different ways. KSLSports.com, over the radio, YouTube, streaming, the KSL Sports app. What am I missing here? Bendala podcast, our beloved podcast listeners.
Yeah.
If you ever missed part of the show, just go back and listen to it at your leisure. Just simply search out the Jake and Ben show. Hi, Ben.
Hey, Jay.
What's up?
How are you, buddy?
You have a busy weekend?
I did.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'd say. Which we will dive right into. We realize there is an update in the Jake Retzlaff situation, which we'll get to in the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. I'm doing that for me. I'd rather get started talking about really interesting basketball stuff over the weekend. Okay. So I'm guilty of being selfish here. Apologies.
All right, that's fine.
Because the Retzlaff thing is a huge story. So long and short of it, the breaking news is that lawsuit is going away.
Yes.
So we'll get into it. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com.
Right.
But the Jazz draft pick showed up.
Jazz draft pick showed up.
Predictably showed up.
Jazz made a trade. Free agency opens tonight at 6 or 4 p.m. So we got this is a big NBA day.
So I think you should take us through what happened, the press conference and everything.
My understanding is everything has gone smoothly, and I was there yesterday.
Yeah.
You know. But everything went smoothly, and everything I've heard from people behind the scenes and what they said yesterday, I think is all accurate. I don't think there has really been any pushback since the Jazz drafted Ace Bailey. I don't think there was any hesitance to come here. I suspect they explored maybe their options, but my understanding, at least I get the sense that the Jazz were pretty strategic in how they approached the entire draft, as far as letting anyone else know what they wanted to do, and maybe even letting Ace Bailey's camp know what they wanted to do. Because if he doesn't know they want to draft, remember Ace last week said, I didn't know they had any interest in me.
Uh-huh.
That might be true. And the Jazz may have done that on purpose, to just say, yeah, whatever. We'll invite you for a workout. It's our due diligence. If you don't want to come, okay. And then the Jazz just never fought it and pushed harder. To keep it a mystery for the rest of the teams in the NBA. So no one traded up in front of the Jazz to get them because they liked Ace Bailey. And also, so Ace Bailey's camp can't make a big stink about not going to Utah. If we don't ask and you think it's not an option, we'll talk about Jeremiah Fears a lot. And then at the last second, we'll actually reveal what we actually want, which is Ace Bailey. And I believe the Jazz quite liked him in the draft. And, it's what we heard from Austin Ainge last week, is that they talked 2 weeks ago and said that their ideal draft would have been Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton. He goes by Walt Clayton, by the way. And they were able to execute that. So I don't think there's been as much pushback as certainly the national media reported, if any. And then all the intel I've heard on Ace since he's arrived in Salt Lake has been glowing. Other than he's very young.
First thing, I love the going by Walt. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it that he goes by Walt. I like old school names. I've got a daughter, Maggie, Margaret.
Yeah.
Love it. Walt. Okay. So I can get used to that, certainly. 2, we do have some minor breaking Jazz news.
Okay.
And then I do have comment on what you said. Sham says the Utah Jazz are waiving forward Johnny Juzang, making him a free agent.
Yeah. He has guaranteed date today, as is Svi Mikhailuk.
VHT?
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck to Johnny. He got a lot better here.
He's going to stick. He's going to find a spot.
In the yeah, absolutely. I thought he played well.
He's like 6'7". He can shoot the cover off the ball. He's going to, Denver should go grab him.
And a character guy.
Lakers should grab him. Whatever. You need spacing. You need to not pay him any money. He's a good option.
Absolutely. So best to Johnny. But as far as Ace Bailey goes and the noise and all that stuff, it doesn't matter. It's never mattered. What does matter is that it's a good opportunity for him. And whether he realized it yesterday or a week ago or has yet to realize it, it is true. The Jazz, over the last couple of years drafting, going for a guy, have yet to find an identifiable young stud. They haven't found Donovan Mitchell, you know? They haven't found Rudy Gobert as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know me, put some weight on Cody Williams, and let's see where that goes. Yeah, Taylor Hendricks, get him healthy. Let's see where that goes. I'm not writing anybody off. But as of today, that guy is not identified.
Agreed.
So that's a good spot for a dude like Ace Bailey, who's going to come in riding a lot of momentum with the 5th pick. And all the, believe it or not, all the controversy surrounding it is really putting him as a focal point going into Summer League and going into camp, which, if you're thinking about basketball opportunity, is a really good thing. You step in, looks like they're leaning into going young, and we'll talk about the Colin Sexton thing in a minute. And you're going to have the opportunity to be a star right away, which is something that was reportedly not very important. I shouldn't put words in his mouth, but it's something that he wanted once. And you're going to be a star here. He's going to get a ton of attention.
Yep, and a long leash.
And, I don't know. We can get into, what people know about Utah and what they don't. But it seems pretty often. Now, it's not 100%, but it seems pretty often to me that players don't know what they're getting into when they get here. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, this is pretty good. Oh, I don't know what people were telling me about this. This isn't bad. I mean, our guy, Thorough Big T. Bailey, which I always love his story because it's actually kind of similar to my dad's in a couple of ways. But not that my dad was an NBA superstar, but they came from similar parts of the country and came west and loved it. But he's from Prince George's County, Maryland, goes to college in North Carolina in, Durham. NC State's in Durham, which honestly isn't that big of a leap necessarily. But then gets drafted by the Jazz. It comes way out west. Huge leap. And luckily, we still see Thorough on the reg.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put words in his mouth either, but he seems like he likes it here, I'm guessing.
Derek Favors had a nice tweet about Salt Lake City over the weekend.
Ben, I'm so happy that more voices came out defending. Yeah. Kendrick Perkins, of all people, defended Utah. Utah doesn't get enough of that.
Yep.
We don't. And we could theorize on why not. My theory is that this state only goes national news for the wackiest stuff.
Sure.
And so it feeds the misconception that is already out there. And then people go, oh. I mean, even right down to, again, this Jake Retzlaff stuff, which we know the nuance of it with BYU, but people don't. And then they cast judgments on a community that, by the way, is quite normal.
Yeah, it is.
And has a lot of benefits.
Yeah.
And you can live a perfectly happy, well-adjusted life regardless of what your interests are. And I mean that.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the bar, there's some fun spots.
Not you, Ace. You're 18 years old.
Yeah, I mean, Hatch could tell you all about them.
Yeah.
He's down there every weekend.
He's been banned for most of them.
Kicked out.
You know it.
You can find stuff.
Yes, you can. You can, and it's not as proficient as it is in other areas of the country. It's not. We don't stay open as late as a lot of places. Our liquor laws are different than a lot of places. I don't think that's the primary focus for most NBA players is what are their liquor laws. But there are things that make it harder. There might be a smaller dating pool. There are things that I'm sure make it harder. I do recognize that, but I do think some of the baseline stuff gets really overblown about how different we are than anywhere else.
I'd ever tell you the story about my brother was caught up in a raid on an illegal bar.
Yeah.
And it's a funny story. He had no idea it was an illegal bar. He just knew that it was open late. He didn't think anything of it. And then all of a sudden the cops kicked in the door and stormed it.
But he had a friend on the inside.
He did have a friend on the inside.
Lucky him. So no, I thought it was good. I thought last night was good. I thought or I should say yesterday afternoon was good for the press conference. And everything I've heard is, again, Ace is just extraordinarily enthusiastic about being in the NBA and is happy about Utah and has liked his first 24 hours. And again, it was unscripted. He got off the plane and the first thing he wanted to do was come to the gym. They are supposed to go to the hotel, drop your stuff off, jet lag, whatever. You want to rest, Go home. We'll give you a tour. Then we'll go out to dinner. He said, no, I want to go straight to the gym and work out. I need it.
Smart.
I think he's...
That's smart.
I do think he's about basketball. I do think that is the nice thing for him. And you see if you can keep every player on that path. You know, millions of dollars in fame changes people in a lot of ways. And this isn't specific to Ace Bailey, you know. But he, so far, I think it's gone off without a hitch.
Or at least that's what they're going to tell us, which is fine.
But I haven't heard anything to the contrary. And again, they start practice right now, or they start practice in 15 minutes for the first summer league practice. He's there.
With the draft, whether you like it or not, all of a sudden you're on the same team as somebody, quite literally, but it's to your mutual benefit to pull in the same direction, at least at the start.
Yes.
And I don't know if he ever understood or what he understood, but I think most players eventually understand that.
As you said last week, too. And again, I hate to make it seem like it's even contentious. I don't think there's contention at all. I don't think there's two sides fighting against each other at all in this situation. So I hate to even talk about it like this, but he also has zero leverage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There's just no leverage there. So I'm sure you realize that really quickly.
Probably why he wanted to see the facility and the gym right away. It's like, I'm going to be spending a lot of time here. Yeah. Let's see how this is going to work.
Yeah. But
how's the hot water in the shower?
I think he's about getting to work. And I think that's what the Jazz want, you know?
Yeah, good. I mean, that's all good. I think all three of those guys at the press conference yesterday are going to have a chance to make an impact if they want. Yep. And that appears to be the direction that the Jazz are going to go. And it's smart. It's fine.
Yep.
One of those indicators that is the direction they're going to go is the Jazz did make a trade as well yesterday.
Yes, they did.
Ben. 2 for 1. You're already working. You might as well be pounding out a story about a trade.
Yeah.
Colin Sexton and a 2031 second-round pick are headed to Charlotte for Jusuf Nurkic.
Look, this is a terrible trade.
It confuses me too.
I'm not confused by it. The Jazz have too many guards. They're not trying to win games next year. Colin Sexton is both a guard, and he's going to help you win games. So
I understand that part. No. There are other things I don't understand.
What I don't understand is there's not a better market for Colin Sexton.
Yes. You have to attach a pick to get off Colin?
Yeah, you had to give up assets to get off him to get a very average to below average backup center.
Oh, Jusuf is not a factor. That's what's weird about it.
Right.
That they had to eat Jusuf's contract and attach a pick to get off of Colin, that seems crazy to me. That's what I don't understand. I understand the motivation, absolutely, for the reasons that you just laid out.
Yeah, and it's that simple. The Jazz want to clear room for the young guys.
And Jusuf Nurkic has my favorite origin story in the NBA. But, I don't know, he's not doing anything for anybody. He's just soaking up a paycheck.
Yeah, he's the backup center behind Walker Kessler. I expect Walker Kessler to be here next season. I think he's going to be the starter for the long run for the Utah Jazz. And Jusuf's going to back him up for a year, and they're going to get to free agency and have all this cap space next summer, which is something that Austin Ainge, by the way, said in his very first press conference that he values. And he thinks, having salary cap space and wiggle room there is probably more valuable than just having expiring contracts.
What does Colin have left, too?
$19 million. Just 1 year, 19. He was the same.
So they're
place.
both expiring contracts.
Yeah, they're both expiring contracts. I don't think the Jazz wanted to get more money on the books that was going to last beyond this year. So you limit yourself to players making $19 million or less on expiring deals. So there's not a huge pool there, but this was a very underwhelming return for a good player in Colin Sexton.
Well, that's what makes it even more baffling. It's not like if you were moving off an extra year of his contract, they're okay.
Yeah.
So you get an expiring one, you chop off a year. Well, that makes some sense. This is no value at all. This is nothing.
My theory, and I was told this was wrong, but my theory was this trade was discussed before the draft, and it would have allowed the Jazz move from 5 to 4, so they could have gotten their guy, and Charlotte could have dropped back to 5 and still taken Con Knipple, and the Jazz could have made sure that nobody traded up to 4. Because that actually would have made sense to me, right? You move up a pick in the top 5, you take back Nurkic, they get Colin Sexton, so they get a little bit of value, they get a better player, you get a better pick. That makes total sense to me. I was told that did not happen. So that's how far I was trying to just go to understand why the Jazz would do this deal outside of clearing room for the young players. And my sense is there's just not a market for guys like this right now. And I wonder if Colin's values hurt a little bit because I think circumstantially purely, he's been on losing teams throughout most of his career. I don't think Colin Sexton is a losing player.
No, I don't either.
I think he can help good teams win. And I think the same thing is there for John Collins. And my guess is because we know the Jazz are trying to trade John Collins, if the market was there for him, he'd be gone already too. Because we've seen names move in the last couple of weeks. So I just don't think there's a robust trade market right now for guys like that. And maybe the salaries are weird, and maybe the 1-year expiring thing is weird, but I just don't think the Jazz are going to get good assets back from these guys.
Yeah,
I mean, clearly they didn't.
Not
they had to
for
give
Colin.
up an asset to get off Colin, which is tough. I'm sure that was a tough pill to swallow.
I guess in theory you get worse, which is a good thing.
Well, this is the thing, and this is, it goes back to Austin Ainge's debut press conference when he answered the questions about tanking and said, we're not going to do that anymore. The Jazz are not going to be inauthentically bad on the court. The Jazz are not going to rest guys, sit guys, not allow Will Hardy to coach to win. They don't want to do that anymore, and that is what happened last year. So they're going to have to be authentically bad on the court. And how do you be authentically bad on the court? You inauthentically lose trades in the offseason.
Maybe it's something else is coming. I remember when Pat Riley, not that this is happening, but Pat Riley made all these wild trades right before he signed LeBron and Dwayne Wade. And you're like, what on earth? And then it's like, oh, yeah, well, they signed LeBron.
I think
they traded Michael Beasley, who was the second pick in the draft, for a bag of potato chips. And it was like, what on earth are they doing? And it's like, oh, okay.
I think the Jazz are just going to go young. I think they're going to have Lowry. We'll see what happens with Svi. Walker Kessler is kind of your premier players. Svi doesn't count in this conversation, obviously, but Walker and Lowry are going to be your premier players, and it's going to be all youth movement around them. And you let Will Hardy go to town, and you probably win 28 games, and you're still in the lottery, and you're not giving up your draft pick.
VHT will help you lose.
He might, but he is a veteran. He's a veteran in the locker room who potentially at the trade deadline could have some value for a team wanting to add Hail Mary shooting.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm fine with going the maintain our integrity route because, like you've said many times, doesn't feel like last year felt very good to very many people.
I don't think anyone liked it. I don't think the players liked it. And it's hard to know. Like, do you know if Keontae's a good player? I don't know. He's been in a lot of weird situations, right? He comes off the bench to start his career, but he's in the lineup right away, so he didn't really have to earn it. I mean, he earned it a little bit, but not the way some young guys have to. Then he gets moved to the bench. Then he comes back and starts the second half of the season. Then he starts the beginning of his second season. Then he gets benched halfway through. I don't want to say bench, but moved to the six-man role. Maybe try and win and see what he does. Maybe just put him in more authentic situations and see if he's a good player. Because I don't know right now if you know. But there's some juice there. He's got some talent. So I think that's what they want to do with all of these young guys.
Light a fire, Ben.
Yeah.
And maybe Keontae makes the step Walker made.
Yeah, absolutely right.
He has to learn a similar lesson.
Absolutely.
So maybe that happens.
Yeah.
And that is the thing. I mean, not that this specifically happened to Hans, but talk to Hans the vibe about when a team drafts somebody at your position.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm on notice. And Walt has a lot of juice coming out of Florida.
Yes. Does a lot of the same things as Keontae.
Right.
Might do them better.
Exactly. And Keontae needs some motivation to get it to play hard. He does. We've talked a lot about it.
But it does sound like he's had a very good summer.
Right.
Keontae does.
But
everybody's
had a good summer.
But I've specifically heard Keontae had a very good summer.
Big 12 Media Day is
singled
next
out.
Week. Everybody's had a good
Keontae
summer.
was singled out specifically.
Who was our guy who swindled us from Houston last year? We're like, oh, this guy's going to win 12 games.
Yeah, the Houston's coach from Tulsa.
Guys, look at this team. We've had a really good summer.
What's his name? Fritz. I was going to call him Frizzle. Yeah, Fritz. Willie
Fritz.
Big Willie style.
Jake, Ben, boy.
They beat Utah.
These guys have.
They did beat Utah.
True. What was their final record? It was better than what we thought, right?
I think they won like 5 games, right?
Yeah, something.
Because they beat Kansas State also, didn't they? In the middle of the season? I think they beat Kansas State.
That's right, because we were
back-to-back.
celebrating our guy Fritz. Maybe he was right.
Yeah.
Everybody, we've had a great summer. All right. We've got top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show on a Monday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed, and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I said, settle down, everything is fine. Take your eyes off the floor. She said, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not alright. I lost my head on the door. She's antisocial.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, sponsored by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian is vacationing this week. He's off having a good time. So Hatch is filling in. I was talking to Hatch about this. I bet it is hot and humid.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to Minnesota in the summer, it's not really what you would picture.
There are people who joke that Minnesota's state bird is the mosquito.
Yeah. Yeah. Been there.
Yeah.
Very hot.
Yeah.
Very muggy. All right, Hatch, where are we starting today?
All right, number 1, BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff is leaving BYU, and as of earlier this morning, the civil lawsuit alleging sexual assault by him has officially been dismissed.
According to our own Mitch Harper at KSLSports.com, attorneys for both Retzlaff and the unnamed woman known as Jane Doe filed a joint motion to dismiss with prejudice the case on Monday, meaning it will not be brought back to court. However, Jake Retzlaff has announced that he's leaving BYU.
Yeah.
He hasn't announced it formally.
Okay, that's true.
The reports are that he is leaving, and yeah.
He's leaving.
And the backstory is there was a recommended 3-game suspension, which has kind of been in the ether for a little while. It got bumped up to 7 games.
So from what I understand, and trust me, I've been on the phone all weekend about this, is that his side wanted a 3-game ban. They said, we'll take 3 games. BYU, whether that's the Board of Trustees, university leadership, came back, said, no, it's 7 games.
7 games. And
He believes that's untenable, and therefore he is leaving.
And this is his last year of eligibility, correct?
Yes,
so
correct.
That doesn't make really any sense for him to miss 7 games for his future alone.
Yes.
Honestly, BYU doesn't want him back either. I speculate. I would guess that they just want to be rid of this situation. And regardless of the outcome in court, which I hope, it works itself out appropriately. I suppose that's what the system is designed for. But if BYU were to bring him back in any way, shape, or form at this point, it would be a bad look. I wondered why all this was taking so long, and the answer is probably to find the best outcome for everybody, honestly. Whether that's appropriate or not, and I don't want to speak about the victim necessarily, but BYU still can say we have our standard, we live up to it, and this is our honor code, and we're proud of it. Jake can go find a different place to play.
And Jake will find a place to play. This will allow Jake to go and find a new place and probably be a day 1 starter.
Right.
Because what Jake is alleged to have done and what he has acknowledged that he did is not a crime at any other school. It's not suspension worthy at any other school.
Not any other school, but yeah, most schools.
Yes, most other schools.
Keep an eye on Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's saying, and you know what? He and Notre Dame will have to answer questions about this as soon as he gets there, and that's what I'm saying. BYU just can't have that.
But today's move to just say, look, guys, it was dismissed. Her side dismissed it too.
Yep.
It was a big misunderstanding or whatever you want to say going forward. He now can start day 1. It's a big loss, though. Look, there's a reason BYU would want Jake Retzlaff. He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, and they have a good team.
They're good. He's good. He showed he could win. Put together some absolutely massive drives for BYU. Had some really clutch performances at BYU. He's a good player. This is a major loss for BYU. This is going to be difficult going into a season where I think a lot of guys returned to school and skipped the draft because they wanted to come back knowing that they had a quarterback who could win.
Why did Lloyd just come in here?
I don't know.
It's always disconcerting when Lloyd just walks in, gives Ben a dirty look, and then walks out. Are you in trouble?
He's trying to figure out the temperature in here.
Well, we're artificially adjusting the temperature.
I wouldn't say that out loud. But anyways, this is a big loss for BYU. And whoever starts next year, it's going to be, I don't want to say starting from square one because that's not the case. They've had some quarterbacks in the system. But if it's Bachmeier who comes in, it's a big leap. It's a big gamble on a new player.
Well, it definitely, they would have been a favorite in the conference as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
If he were to play. No, I would not lump them into that category probably.
No, they still have an opportunity. The pathway is there.
We'll see, but who knows?
Yeah, you are asking the most difficult position in all of sports to figure it out nearly on the fly.
Yes.
And A-Rod's going to have to work his wonders again to get somebody up and running.
And who's never done it before.
And Jake, am I wrong? Hatch, am I wrong? This is 4 different starting quarterbacks in 4 years at BYU?
Yeah. If you're talking about day one,
day one starters
of the season, it'd be 4 in 4 years. Now, it's going to be a 3-way battle because you have McKay Hillstead, Trayson Bourget, and then the newly arrived Bear Bachmeyer who factor into this race. But to your point, Ben, it's hard to say that you can just go and replace a guy who led you to an 11-2 record and number 13 overall ranking and say, we're going to be just fine.
And Bachmeyer's never taken a snap, right?
Correct. He went through 2 weeks of spring ball at Stanford. Yeah.
There's just unknowns when it comes to quarterbacks is the great wild card. You know, it turned out when Urban Meyer took the job at Utah in 2003, he inherited a quarterback situation that was arguably the best in the country.
Yeah.
Because Brett Elliott turned out to be really good, and he was the one that Urban picked. Brett got hurt, and Alex Smith came in, and we know the end of that story. I mean, Urban Meyer had no idea. He had the number 1 pick in the draft on his bench. He had no clue. Nobody did.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't expect that at Utah.
John L. Smith's nephew?
Yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah.
The guy who handed the ball to Reggie Bush for his entire high school career, that guy's the number 1. You're kidding.
Yeah.
You know, so there's so much of a randomness to it. I mean, we've seen, how about Hatch back in the 90s? Take a BYU example. How about, what was it? It was Paul Shoemaker v.
Matt Berry?
No, it was pre-Matt Berry.
Oh, no, you're talking...
Is it Engemann?
It was Brett Engemann. Yes, it was Shoemaker and Engemann.
And it turned out that they both stunk.
Yeah.
You know, it was who was going to take the mantle from Sark, right? When Sark left.
Well, Federick kind of took over.
Oh, maybe it was Federick and Shoemaker. That's
Federick and Shoemaker.
It was pre-Engemann.
And then it was Engemann versus kind of the Matt Berry, Lance Pendleton era. Like there was a run there.
Matt Berry v. John Beck. That was that because.
Well, Berry played through 3 different quarterback battles and ended up, the John Beck one was.
And until they got to John Beck, until they got to Brandon Doman, they really didn't have anybody.
Yeah, Doman, let's be honest.
And then they accidentally played Doman, which plays into this beautifully. Lavelle tried to switch Doman to safety for years.
Yep. They were hit bottom barrel with quarterbacks and said, Doman, get in there and give it a shot.
I guess.
And struck gold.
And all of a sudden he's an NFL quarterback. You know, you just never know. That's the hard part.
You don't know. There is a thing about actually being on the field when the lights are the brightest, and some guys flourish and some guys fail. And you can't tell from practice alone, obviously. Because everyone would get it right, and that's not the case.
Jake Heaps is the spitting image of that. Looked great in practice, and games was a different story.
Cam Rising's the flip.
The opposite.
Right? Couldn't win the starting job,
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
he gets out there, and you're like,
yes.
Dude's a game
okay.
winner. Yeah. So, anyways, number 2.
We got to get off this guy. Have you seen him practice? And all of a sudden he's winning conference championships. Who knows?
Yep.
It's crazy. Next.
All right, number 2, the Utah Mammoth complete the NHL entry draft and open minicamp today up in Park City.
Caleb Denoye.
Sounds pretty sweet.
Drafted number 4 overall.
Camp up in Park City.
I do like that this gets started right away. They get up there, they get on the ice. So Caleb, the number 4 overall pick, is going to be up there. He goes by Desi, which is a great nickname. Cole Baudouin from last year is there. TJ Ginla's up there, but he's not really able to fully compete and everything because he had double hip surgery.
Yeah, we're not going to see Desi for probably a year.
Yeah, probably about that.
Usually how it goes. So we'll see. The development, we've got to manage our expectations with this NHL thing. It just goes a little slower than we're used to than the NBA.
And it's exciting. You know, everyone gave Utah very high grades for drafting him. He seems to be universally beloved by his, peers at that age. There seems to be a lot of belief in him as a player. Something he may have slightly lower upside than some of the other stars drafted at the top, but he has won every single place he's gone. That's kind of his reputation. He just wins. So we'll see how quickly he can get into the lineup and probably backs up Logan Cooley at that center position. But a lot of young talent on this team. It's kind of cool.
It is cool, and it's cool to see them build a squad. The big trade was fun to cover last week, and we'll see where they go. They could certainly have gotten some luck lately.
Yeah, it's been a good summer for the Mammoth and for Bill Armstrong.
All right, what's next?
All right, number 3, the Utah Jazz begin summer league practices right now.
This is going to be a pretty loaded summer league roster. Now, that doesn't mean anything. Who cares? But you go down the list, it's going to be all of the young players minus Keontae George and Walker Kessler. But you're talking about Isaiah Collier, no Taylor Hendricks, he's still hurt. Kyle Filipowski, Ace Bailey, John Tonji, Walt Clayton Jr., Bryce Sensabaugh is going to play in Salt Lake City. He's not going to play in Vegas, but he's going to play in Salt Lake. Cody Williams, number 10 overall pick last year. And then you've got a couple of other guys who have signed that are coming in. I don't get the impression Oscar Tshiebwe is going to play, but I think he is with the team still.
All right, so you're going to see some names, some guys that you're going to see. In fact, the Summer League should be full of some interesting prospects.
Yep.
So.
And then a couple of, handful of other names just to fill out the rosters. But I imagine that comes out today. I mean, the practice is happening today, so I suspect we will get a...
Oh, I bet the coaches are running them.
A full roster.
You know what we do on day one?
We run.
Run a
Get
lot.
used to the altitude.
Yeah, that's a thing. Maybe take them hiking or something.
Yeah. Going to Ensign. Run up the hill.
Go to the top of Mount Olympus, man.
But it should be fun. And again, games start on Saturday up at the Huntsman Center because Delta Center is under construction. So you're going to have to go up to Huntsman Center to watch these games, but it should be very cool.
Yeah, it was funny to listen to PK this morning. I remember the last time they had Summer League at the Huntsman Center. It was the Gordon Hayward off season.
Yeah.
And it was Summer League started. It was in the next day maybe after Gordon Hayward left.
I believe that.
But we were up broadcasting on it was PK and I. We were broadcasting on the plaza, and they were doing fun stuff like shooting contests and all that. And I remember Dennis Lindsay walking by us, Ben, and he didn't sit down for an interview. He just walked by us, and his face said 1,000 words.
Yeah, I believe it.
That was a guy who was having a rough go.
What he probably didn't recognize was that basically the second Donovan Mitchell took the floor in Summer League, there was a thing there. There was
Nobody
a buzz.
missed Gordon Hayward.
This
was
buzz.
pre-game one.
There was a real, as soon as he got on it, you thought, oh, this might be okay. Jazz might be okay, because it was Donovan Mitchell versus Jason Tatum just going head-to-head at each other, and it was really a fun matchup there. So, I don't think you need to expect Ace Bailey or Walt Clayton Jr. or anyone to be Donovan Mitchell day one, but there's going to be a real buzz around this team. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Ace.
That is the interesting thing about Summer League. There are a lot of not Donovan Mitchell. A lot.
Yeah.
And as far as refereeing goes, there's also a lot of not Dick Bavetta. Well, no, bad example. Who's a good official? Oh,
Kennedy.
Our guy Billy Kennedy.
Billy
Yes,
Kennedy.
he is a good official.
Billy Kennedy knows what he's doing.
There's a lot of not Billy Kennedys in the
Scott
Summer
Foster.
League. You know what I mean?
A lot of guys liking to call fouls.
Well, isn't that a training ground? Ben, you know this. Isn't it a training ground for officials? They're bringing G League officials and the like in to give them a try.
Yeah.
It's an audition for everybody.
And there's unlimited amount of fouls in the Summer League. So they're not going to let a foul go uncalled. And it does make for a clunky game.
Yeah.
But fun nonetheless. I shouldn't discourage people from going because Summer League does have its charm for sure.
And you know what? I'm really curious to see how Cody Williams looks. Has he made any progress?
I hope he's fat.
He's not.
Because you can trim fat, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he needed the bulk to begin with, like Mac in Always Sunny.
You saw I've seen some workout videos of him that the Jazz have posted. He doesn't look fat. He does look more muscular, but I don't think he's put on a ton of weight.
He just can't be. He just got pushed around so much last year.
Yeah. But you know what? Isaiah and Keontae were both at the press conference yesterday and apparently went to dinner with Ace Bailey and Tanji and with Walt Clayton. That's a real investment in those guys. I think you're bringing those guys around to meet the young core. That means they're a part of the young core.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what they've got. I mean, that's going to be the direction going forward. We just, talked about that for an entire segment.
Yep.
Which should be more appealing, I think, than who's going to play.
Yeah. I think you roll the ball out and guys can win jobs. I think there's going to be jobs won and lost, I don't think it's going to be artificially putting players on the floor. I think everyone's going to get a chance. But I don't think they're going to overload players who aren't capable of being out there.
Oh, I think they'll do that to Ace Bailey.
Yeah, well, Ace is going to play. Yes,
Yeah.
Ace would be the exception in that conversation.
Yeah.
But, I think there's a chance if Cody's not playing better than he was last year, he won't play. He'll just be in the G League all year.
Well, he shouldn't play if he's playing like he did
Agreed.
last year.
It didn't help him.
No.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Lance and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is. Like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hatch, usually it's you and me where people get misunderstood about who they are. Hatch just called me DJ.
Yep.
Which I'm going to take as a compliment. I think very highly of David James.
Sure.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, the You're My Best Friend Tour, October 26th at Delta Center. Tickets go on sale, or went on sale last Friday, but you can listen coming up on Wednesday for your chance to win right here on The Zone. Ben, I know you were following the Bezos wedding closely over the weekend, as was I. Mm-hmm. And all the reports are that, and you're a fan of this woman, Sydney Sweeney she was the one like taking all the attention, like even more so than the bride. And you may ask yourself, why is this relevant?
Oh, I know why. Oh, why it's relevant. Okay.
For us.
Yeah.
Well, it could be relevant for many different reasons. Relevant to us that one of the people she was, actually the two people that I found interesting that she was kind of canoodling with, one, Orlando Bloom, because he just broke up with Katy Perry, so that certainly is scandalous. But two, Mr. Tom Brady.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Tom Brady, the GOAT, the legendary Patriots quarterback. And it got me thinking, whether you know it or not, most people have a type.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. Somebody once pointed out to me that I had a type because I never thought I did. But then looking back on it, yeah, I have a type.
Okay.
Pretty easy to pin down what Tom's is.
Okay.
Looking at his previous relationships.
Sure.
Supermodel, and
actor, but
supermodel.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I watched season 1 of The White Lotus. I mean, she seems fine, but she's not the best actor I've ever seen in my life.
5'3", short.
Anywho, yeah, Tom has a type. And how about that for a revenge girlfriend?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like Giselle has the jiu-jitsu
guy.
Yeah.
I'm going for 23-year-old
the next hot starlet.
However old she is.
I think he tried it with Kim Kardashian and then was like, I can't go down this crazy. So I can't be on TV. So.
Oh, she's 27.
Anyway, chatting it up with Tom.
How old's Tom? 47? That's a 20-year age difference. Come on, Tom.
Do you think that matters to Tom?
No, I don't think it matters to Tom, but I like when people meet someone they really vibe with and fall in love.
Tom's following the Derek Jeter playbook.
I don't know.
Let's be real here.
Yeah. I don't know if Tom has the ability to do all this.
Because Tom got married. Derek Jeter's whole thing
but
was
he
wasn't going to be...
since...
Oh, since not being married, yeah. Because Jeter's thing was, like, the day he retired, he got married or something like that. Like, he retired and then immediately got married.
Correct, yes.
It's like, I'll do my thing while I'm playing.
Yeah.
And he was famous for the gift basket or the signed bat to send him away.
Which is hilariously polite.
I had to call an Uber and I put a signed bat in the back. And the guy asked me who it was.
I said, I don't know. I had no idea who he was.
Still wearing my date night clothes and carrying a baseball bat.
Okay, that visual is funny.
Carrying a bat for heels in one hand and a baseball bat over your shoulder on the other. Oh, I see you were at Jeter's.
I've seen this before. That's funny. That is funny, a bat. Couldn't you give her something more discreet? A bat. A big poster, like, framed. You know what I mean?
Headshot.
With a autograph on there. Can I put this in the trunk?
Yeah. Give me a baseball card. At least I can conceal it. Throw it in my clutch. Take it around.
Oh, man. So anyway, I thought you'd be interested in the latest and greatest.
Well, rooting for Orlando Bloom and Katy Perry. I hope they both
You
find
hope
love.
they rebound?
No, I hope they both find happiness elsewhere.
Separately.
Yeah.
Separately.
Maybe.
You I don't know if this is true or not, but did you read part of the reason anyway for the fallout?
No.
He apparently thought it was silly that she did the space thing and she was like, I'm an astronaut.
She made it a part of her identity.
Like that was like her thing. Like that was such a big deal to her. And he was like, no, that was kind of.
Which is something kids do, right? Like
it is.
You're going to take
childish.
your kids to Legoland coming up. Spoiler. Sorry, I hope your kids aren't listening. One of your kids is going to come back and be like, my identity is I'm a Lego person. Like I went once and now my whole identity is I love Legos. Katy Perry takes a higher than average normal commercial flight that goes like 10,000 feet higher than, wherever you're going.
Your normal Delta Airlines thing. Yeah.
She's like, well, I'm getting a tattoo. I'm getting an astronaut tattoo. I'm buying my own suit.
And she gets back and he's like, you're getting us killed online. You got to stop with this stuff. And she's like, how dare you not respect my astronautness?
Yeah, my altitude.
I'm basically Buzz Aldrin, and you're walking around here like I didn't do something. Funny reason for a breakup.
Pretty tough.
Life is funny.
That was a PR swing that her team made to send her into space that has failed as badly as any I've ever seen.
Giant misunderstanding of how that was going to be perceived.
And everyone else on that flight is thrilled because they have pretty much dodged the bullet because Katie has taken all of them.
Yeah. Like, who else was on there? Gayle King?
Gayle was on it, yeah.
Yeah, it was a bunch of kind of celebrities. You know how I know it's not the same as Buzz Aldrin? Because do you know who the first one Musk shot into space? Was Bill Shatner.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, if it was really that big a deal, like, they wouldn't be firing 98-year-old Bill Shatner or whatever it is into space. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm sure Orlando was like, dude, Bill did that like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, he's geriatric.
By the way, if you've never seen Bill Shatner's cover of Rocket Man, do yourself a favor. I have no idea where that came from, if that was some random TV show or something, but that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Google William Shatner Rocket Man. We could even do this on air because there is obviously a singing component, but it is very strange. All right, well, more coming up next.
He tried to be a musician for a while there, yeah.
I see. Thank you. All right. Want to remind you before we go, Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be in studio with Hans and Scotty today to help with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. We'll talk more Jazz basketball coming up right around the corner. Other NBA stuff too, Ben.
Including the weirdest comment ever from LeBron James's team. We got to talk about this. I need you to tell me what I'm reading.
Okay.
Will you walk me through it?
This is my favorite stuff.
Because I have no idea what I'm reading when I look through this thing. I got this text yesterday while I was working in the yard, the alert from Shams, and I could not decipher for the life of me if I was having a stroke or if I just am an idiot or if they said something wrong. So I need you to walk me through it.
Well, it's all of it.
Okay.
It's all of the
I hope
above.
it's not a stroke.
Well, it could have been. It was hot yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
I thought for a brief second I might be having a stroke yesterday.
Heat stroke.
Yeah. Stay tuned. More straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With everything Utah Jazz related. With the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, everybody. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, it's almost July. You know, it's summer vacation time. Hopefully people out there, much like our buddy Christian, are taking a vacation. And listen, have you thought about your retirement before and what you want it to be like? Maybe you want it to be the endless summer vacation. Maybe you want to travel. Maybe you want to do the RV thing. Maybe you want to enter the boating world. Well, listen, whatever you envision your retirement to be, you can obtain it. Certainly, you've got to set the right goals and then make the right moves to get there. And if you're anything like me, you need a little advice. You need a little help. And Trajan wants to be a team of folks that are on your side to help you establish the right goals and then show you what you have to do to get there. So go to TrajanWealth.com right now. A great website, a terrific place to start. Or call them, 801-899-7600. They'll do a free consultation with you, sit down with you for free and show you exactly what they can do. 801-899-7600. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a bank buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low bank buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. All right, Ben, let's talk some overall NBA news here. It was a big weekend for Clutch.
Yeah, let me pull up this quote from Rich Paul. Rich Paul is, of course, the agent for LeBron James. LeBron James did something different. He picked up his player option.
Now, do we know if it was Adele or was it actually Rich Paul?
I think this is a quote. This is a quote from Paul.
Okay.
At least it says so.
All right. But probably Adele.
And let's lay this out. We know how LeBron has always, he does a 1-year deal with the second-year player option.
Yeah.
And every year he opts out of his player option and signs another deal like this so he can keep getting paid. For the first time, he's picked up his player option, which I think to a lot of people signals this is the end of his career, right? This will be his last year. Picks up his player option. There was an Instagram video where he was talking about how his wife, Savannah, wants him to retire this year or next. Like, she wants him done. He's talked about being close to being done. Got his son to the NBA, etc. Bryce James would potentially get drafted next year, his other son. So we'll see. Here's a message, though, from Rich Paul that I can't figure out what they're saying.
All right.
So I'm going to read it to you, and I need you to explain it to me.
Okay.
LeBron wants to compete for a championship. He knows the Lakers are building for a future. He understands that, but he values a realistic chance of winning it all. We're very appreciative of the partnership that we've had for 8 years with Jeannie Buss and Rob Pelinka and consider the Lakers as a critical part of his career. We understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage in his life and career. He wants to make every season he has left count, and the Lakers understand that, are supportive, and wants what's best for him. So, where I'm confused on this is the entire storyline about LeBron was that if he wanted to win with the Lakers in his final year, he would have to take a major pay cut so they could sign other good players. Otherwise, they don't have enough money to sign other players. They'll have the mid-level exception, but every team in the NBA basically has. That's like 20 teams have it right now. And I don't know if people are going to sign up to be there for 1 year. They're about to lose Dorian Finney-Smith. He opted out of his contract. I think surprised some people. They need a center. I don't think they're going to get Walker Kessler. So is this message LeBron saying, I would love to win, but more importantly, I got my $50 million, and that's why I opted in, and that's what's most important to me, and that's the year that counts? Is he telling them he wants to explore trades? Is he putting a gun to their head and saying, you guys got to get better, otherwise I'm going to demand a trade? I just couldn't really understand what was the message here. He wants to compete for a championship. He knows they're building for the future. He values a realistic chance to win it all. But he's not doing anything to make sure they get closer to winning because he's opting into his deal and taking all $50 million. And he also wants to do what's best for LeBron at this point in his career. I just couldn't quite. It just kind of felt like a lot of stray shots going all different directions. I couldn't tell what was going on.
Are you capable of doing a petty voice, impersonating like somebody who's being petty?
Okay.
Because you should read that quote from a different angle.
Okay. Less sincere.
Less sincere, more spiteful.
Okay.
More, I don't know. I feel like 17-year-old mean girl getting back at somebody.
Okay. I get it.
Can you read it through that angle? And I'm joking about the impression. He is sticking it to the Lakers.
Okay.
And he's calling him crappy on his way out the door.
Okay.
Adele is twisting one last arm for LeBron because the Lakers hosed him and made him watch Luka play basketball and traded for Luka in the middle of the night and didn't tell him about it and sent another clutch client out to trade for Luka. He doesn't want to be there. He's going to twist the arm. He's not going to do him any favors because he can't get $53 million likely on the free agent market, certainly not with a team who's any good.
Right.
But he doesn't care about the health of the Lakers. In fact, he's demeaning how good the Lakers are. He's saying this team sucks.
Yes.
And we know that it's part of the plan to suck, which it's not, by the way, because you don't trade for Luka Doncic and plan on sucking. Yeah. So that's not even the strategy of the franchise. That's LeBron's like, oh, this team sucks and is going to suck because that's their plan. It's not.
Right.
So this is insulting LA. This is twisting their arm. And this is him saying, I want to play somewhere else. It is.
I do think that it is. I think you are right. I think at the very least he's putting pressure on them that he may consider that. Now, the reason he opts into this deal is this current contract has a no-trade clause. So he now can dictate if he does ask out, which does feel like this might be the first step of the sandcastle starting to crumble. If he can say, okay, just wash it out completely and start rebuilding somewhere else. You guys rebuild your sandcastle here. I'm going to be with the team of my choosing where I think I can win a title. But when he says this is Rich Paul, we're very appreciative of the partnership that we've had for 8 years with Jeannie and Rob and consider the Lakers as a critical part of his career, that doesn't say LeBron is committed to finishing his career with the Lakers. It's just like, wow, what a run we've had.
Yeah, he burned it down, and now he's out. Yeah. ...
And that's the question of next. And that's what I'm glad, I'm glad you're walking me through this, because that was, I felt like, am I crazy? Like, he's opting into his deal. He needed to take less to help them win, but he's not doing that. But he still says he's value winning championships. So he does, but maybe he doesn't think he can win one in L.A., so he's trying to figure out a different way to get one.
Do you think LeBron and Adele cared about Cleveland when they forced them to sign Tristan Thompson for a decade?
No.
Tristan Thompson might be still on their team on that contract.
Right.
Or J.R. Smith. Do you think he cared about that at all?
Right.
No, he cared about delivering for other clutch clients, and he knew he was going to leave Cleveland anyway. So it didn't matter.
By the way,
right?
Tristan is still on the Cavaliers.
Yes! Oh. No, LeBron's sticking it to the Lakers at the same time getting what he wants, which is to play for another team.
Yeah. This may be the second time Tristan's been there, but regardless, yeah.
Honestly, I mean, I'm sure they like Tristan, and you're there for a while. You get to like a player or whatever. But the point is, they gave him a max deal, a max extension on his rookie deal, and he was not deserving of that. He was not that kind of player, but he was a clutch guy, and so is J.R. Smith. And so Cleveland was keeping LeBron happy by signing those two deals. But the point is, LeBron didn't give two whats about the health of the Cleveland Cavaliers franchise.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
They might be still paying J.R. Smith for all I know, even though he's going to college and playing golf.
Yeah.
They're out for them, which is a way you can do business. But if I'm teams, I'm wary of that sort of stuff. And the Lakers are in a weird spot because they made the decision about LeBron when they traded for Luka Doncic. They're going to move him. I would bet on it.
It's hard to do because it's LeBron. But, yeah, for the first time, I think there's a real chance that he gets shopped. And it's one of those things that they're going to do quietly. And even though LeBron has kind of put them on notice. But I could see it.
No, this is also, you can't break up with me, I'm breaking up with you. Okay. This is part of that. You know, I'm going to imply that I want to go somewhere else or whatever because the Lakers made this decision mid-season. I think. I bet they were begging him not to pick it up. Just go somewhere else. Clean break. All good.
I'm trying to figure out how to make this deal work. It's almost impossible to make this deal work. I'm trying to trade him to the Cavaliers, and it doesn't work. It's like, that would be fitting. LeBron gets to go and finish his career. Again, the Cavs, because they're over the tax apron, can't even entertain this type of deal because you can't put two salaries together to acquire him, and unless they were trading, they can't take any money back more. So it's just not possible. They don't have a player who makes more than LeBron does. So there's no way they can trade for LeBron. So the Cavaliers are out. And that's the hard part. You have to find a team that has enough money to take LeBron back, to trade back, and $52 million that's not over the second apron, which only a couple of teams are.
But that's not Adele's problem.
No, it's not. And you know what? A team that honestly could probably do it, which this is where I would really my antenna would go up, would be like the Clippers. Because he doesn't have to leave. He doesn't have to change anything about his life. He gets to stay in L.A. He's still LeBron. Kids don't have to move. No, I don't think his kids live with him anymore. Wife doesn't have to move. Doesn't have to sell his house.
Did the Clippers get James Harden to re-up just to deal him across town?
Sell him to the Lakers.
No, Harden's a clutch guy too. He'd be there. They'd have to figure something else out.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm just trying to figure out who this would even, how you would get this to work. But I'm glad you walked me through that because, yes, I honestly was trying to figure out, is he laying the groundwork to be traded?
Yes.
Maybe it's New York.
It's not going to be L.A. Well, if it is going to be L.A., it means that there's truly not a market for LeBron James. And I can't imagine that. There's some team somewhere that's going to buy into LeBron's last year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe even give him another year.
Yeah, but what's her name wants him home?
Well, she might have to deal with one more year of LeBron being LeBron.
Well, Giselle couldn't handle it.
It's true.
And now Tom's off cavorting with Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, maybe LeBron saw that and said, hey,
I'm going to keep playing forever. The other notable thing about Rich Paul over the weekend, and again, let me back up. Have you ever seen, I think it was at the Source Awards, or it might have been the BET Awards, but have you ever seen the speech Suge Knight gave where he talked about Diddy? And by the way, I know Diddy's in the news, but this is like this is like late 90s, early 2000s or whatever. And Suge Knight says, do you really want a music producer who's in all the videos dancing, taking all the attention?
Uh-huh.
Did you see the video that Rich Paul released of him talking to Matt Ishbia about making Malowich the number 10 pick, them picking him at number 10?
I did.
This is the most ridiculous non-factor video ever. I can't imagine why anybody would send it out other than he's embarrassed his client slid to 10 and he had to make it look like he was doing his job.
I don't.
If you haven't seen it, he videos a phone call of him with Matt Ishbia and says, I'm just going to give you a name. If you're, still picking at 10, do you like this guy? And he gave the name, and Ishbia's like, yeah, that's our
number
dude.
one guy.
Yeah, that's our, and Rich Paul says, oh, done deal. Like, he didn't do anything.
Yeah, my question is, when did that video come out? When did that video come out?
It came out this weekend. That's
no,
what I thought.
but like, when was the video made?
The draft night.
That was draft night. That was during the draft.
That was during the draft.
Okay. So what he realizes, he had done the work. And by the way, this was pretty apparent if you had just kind of walked through mock drafts. Like, Malowich, who was, Cooper Flagg's teammate at Duke, was either going to go 9 to Toronto or 10 to Phoenix. There was kind of some rumor that maybe like Brooklyn would take him at 8. But again, once you get to that point, and he even says in this video, he says, if Brooklyn doesn't take him at 8, you're our number one selection, which nobody wants to go play in Canada because of the taxes, et cetera, et cetera. They just lost Masai Ujiri. So there's some things there. You're right. That's a non-call. It looks like a flex that I redirected my guy to you.
Uh-huh.
When
and
really,
it was not that.
My guy's slipping. This was his basement. So we're going to call and say we're going to make another call and make sure that the Raptors don't draft him. And he could say, hey, we don't want our guy. If you're 1A, 1B with Malowich, don't draft him. Draft Colin Murray Boyles. And they took Colin Murray Boyles. But you're right. It was an entire nothing video that made it look like he was flexing, and he wasn't doing it.
He was not doing that.
Yeah.
He didn't make the Suns take him.
Right.
They're like, oh, yeah, he's our dude. But anyway, the point is, we were talking about Joe Ingles just signed a new deal with Minnesota somehow. What is he making, Hatch? $3.5 million?
$3.6 million for a 12th NBA season.
Bet minimum.
His agent is Mark Bartelstein, and I know that's kind of a dirty word around here because he was Gordon Hayward's agent too. But honestly, if you kind of knew the instructions that his client gave him, he executed them perfectly.
Yeah.
But Mark Bartelstein is a good agent. He is. He was Britton Johnson's agent. Talk to Britton about him. I mean, he just talks about representing his interests and being actually, concerned about his clients and on and on and on. Mark Bartelstein is a good agent. Do you even know what Mark Bartelstein looks like?
No.
How many videos has Mark Bartelstein sent out?
Yeah. Right. He's not doing that.
All he's doing is getting Joe Ingles, who is 105 and hasn't been able to walk in 2 years, another contract in the NBA.
Yeah. More generational money.
Like, that's what good agents do.
Mm-hmm.
Not video. Bartelstein sends out a video of him talking to whoever it is. Who is the executive in Minnesota now? Oh, it's the old Denver guy.
Yeah.
Being like, yeah, I know we can't walk. But listen, he's your guy. Get him to sign. Come on. Like, that'd be a video I'd want to see. But I don't think Bartelstein's doing that. Like, dude, what is that? What are the motivations of Clutch and LeBron and all this stuff? And it's like so self-involved and not what it's supposed to be about. That's the reason I would want nothing to do with Clutch clients. You just sign up for a whole lot of headache. The Lakers now are faced with the possibility where they're going to get strong-armed into a trade that, as you just pointed out, is nearly impossible to make anywhere.
You're right that the agent should show up when they're cleaning something up or celebrating a victory lap that's like a legit victory lap. But otherwise, yeah, this move from Rich Paul's weird.
Listen, Ace Bailey has a good agent, not good manager.
Correct.
He has a good agent. You know how I know that? Because the agent took to some random platform that he knew everybody was going to see and said the right things on behalf of his client.
Right.
Which is their job.
Right. Otherwise, you didn't know who he was. You never heard of him. You won't see him again.
Rich Paul didn't get Malowich drafted. Rich Paul sent out a self-promotional video of him doing nothing. What is the point of that? I don't think, and we make jokes about Adele, but Mark Bartelstein isn't in a celebrity relationship.
Yeah, I have no idea. Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
In fact, if I were a client, I wouldn't want to know the marital status of my agent. I don't care.
Right. It's not up to me.
I don't care one bit.
Yeah.
Are you delivering for me or
Are you
not?
married to me? That's who I want you to be married to. Be married to my career. Because that's what I need you for.
I said this during the pandemic, and some people were offended. But when the bubble was going on, I said if I were a player, I would challenge my agent to give me 5 separate contraband items and say, I demand it in this room. Like, I want a ping pong table so I can play doubles ping pong. Go through all the nitpicky rules, and I want to break all of these. I want this in my room in 24 hours. If not, you're fired. Because that's how you find out if you have a good agent.
If you have a good agent.
Yeah.
Can they get the system?
Are you going to smuggle stuff into Disneyland for me or not?
That was a weird time in our lives. Very much strange segment that no one wants to remember. Free agency does open tonight.
I don't care if you have to bribe the mouse or the duck or whatever. But like if you're Jimmy Butler, I want 30 pounds of coffee.
Sure.
30 pounds. Unground, untaxed, showed up in my room tomorrow.
Air sealed.
Or you're fired.
Free agency opens at 4 o'clock. A little less than 5 hours from now. Jazz have the full mid-level exception. They have biannual exception, which is like $5 million. Mid-level exception is like 14. Like, again, I said, I think like 20 teams have the mid-level exception, meaning the Jazz are going to be the 20th as far as any interest in signing in Utah, and I don't think the Jazz are looking to add a bunch of expenses to their roster.
You know what? I drafted NBA free agency opening day in our What You Got Wednesday last week, favorite off-the-court sports things. And it was a silly pick because it doesn't matter anymore. Nobody worth signing is leaving anyway.
Yeah, there's a
Julius Randle re-upped in Minnesota.
Yeah, he's already signed. Nas Reed's already signed. Yeah, everyone gets their deal done now because the NBA recently changed a rule where teams can negotiate with their own players the day the NBA Finals ends, or it's the day after the NBA Finals ends. So everyone's been in conversation, and if you want to sign a guy, you get the deal done, which I think is pretty telling about Walker Kessler, that there was no deal done with the Utah Jazz, and that I just wouldn't expect one to get done this summer. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I wrote this yesterday. He'll be a restricted free agent next summer, which I'm surprised more teams don't use to their favor. Why sign a guy a year early? Other than to keep him happy, and that is a big part of it.
Well, that's why they lost Gordon Hayward.
Yeah, Gordon Hayward was unhappy. They didn't give him a max deal right away. They let him hit restricted free agency. They made him go find the deal, and then they matched it. Mm-hmm. And he was mad about that for the rest of his career.
And started a dang 4-year plot to screw over the franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true bitterness. It really is.
Well, he's a wacko. Gordon Hayward, with all due respect, really thought highly of Gordon Hayward.
Well, listen, the smart play now that players can actually have an opinion on where they play, even if they're under contract. The smart thing is just to take the dough. And the teams are giving more than maybe they would usually give because the way it goes from a team perspective is I'll just sign the deal and figure it out down the road.
Yeah.
Because at least then I'm flipping for assets. Now, the second apron may complicate that a little bit, but it's still it's way in Minnesota's best interest to sign Nas Reed even though they don't have any money.
Yes.
Because they could trade him, I guess not tomorrow, but they could trade him when they could trade him and still get something.
You would think. Though the Jazz just got nothing for Colin Sexton.
But think about that. Well, Nas Reed's probably a more valuable player than Colin Sexton.
Absolutely.
And look at how Boston so quickly shed all that salary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
right.
If you really have to pull the ripcord, you can.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, somebody's going to trade for Kristaps Porzingis. I love John Collins. I can't believe there's not more of a market for him.
Agreed.
Because he's like a modern NBA big that really could help a bunch of teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Plays 2 front court positions.
But you could always find a spot for Kristaps. They could always find a spot for Jaylen Brown. If they want to shed that contract, it's not going to be a problem.
Derek White. Yeah, they can get rid of money.
Now, maybe that backfires on you, but even the old maid Bradley Beal got moved, you know?
He did.
There's a pigeon somewhere.
Yeah.
And apparently there are a lot of dumb teams, because seriously, John Collins, what did he shoot? He was 50, 40?
85.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plays his tail off.
Yeah.
And not to marry two conversations, but we were talking about the narrative around Utah and how it's impossible to shake. Heaven forbid you get labeled as an overpaid, underperforming guy. Because everybody still has Atlanta Hawks John Collins cemented into their brain. And you can't shake that once you've got it. Jordan Clarkson is the shoot-happy sixth man no matter what, because that's what he got known for. That was the narrative around him. And even that season where he was basically the starting point guard for the Jazz and had a great year, everybody's like, I don't know. I still think he's the shoot-first guy you bring off the bench.
Yeah.
And maybe that's true because that's what he ended up going back to being.
Right.
But you can't once you get labeled as something, it's like near impossible to figure it out. John Collins, look at his numbers.
He's a good player.
He's going to help anybody. And the Jazz told him he was going to come off the bench last year. And what did he do? He played harder.
Yeah, right.
He didn't pout.
Right.
He played harder. He made it so, like, you can't keep me off the floor.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I truly think he was probably the Jazz's best player last year.
How could you not trade for that guy? Speaking of the Lakers, they could need John Collins.
And that's what I do wonder, if some of these teams, and, you could say the same thing about Colin Sexton, other than there are more good guards because there's just more 6'3" people on the planet than there are 6'9" people on the planet. But I wonder if after free agency settles, a lot of the money gets spent, some of the teams miss out and say, we didn't get the guy we hoped to get, but we still want to improve our talent. If that's when a market will emerge for John Collins. And I don't expect it to be a great market, but at least somebody willing to do a trade where maybe the Jazz don't have to attach assets to get off of him. And then I wonder if maybe the Jazz moved off of Collins too early, though I would imagine Austin, Danny, Justin Zanuck surveyed the market, said this is what we think is going to happen, and in a month or 3 weeks or 2 weeks even when free agency settles down, we just don't think there's going to be a market for Collins that's any better than there is right now, but maybe there will be for John.
All right, stay tuned. A lot of interesting stuff certainly going on in the NBA, and we'll see what the free agency period looks like, but I don't know if it's going to be all that. Maybe some big trades.
I mean, DeAndre Ayton just hit the market. That is interesting.
Yikes.
I mean, yeah, I don't want him, but someone will pay him because he is 7 feet tall.
Pay him what, though?
I don't know. He'll get the mid-low exception. He'll get $14 million.
Okay, well, yeah, but...
Oh, you know what? Milwaukee. Even though I think they're over I don't know where they are in their cap situation, but that has Milwaukee written all over it to me. So look and see how much money they have.
Milwaukee should self-relegate itself. That's what bad shape they're in. They should trade Giannis and be like, you know what, we're going to do the G League for a couple of years and figure this thing out. Their salary is so bananasly bad.
Time out. We're going to go down.
Figure it out.
We got to get, the baseball player who needs to get set down to AAA just to, get some reps that don't mean anything.
Reform some stuff. Get some lower salaries for a little while. And then we'll play our way back.
We're going to be in Omaha next weekend.
Yeah. That's how it's going to go. Milwaukee's in terrible shape. They have to trade Giannis, honestly.
Yeah.
And they probably won't, and then they'll be on the fast train to nowhere.
Yeah. They might already be there.
We'd like to announce we're
they have the full mid-level exception.
Swapping places with the Agua Caliente Clippers.
Right. They're getting a promotion.
They're going up.
Yeah.
We're gonna be down for a little bit, and we'll hopefully see you in a couple of years.
Oh, I've never been more sure of anything in my life than DeAndre Ayton to the Milwaukee Bucks. No bad decision has ever felt more obvious to me than that one.
That would be such a bad decision. He's such a bad player. The Jazz just traded for Yusuf Nurkic, somebody that Phoenix wanted more than DeAndre Ayton.
Correct.
And then immediately regretted that decision.
Had to give up a pick to get off of him.
Immediately regretted it.
Yes, they did.
We want to get into Yusuf. Lateral movement, not
a thing.
Not his strong suit.
Nor vertical.
Very much an Enes Kanter kind of guy.
A plant.
Can't play Kanter.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. I can't call him. I can't get used to freedom. I called him Kanter forever.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us. When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Any Hour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City this Friday and Saturday. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty coming up on Wednesday from noon to 3, and JJ and Alex from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Order half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue, pre-smoked by Kenny himself. So make sure and check that out. Ben, we can circle back around to make it local, but I did want to ask you, because I think it's a huge story, but somebody that we knew for a brief time here in Utah, but Malik Beasley is under federal investigation into gambling-related NBA, shaving points and basically controlling prop bets, and
which is the way to rig gambling. Hard to rig the outcome of a game. You can do it.
Well, it's certainly been done,
but prop bets is
are
easy.
easy,
right? Over unders on made threes.
That's
especially
why
if you're hitting the
several
under.
states, even though they've made sports gambling legal, have the policy of they don't do prop bets on college games.
Yeah.
I don't think Nevada is one of them, but there are several that have done that. Because, prop bets are it's easy to manipulate. So,
this report also came out about Terry Rozier a few months ago, and I've not seen anything come of it. So, and basically what they see is there's some weird betting lines come out or weird money gets thrown quickly at a specific bet, and then that bet pays off for somebody. And then they wonder, okay, why did Malik Beasley have this outlier of a night, on a night when somebody put all this money up? And that's really how it works. But, and he's innocent until proven guilty. Again, this might be another Terry Rozier situation where nothing comes of it, and maybe something still happens with Terry Rozier. But this has been the problem with Malik Beasley his whole career. He is pretty talented. He's one of the best shooters in the world. He just can't put two good decisions in a row. He can't make two good decisions back to back. He does something good, then he takes a step back. He had a good year in Minnesota and then pulled a gun on a family who pulled into his driveway. Okay? And then I think figured that out and then had an issue with was it Larsa Pippen?
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, had an issue with.
Well, he was dating her before Michael.
Yeah. It's just like.
I don't know if there was an issue. I think he just was dating her.
But I think they got into domestic fights or something. It's just like he can't quite build off of any positive momentum he has. And look, this will ruin your career. Apparently, Shams reported this yesterday that he was lining up to sign a $40 million free agency deal with the Pistons this offseason.
Well, who's the kid we just saw from Toronto get banned for life?
Yeah,
Is it Jonte Porter?
Jonte Porter.
Yeah.
Well, and there's reports out there, right, that Beasley's actually kind of catching strays from Porter because they started really monitoring it, and then they've turned what they've found over to the feds, and that's kind of I don't know this for a fact, but I did read about that. Maybe that's where this is coming from.
Well, this stems from when he was with the Bucks, right?
Yes, I believe so.
It's not this past season with the Pistons.
No.
It's when he was with the Bucks the previous year. Right. Started 77 games that year.
Right. No,
Listen,
he's a good player.
This plays into the argument. I'm going to take it in a little different direction. If Beasley rigged, with shaving points or whatever, he should be banned for life. That is the punishment. Sayonara. I'm sorry, he can't make decisions. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But the reason that I think that this is a good thing, and that I would add that making gambling legal, and bear with me here, don't rush to judgment on my take so fast, but may have, because I know gambling isn't the most popular thing here, but it may have a positive ramification in this sense. The books, the legal sports books, are the ones getting ripped off. And so they're going to be the ones to sniff it out. Does that make any sense? You could make an argument that having gambling more above board is actually going to police this stuff more. Because your bookie, your off the books illegal bookie, isn't going to care who's shaving points or not, right?
Well, he can't control it. What's he going to do?
But Caesars, just to pick a giant sports book, right? Caesars cares very much because they're the ones getting ripped off.
Yeah, to make a comparison.
So they're going to give the feds all the betting information that you want. And the way they catch this stuff is, I don't know, did they mention the specific bets? But Malik Beasley's under on 3 points made is 5.5.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, $10 million comes in on the under. It's very easy to spot when you're looking for it.
Right. And generally, I think a lot of these come when the guy's like, I got hurt in the second quarter. And they're like, what do you mean you got hurt? You played 4 minutes, enough to qualify the bet, and then you're out? Whatever it is. Yeah,
there's all this other stuff that then you look into. But my point is that there's somebody motivated to do it. And there's somebody that will cooperate with, in this case, the feds, to actually police this, which is the danger to the legitimacy of professional sports. We all know it.
Yeah.
And this is a delicate dance that a lot of people were worried would corrupt. And maybe you could make an argument that if this player is doing this, it's corrupt. But I would say that this has probably been present for a long time, and this is a way that they can police it because now they have the data and can cooperate, as opposed to when before so much of it was off board and under the table and illegal, frankly, that how much of this stuff could have been going on and nobody would even know it.
It would have been easier to fix bets 5 years ago than it is today.
Yes.
Because you find whatever. I never placed bets like that in my life.
To your point, you have sports books now monitoring this.
Right.
You have the feds monitoring this.
Yeah.
There is more oversight on this than there ever has been.
Yes.
Right. Versus the guy at the bar who's like, yeah,
I'll take that action.
2-1.
Right.
On Malik Beasley threes. And someone's like, great, I put $2,000 on it. I know Malik. I told him I need this $2,000. Malik, hook it up, buddy.
And if you don't think that whatever you want to call them, illegal bookies take action like that, look into what happened with Shohei and the kind of action that that particular bookie was taking. There there are bookies that take huge amounts of money.
Yeah.
And so that's just unmonitored, whereas Caesars is going to say, okay, this is not right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at all these athletes guys like Floyd Mayweather, who you see how much money he bets every time he makes a show of it and he tweets out his receipts and whatever. It's like those guys have been betting on sports all the time.
Oh, those big books know every one of those guys by name.
Right. Those guys have been betting on sports even before it was legal, though, and they have these types of bookies that would take these types of bets, right? They didn't just be like, let me get into the sports betting business. I guess it's legal now for some of these areas. Like, they've been doing this for a long time, even in areas where it wasn't legal to do it.
But Malik Beasley,
not saying Floyd Mayweather specifically, but to your point, Shohei's guy or Shohei himself or whoever it was, this has been happening.
But, I mean, look at these schemes. Like, I don't know what Malik did or if he did not do it. But, like, his cousin and 10 of his buddies showed up and paid bet $100,000 per person. They're going to catch that easily.
You're right.
And I don't think that was the case before.
That's probably true. I mean, to the fact where how many basketball players have gotten in trouble for betting on sports in our lifetime?
Well, before.
Well, no, I'm just saying, period. Now I think it's 3. And it's Jonte Porter, Terry Rozier, and Malik Beasley. Yeah. And it's all happened since they legalized sports, right? I'm sure there are some names here and there. But
you know what? I bet you money that stuff was happening before.
Of course.
I mean, you can look into the Arizona State scandal or the Boston College one or whatever, but it was happening. Tim Donaghy. I mean, all the stuff. Like, they weren't one-off. I know the NBA wanted to play it as though these are one-off things. That wasn't true.
No, I think that's a fair point you're making.
If bringing it above board will police it because somebody's motivated to police it, well,
now it's regulated.
They're going to find these guys.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it was harder to shave points back during the Arizona State thing. You actually had to hit the number. And was it the dude at Arizona State? His whole thing was you can win the game, just don't hit the spread, right? Because they were still really good that year.
Yeah.
But strangely, the spread was 5 and they won by 4.
For every game.
Every game.
Yep.
And that guy was their point guard and had the ball in his hands at all times. It's much easier than that now. But where the hard part is getting away with the bets.
Yeah.
And maybe you find it 3 years later or whatever, but you're going to find it. All right.
Yeah. The prop bets are easy to single out.
I don't know. I shouldn't be really pro regulation. I don't know how I feel about this whole thing.
You're bigger on unregulated gambling.
Yeah, I don't know. But if you could find a way to regulate prop bets, I don't know if that's even possible. But if you could find a way to do that, you would eliminate a lot of this stuff.
I know nobody cares. I hate sports gambling.
I don't do it
I think it's
either.
ruined sports. I think it's ruining sports. Every time I turn on the TV, I was trying to listen to radio analysis of the draft, and the whole thing was Jonathan Givony talking to the guy betting on if they're going to go 4th or 5th and what the over-under was. And I was like, why do I care about that?
Well, it's ruined sports media. I don't know
analysis.
If it's ruined sports. Yeah, I don't care what the ESPN
but yes,
bets
ruined
guy
media.
says.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's more media, I think, than the actual game. Unless this stuff is just rampant.
Yeah.
But I'd be way more concerned if they weren't doing anything about it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, fix it.
That's like the Tim Donaghy approach where it's like, it was just this guy and we're moving on with life.
Yeah.
That's much more suspicious.
Agreed.
Deal with it. All right. Stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or
Can
what?
I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They
got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts, they bring
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Maybe we just, so Ben and I are kicking around this segment idea for Bozo of the Week and just collecting nominees.
Uh-huh.
And maybe we officially launch it when Christian gets back or something like that. But can we do Bozo of the Day?
Okay. If you want to, I just think it's going to be hard to do Bozo of the Day every day.
No. I mean, just today.
Just today? Okay.
Like right now. Because we went through Malik Beasley.
Because Malik Beasley's in the running.
In the running for Bozo of the Day, certainly. I would argue this may be more Bozo-like behavior.
Okay.
Not letting Malik off, but there's... Anyway, you be the judge,
Okay.
all right? Former NBA point guard Sebastian Telfair has been ordered to report to prison on August 12th for failing to meet the terms of his supervised release in a healthcare fraud case. Now, if you don't know this story, Telfair and several other former NBA players were defrauding the NBA health plan or whatever.
Their insurance plan.
Their insurance
Their
plan.
retirement insurance plan.
And I don't know, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was a fair amount of dough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was not like...
Big Baby Davis is in jail right now.
Because it was a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, should be. They're breaking like really important laws and literally stealing from their other fellow ex-players.
Keon Dooling, Jazz assistant coach, went to jail. He's out. But...
So do you know what happened with Telfair in particular, Ben? He was ordered to do court-ordered community service. He failed to do that and then failed to report to the U.S. Probation Office. And that means a suspended sentence went into place, which means Sebastian Telfair is now going to spend 6 months in prison. All he had to do was community service and show up.
Right, show up.
Show up. This guy's going to lose 6 months of his life because he didn't. I don't know. Ben, you could think of a million ways to do actual community service that, like, I don't know what is like 60 hours or whatever it was. But yeah, go down and do some food service at the homeless shelter.
You're a former professional athlete. Just host kids' camps. Just put together a basketball camp. Say this is community service. It's free. Where you let junior high kids, elementary school kids come and teach them about basketball.
So defrauding the health plan is bozo behavior. But the extra bozo on top of bozo is you're going to prison for 6 months for nothing, for a stupid reason because you couldn't do community service and show up at a probation office?
Yep.
That's crazy bozo behavior.
He pled guilty to the charges. Like
he got a deal.
He got a plea deal. Yeah, to get to this point.
Community service?
Right.
Probation. Nah, I think I'll take prison.
Actually, I want to have the fines and prison. What if I do both?
What if I do both? Just because I don't.
Let me just complicate this a little bit for everybody.
So who's the bozo of the day? Malik Beasley, certainly the bigger story. But I think the bozo behavior on top of bozo behavior might put Sebastian in the lead. You know what I mean?
Remember, Sebastian Telfair is the reason the Jazz got Darren Williams. Because the Portland Trailblazers had drafted him the year before, Sebastian Telfair, with the idea that he was going to be the next star. And the Trailblazers, who this had never happened to them previously, they had never had a good guard on their roster and failed to draft the next good guard with the top 3 pick. This has never happened to the Trailblazers, like Clyde Drexler and Michael Jordan, when they passed on Darren Williams because they had Sebastian Telfair.
Whoops.
Oh, you guys did that twice?
Whoops.
Not that Darren Williams turned into Michael Jordan, but compared to Sebastian Telfair, he might as well have been.
Right. Man, Sebastian made $19 million in the NBA.
And then trying to defraud somebody for $30,000 for my back. My back hurts.
And honestly, like there are players, and I'm talking about dudes that, just qualify for the pension, that sort of thing, that have significant health problems in their later years.
Can't walk.
All that stuff. That's what that fund is
Bill
for.
Walton couldn't walk. Yeah, notoriously. Right. It's for those people.
It's for those people that give their bodies to the NBA. And so if you're stealing from that fund, you're stealing from the Bill Waltons of the world. And that is so offensive.
It is.
And then to come to a plea deal and then just not bother to do community service.
It's also, I wrote a bunch of stories on Keon Dooling when he was going to jail about it. And it's just like, it's so easy to figure out. It's such a lame, stupid, lazy fraud. You just bill a fake doctor for $100,000. That doctor sends the bill to the NBA Player Association insurance company, and they send the check back. And then at some point, someone comes around and says, like, hey, do you just have, like, the days that he was here getting work on his back? And they're like, huh?
Well, huh?
We don't have anything.
This is a laundromat.
And they get caught immediately. And then there's just a chain of everyone who went to this specific doctor, because all that doctor was sending the bills to the NBA's insurance company over and over and over. And then they catch everybody all at once. It's so lame. It's such an easy scam.
Aren't most fraud schemes that way, where they're so obvious in retrospect, where you look back and you're like, God, that's the stupidest thing ever. Like the whole Bernie Madoff thing, if you watch that documentary or wwhatever, everyone involved in that was like, oh, I should have seen that coming a mile away.
Yeah, right. He was guaranteeing returns.
The warning. And then you go back and actually pay attention. And it's like, oh, well, this was the most obvious thing ever. Yeah, most frauds are that way.
Yeah. And
actually, a lot of times, the simplicity of it is the reason that it goes unnoticed for so long. The problem is when it unravels, it goes pretty quickly.
Quickly, Utah Mammoth have traded Matias Michelli to the Toronto Maple Leafs for a third-round pick.
Okay.
So they clear $4 more million off their salary. So they still have, even after trading for J.J. Peterka, they still have upwards of $18 million to spend in free agency. So we'll see what they do.
Go make that happen.
Yeah. Have a really big summer.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Ryan Smith's had a good couple of weeks.
He's had a good week. Yeah, this is after what felt like a really bad couple of weeks and maybe even a bad season, specifically with the Jazz. Mammoth were fun. But.
Honestly, if what you laid out is true, and I know we're up against it, and sorry to bring this back here, but if what you brought up last week is true, that they knew Charlotte wanted Knippel and basically prevented Washington from moving up to 4 with the threat that they would draft Knippel out from under Charlotte if they made that move. If that's true, which by the way makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah.
That's a pretty genius move right out of the gate for old Austin.
I essentially had that confirmed to me yesterday.
Did you?
That's what happened.
They knew Charlotte would draft the Duke guy. That's who they wanted.
Yep.
Washington was going to trade up with him, and they said, okay, well, we'll take the Duke guy.
Yeah. Then we're going to take Con Knippel.
We've got Carlos Boozer on the plane either way.
You won't have him at 6, so you can't make that trade.
That's pretty smooth.
That's pretty snazzy work.
That's pretty smooth.
Yep.
All right, Jake and Ben, we'll talk. Maybe we'll get into that a little more tomorrow.
With free agency. We'll have a lot going on tomorrow.
All right. Coming up next, Hanson, Scotty G, 97.5.
Thanks, Hatch.
KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax-deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Gentlemen, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, fix your ED and you'll also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic, real solutions, real results. We'll get you back to mint condition.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us.
When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's going to be a hot one before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it. Use Revive in early summer. It's the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green during the hot temperatures coming. With Revive, watering twice a week is like watering 4 times a week. You'll save water, you'll save money. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody?
No fly list.
Yeah, immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there going to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get it going, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off your noon hour and the story of the day. It is done. The judges signed off on it. The Jake Retzlaff civil case has been dismissed. And to help break it down, Greg Scored is kind enough to hang out with us. I know you and Hans got a chance to hang out. Now I'm glad to be invited to the party here. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Hans and I got to talk about the case when it first started, and rather than talking 2 years later when it's all wrapped up, we talked, a couple weeks later when it's all wrapped up.
Yeah. And Greg has been great. Scotty, he's already helped me with 3 different legal battles, so I'm in the battle of my life, and Greg is just a pit bull. He's helping me out a lot. We appreciate all that, Greg. It's nice to be served.
So it was an interesting lawsuit because it's filed on May 27th, and it's a woman that filed against Jake Retzlaff, the BYU quarterback, alleging sexual misconduct, really alleging a rape if you look between the lines. He files an answer last Friday, Scotty. Friday he files an answer, and it's pretty aggressive. It's not the kind of thing you typically see, because you usually expect in a lawsuit that you sort of say, well, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, I didn't do this. He comes right out of the chute and he says, I did everything you're claiming except that it was all consensual, and even goes into really some fairly personal details about the encounter, things you wouldn't expect in an answer. And Monday morning at 6:30, the lawyers are filing a motion to dismiss the lawsuit with prejudice and on the merits. In other words, it's over. And I know a lot of people thought there had to be some legal wrangling that occurred between Friday and today. That could have been. I don't know what happened. My guess is there wasn't any funds exchanged.
See, that's what I thought, and right. I even said that when we were talking off there. I'm like, oh, I think somebody wrote a check.
Fat check,
and you looked at me like, I don't know.
I don't think so either. I'll tell you why. When you read Retzlaff's answer, he seems to say, Scotty, that I'm kind of reading between the lines, but he almost makes it appear that there were some pre-filing negotiations that she and you would expect that, Hans, that if you're filing a lawsuit against a high-profile person, you're going to tell them beforehand, hey, I'm about to file this lawsuit, and it's going to be embarrassing to you, because the lawsuit's worth a whole lot more before it's filed than after it's filed. That is to say, think about what Retzlaff's been through. He could have avoided all that. He could. The team wouldn't know. The honor code people wouldn't know. The coach wouldn't know. He could have written her a check a month ago and avoided all this. So if you're a plaintiff's attorney and you have a case against a high-profile person, the value of the case is the day before you file it. Once you file it, he's outed. He's exposed, and he's suffered the problems. He's never going to recover from, a lot of them. So if the case was worth something before it's filed, it was worth far less now. My guess is, and who knows, I shouldn't say that there wasn't a settlement in this case.
No money exchanged.
That's my guess, if I were to guess.
And that's you, just for the record, that's you speculating.
That's
there.
Absolute speculation.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that. I have no information whatsoever.
So with a civil case dismissal, does that all but guarantee that anything criminal is completely off the table?
The civil suit dismissal doesn't mean that by itself, Hans, but I would say that if a civil suit doesn't have any traction, given the lower standard of proof that's required in a civil suit, that there's no way it's going to go criminally. And if you look at his answer, Retzlaff's attorneys did a lot of work. They actually went and they must have filed some sort of grandma request, because they got information from the Provo Police Department about her complaint. because she said, if you recall her complaint, the civil complaint, she says, I went to the police, I made the complaint, they told me, these cases never go anywhere, you're wasting your time, which we talked, you and I, Hans, about that. That really doesn't happen. It's not the kind of thing that police would do. But they didn't file the criminal case. It's not a better case now. And what we learned about her complaint with the police was she describes her assailant as somebody she had known since she was younger. And Retzlaff just met her the day of the event. So the complaint she made in the criminal context seems to be a different person than the person she sued. And I think that's a huge problem. And I don't see this. And we've got a great county attorney down there in Utah County, by the way, Jeff Gray. He's really good. He's not somebody that's going to walk away to help the team or something. But I don't see this going criminal at all. I think this case is over.
Wow. And so the response, when you saw that on Friday come across, and I know people were asking your opinion on that's I just want to stress that was an unusual response. And the details, I mean, what was it about that made you like, ooh, you don't see this very often?
For one thing, it's he had to own up to what was absolutely going to be a honor code violation.
Yeah.
And, he didn't have to do that. He could have said, this didn't happen, or I'm just going to deny it for now, and we'll sort it out later. But he came right out and said, I did it. He didn't say I violated the honor code, but he admitted to conduct that violates the honor code. To me, that was surprising because we even talked with Mitch on the weekend on their show about, hey, he's just owned up to the honor code. And you've seen that, Scotty. I mean, I don't know what BYU is going to do. I don't know what he's going to do. But he kind of almost formed his own demise with the team by owning that. But in terms of the civil lawsuit, it was, looking back 4 days, genius because it got it dismissed. I mean, he said, okay, I did it. I'm going to own it. I'm going to put my future with BYU at risk. I'm going to put my future with even my scholarship at risk. But I didn't do this. I didn't commit a crime. I'll admit what I did, but not what I didn't do. And that took a tremendous amount of courage from a lawyer's perspective and from Retzlaff's perspective to say that, realizing the risk that he was putting himself through.
So with this dismissal, does that also eliminate the chance of the complainant's name being released? Will we ever know who levied this civil suit? And will there ever be any recourse for her?
That's a good question. So the case is dismissed with prejudice, and both sides took nothing. So she didn't give up anything, and he didn't give up anything. At least that's what we think. But both sides pay their own costs and attorney's fees and everything. There is no reason to think that this person will ever be exposed, that her name will ever be known. Now, there are certainly a lot of people that know who she is because Retzlaff knows her name. The other members of his team that were at the house when this occurred know who she is. Her best friend went with her to the house when they met Retzlaff. I mean, she knows who she is. So the rumor mill is going to come out. We know her initials are AG, I think. But I don't know that it's important. But that's a really good question because, and I think you and I talked about this, Hans, I've done lawsuits on behalf of individuals who are victims, but I've never used their name anonymously. They've always said, I want to bring this lawsuit. I don't care who knows who I am. I'm bringing it. This was an unusual case in that she never identified herself. But to answer your question, there's no reason why she would ever have to.
Greg Skorda is kind enough to join us. You can hear him on KSL News Radio every day. When's your show running now?
9 to 12.
9 to 12, right before us. And he came right upstairs to help us talk about the situation with Jake Retzlaff. So at this point, this is pretty much a dead issue then.
Yeah, I think it's over, except for the obvious fallout that you guys are dealing with, which is what happens to the team. I mean, by all accounts, Scotty, he's a great player. And I mean, people are talking about him as going to the NFL. But I think there are 250 other teams that are saying, come on, Jake, come on down. And I looked at the NCAA rules, and I'm sure you know more about these than I do, Hans. He can transfer to another school immediately. Yeah. He doesn't lose a year of eligibility. Right. He doesn't have to redshirt. I mean, he can go to Notre Dame, UCLA,
if they both agree,
tomorrow without any harm to his NCAA career, or he can stay at BYU and possibly suffer
I think they were talking about something like a 7-game suspension. That's got to be a hard decision for him because I'm sure he loves the team, but that's more than half the season.
Again, that's the rumor mill. And that's something I wanted to ask you about, Greg, because it's something that I dealt with in my 5 years at BYU was the honor code. And I had a couple of different bouts with them. And it's tough, because they've got their own investigative crew and they've got their own ways of finding out things. And then they'll present information as if they're an attorney, and it feels legal, and it's horrifying. It really is. It's horrifying to be in that room. What type of legal recourse would Jake Retzlaff potentially have if he felt like the honor code was overstepping their abilities? And I don't.
I know where you're going, and I understand. Yeah,
because let's just say his attorneys don't like it. Like, wait a second, this is all being dropped. Yes, he admitted, but he admitted for these reasons. And how much do you actually know? And you're going to suspend with I could see attorneys getting real sticky. Good big attorneys getting real sticky with that.
I don't think they're going to get anywhere. When you play for BYU, you sign up for the honor code, and when you admit in writing, under oath, basically, which is what he did here. It wasn't under oath, but his attorney certainly said that it was true, that he committed that violation. The honor code, people, they don't even need to have a hearing, really, to establish the conduct. They can have a hearing to establish the punishment. But in terms of, I know what you're saying, but when you sign up to play for BYU, you know that. You know the honor code, and it's there. And it's not like, well, there's exceptions if you're a great player, or there's exceptions if it's a one-off and she consented or whatever. I mean, there are certain things you do when you play for a school like that, and it gives the school. It's called the honor code for a reason. It's the honor that you get to play for that particular school that doesn't apply to most other schools. Yep. But you know it when you're getting there. When you're playing at BYU. So I don't. I don't. He may have the greatest attorneys in America. If BYU wants to do something for a violation of the honor code, I don't see any recourse he would have.
Do you see, and I'm asking you to broad brush here a little bit, but to Hans' point, just to dig a little deeper into that, when you see a situation where a player is falsely accused and saying that, and I'm not talking about this specifically, but just in general, if there are false accusations, what kind of opportunities do athletes or celebrities or somebody in the public image have to try to get their name back?
And I maybe we can even talk about this case a little bit, Scotty. I think he's taken some steps with that because he got the case dismissed.
Yes.
Now, and he got it dismissed by saying, I did it. I did some things that I'm not proud of, but I didn't cross the line of consent. I didn't commit a crime. Mm-hmm. So I think, time tells. You think of athletes that, Kobe Bryant, others that have been accused of things in their career. The court of public opinion has a long memory, but if he comes out of the chute and he's an honorable person and he continues his career and does a good job and shows that he's a good player and a good public servant and involved in his community, there's so many things he can do and other players can do and have done that. Yeah, I mean, this is certainly something he's going to live with for the rest of his life, and so. I would, if I was talking to him, I'd say, okay, it's not going to get any worse. Now, all you can do is make your position, make your reputation, make it all better.
I guess I'm hitting it more from a legal standpoint because everywhere he's going to go now, when he plays in an opponent stadium, he's going to hear about it.
Sure.
He could probably look and say that there were financial damages to him in this new world of NIL, and there's a lot of And I think we are becoming an overly litigious society, but yet this, defamation or whatever the case might be, I don't know.
Would he ever countersue?
Yeah, exactly.
He can't.
Oh,
because they settled this on the merits. Nobody's taken anything.
Oh, okay.
So it's a good question, Scotty. How does he get something back if he was slandered, if he was misrepresented in some way? It's over. He said, my case is over, and I'm not taking anything from you, and you're not taking anything from me, besides whatever happened between Friday and this morning at 6:30, which, again, I said probably was nothing. So his recourse, I know both of you asked the question, I haven't answered it very well, is just to look ahead, just to move forward with his life and his career and forget about this. It's a chapter in his life that he'll live with. And you're right. Fans, you go to certain stadiums and they're going to ding you the rest of your career, and they're going to be cruel and they're going to be awful. And he's going to have to own that and hold his head high and move forward. And frankly, I don't mean to demean anything that's happened here. It's not like he, was hooked up with a 12-year-old or, or robbed a bank or did something. He did something, and again, it's an absolute honor code violation, but he did something that happens at every university every day. And so in the court of public opinion, how much do you dislike the guy for doing something that is a violation of the honor code, but isn't a violation of a lot of our personal, we were all in college and we all have friends that did things, and how much do you hate them for that? I mean, you know what I mean?
Right.
I guess I look at the conduct and say, it's not a so what, because he was at BYU and he said, I will hold myself to this standard, and he arguably didn't. But at any other school, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Greg, was this one of the hardest things in your practice of was it 40 plus years in your practice? Was this one of the hardest things, having to deal with false accusations and seeing somebody's name defamed and reputation broken?
Yeah. And I've represented public figures and elected officials and law enforcement and that. And it's hard. It's really hard. And you have to say the courts are such that, there sometimes isn't a remedy. And sometimes your remedy is just to move forward. Because every time I win a lawsuit, a criminal case especially, the first thing my client says is, now it's my turn. Now I want to do something about it. And
I want to get my pound of flesh.
This person put me through this, and I want and you just have to say, walk away. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. There's certainly not with respect to the government, because there's governmental immunity. But even as to your accuser, even to the person that accused you of something, what's to be gained by continuing to push the envelope? And frankly, what's the remedy? I mean, I guess if for example, she came out and said, I lied, which is not going to happen because the case is over, that could be worth something. But I don't think we're ever going to get that.
I just can't even put into words the pain and anguish that I'm sure Jake Retzlaff has been through.
Sure.
And the sleepless,
his family,
the sleepless nights, and just to try to personalize this a little bit and make it a little bit more relatable for our listeners. Jake Retzlaff's he's a kid, and he's a good kid by all means.
Right.
And having this civil suit now completely done away with, and you're looking at it like, geez, the things that were said, the split lip and the bruises and the choking and
throwing down on the bed.
The throwing down on the bed. Yeah. I mean, the accusations were hellacious.
Right.
And I just think if I'm Jake and I've got this beautiful senior year ahead of me and everything's lined up for me at BYU and my family's proud and I'm taking university trips to Israel and representing my culture, and then this.
Right.
And Greg, I can't even put into terms. And I've suffered some false accusations, and I've gone through some hard things where you've got sleepless nights.
Right.
It's not even a whisper of what Jake Retzlaff just went through.
Right.
And I'm just, I see here, Greg, and I'm thinking, what can be done?
Yeah.
What can be done to try to ease his hurt? And maybe just having this civil suit dismissed, maybe it helps him.
Time. That's worth something.
Maybe it helps him sleep at night, but it just feels so unjust what's happened here.
Right. And there will always be people, Hans, who think there was some truth to this. And we don't know.
Yeah.
We'll never know. There will always be some people who will look at him and say, you son of a gun, you got away with it here. You know what I mean? Like that was what you did was wrong. He'll have to live with that. That'll be a tough thing for him. I would say he's taken a big step by getting this case dismissed so quickly and with such. I mean, they filed this motion at 6:30 this morning, Hans. I mean, something happened between Friday and today where she and her attorney said, we need to get this over with. And again, Scotty, where we started this, I don't think it was a fat check that she got.
And again, I think that's what a lot of people assume. And privately, I did as well. I thought, okay, well, money exchange hands, and everybody's like, okay, we get this number and we're going to dismiss it. But that very well, it could not be the case. Do you anticipate that there are a lot of NDAs signed on this, or?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is over. Nobody can talk about it. That's a great question. That's a great question. I would say whatever happened between Friday and this morning, there was some signatures saying this is over. You don't talk. Retzlaff, you don't disclose her name. You don't talk about this.
Yeah.
And AG, whoever you are, you don't say, but he really did this and he really did that. You're done. And if there was an exchange of money, which again, I doubt, no one can ever disclose that.
So does that mean, like, for instance, we're Big 12 Media Day in 10 days. We're headed out to Big 12 Media Days, Kalani and the entire stuff. So nobody, will the coaching staff be able to comment on?
That's a good question, Hans. They're not part of the non-disclosure.
Okay,
they can talk about it all they want, and you can bet they will. And the administration at BYU probably will if there's an honor code violation. And perhaps some of his teammates can say, we feel bad for Jake. So non-disclosure is limited to the parties, AG and Retzlaff, and of course their attorneys. So to go to your question, they can't talk about what happened behind the scenes, but other people can surmise, just as we are right now, about what happened.
Okay.
Other people can come in and say, boy, that was too bad what happened to him. Or some people could say, he got away with something that he shouldn't have. They can opine all they want. But in terms of what really happened on November 23rd, 2023, at his apartment in Provo, no one will ever be able to talk about that because no one knows except two people, and they're both now bound by an agreement not to discuss it.
But if we're down at Big 12 Media Day and we're talking to a player and the player says, yeah, Jake told me that this happened, and that's why it got settled, that would be conflicting with the NDA.
No.
If he said that Jake told him.
If he said that Jake told him after today, after this agreement was signed, that's a good question. If he talked about it a month ago, there was no non-disclosure at that time. That's a great question. Without getting into the weeds too much, from today forward, Jake cannot talk about it, period.
Okay. Well, Greg, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for your help.
Greg.
And you talk to us in a way that we're 5 years old, and it helps make us make sense of this thing.
Sense. Thanks,
no,
Scott.
it did. You did a great job. Thank you so much for your help. And again, you can catch Greg over on KSL News Radio every day from 9 to 12. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and big L on my part. I was so involved with Greg Skordas and chatting. We forgot to bring in Ethan. Ethan from Teton Wealth. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great. Great.
Missed you last week. Sorry.
Hey, that's okay, man. You had some important family business
I did.
to take care of.
I did.
I hope that went well.
It went really well. It did. It went really well, but we're going to make up for it.
You know, isn't that amazing just how all of a sudden you're at these major points in your life and you're like, where did those years go?
Oh, geez. Hans and I have been talking a lot about that lately.
I know.
Yeah.
I texted Scotty and I said, I got to talk to Ethan because I got to make sure we're ready to go because I've got one more left.
Let me tell you, you guys know this. I don't have to tell you. Time speeds up in this weird way.
Yep.
Time kind of speeds up. We spend so much of our younger years waiting to see how our life is going to turn out, right? And then all of a sudden you're there. All of a sudden you're married. All of a sudden you had kids. They're going to college. They're going on a mission, and you're all of a sudden within 15 years of retirement. It's like, holy cow! I mean, this is there's no more waiting. You got to be proactive. And honestly, this is why we put together the Ascent Plan in the first place at Teton Wealth Group. Is just say, hey, your life is complicated. But if there are a few things we can do every week, every month, every year, just little things that we can do to stay on a good path, we'll be so happy and so proud of where we end up. The risk I think that we run in finance is letting everything to the last minute and then trying to play catch up, trying to make quick decisions. And boy, that's dangerous.
So I've been thinking about the way I wanted to go into our segments today, Ethan, and this is kind of the point I really want to push to our listeners today. If you've had any anxiety at all about your future, finances, like any anxiety, like, oh, what am I going to do? Do I have enough saved? Where do I even start saving? What does my Social Security look like?
Yeah.
What do my assets look like? If you have any of those questions, it's a free opportunity to get them answered. And all you got to do is call 435-255-6331. And I would just beg you, call and get those anxieties wiped away. I did it. I went through the plan with Ethan. My mom and dad did it. They went through the plan. Ethan has now, and Teton has now assumed all of my mom and dad's finances.
Yeah.
And you guys have been running their finances beautifully. And so I can tell you from an endorsement point of view, if you have anxieties, if you've got questions, get them answered, and let's calm things down. 435-255-6331.
Well, and we are so proud of the work that we do for every family. And, you know, every family comes to us, they're going to be in a different situation. They're going to have different needs. They're going to have a kind of a different experience in their investments and in their relationship with Teton. But what we want every family to have is that baseline planning done to where you know that you have a high level of confidence that you're going to land where you want to land. So 435-255-6331 will do for you the exact same ascent plan we do for all of our client families. There's no cost, no obligation, and we'll throw in a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor, and you are going to have the tools you need to move forward and reduce your anxiety and increase your chance of overall success. And if you're starting to get close to retirement, if you're maybe within 10 years and you're really starting to think about it, this Ascent plan is going to be particularly valuable for you. Like you said, we cover even detailed topics like Social Security. I'm actually sitting down with someone later this week to get them signed up for Social Security.
Nice.
That's what we do. We log in with them and we sign them up for Social Security. So if you've got questions on those granular topics, this is the best thing for you. 435-255-6331.
That's 435-255-6331. Teton Wealth here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
Delta Center, October 26th. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks to Greg Skordas joining us. He's forgotten more about the law than any of us will ever know, and kind of helping us walk through the Jake Retzlaff thing. He does not think, and again, he's speculating, but he's looking at the wording and the timing of everything. He doesn't think any money exchanged hands.
Well, he knows way better than us.
Yeah, because that's the first thought I had this morning when this thing was being dismissed.
Yeah, because usually money makes things go away.
Yeah.
And this is, like he said, this is now put to bed. They can't talk about it ever again. And I asked Greg, does this end any worry about criminal investigation? And he said, well, yeah, I mean, this is a big indicator of that. Because the question is, will any criminal charges ever pop up from this? And I'll tell you why this is a big question. It's a gigantic question. Because Notre Dame can't touch him.
No.
USC can't touch him if there's worry of that. And if there's no worry of that, then I think that we do see him at a major university. Whether it's Notre Dame or USC, I think we do see him at a major university. And I think we probably see him with an opportunity to play at a major university because there are a lot of universities in major college football that don't have a quarterback they feel comfortable with right now going into fall camp.
for
Where they're
sure.
like, oh, no. And coaches have to win and universities have to win. And they're looking at Retzlaff as a proven winner. But you can't touch him unless you know, beyond a shadow of doubt, that there at no point will criminal charges be brought. And it looks like with kind of the settlement of this civil situation, it looks like there is zero chance for that, which means you probably see Jake Retzlaff playing in a different jersey this season.
Well, I want to get into that a little bit because, excuse me. Yeah,
you allergic to me? What's going on?
No, I got it's like a summer cold or something like that. It's driving me nuts. But, well, it is 65 degrees in here.
Has Jake been bringing his cats in here?
Yeah, he's been smuggling them.
I could see Jake, like all 12 of his cats.
Jake Scott and smuggling cats, yes.
I am sitting in his chair. I don't know if there's a little dander or something left over from the cats. Ooh.
You think it's a cold or is it allergies?
I don't know. I'm usually not a big allergy guy. I get it occasionally, but boy, it's been kicking my butt all morning.
Well, I've already heard you sneeze more in the last 5 minutes than in the last 11 years combined.
I know, right? Stop it.
You're not a sneezer.
I'm trying.
He's sneezing. He's not coughing, Lloyd.
Yeah. Everything tastes fine. We're good.
He's not labored breathing.
Yeah. We're all good.
By the way, sneezing is a side effect of kidney stones. So,
well, then I'm going to take the rest of the week off.
But do make it a month.
Let's go, baby. All right. I did want to get into the eligibility thing because letter of the law of the NCAA, I don't, and that's the thing. Like the NCAA is so neutered right now. Like I think the letter of the law is the transfer portal is not open. And if he were to leave and go into the portal, I don't think letter of the law, he can go somewhere. But he can request a waiver. He can have BYU release him. There's a multitude of different ways in which he can be playing football next year.
I will tell you, I talked to an assistant coach of a different university, and I will clarify this. It was not in the state of Utah. So it's a different assistant coach outside of the state of Utah. And I talked to him, and he said, we believe that he could be eligible this season.
And I've heard that from multiple people, too. So
whether it is BYU and Retzlaff agreeing and whatever paperwork needs to be filed, it does look like he would be eligible to play somewhere else immediately.
Yeah. And so, again.
Which is wild.
I know. And again, if you look at the letter of the law, I don't think he can. Unless BYU signs off on it, he signs off on it, and everybody's copacetic with it. However, there are so many ways people can get around the eligibility thing. So I talked to a couple of coaches earlier today, and they all said the same thing. Like, if he really wants to, and if he pushes hard enough and he's got good legal counsel and threatens the NCAA, he'll be able to play.
You know, I want to go back to one of Greg Skordas' points that he made kind of to start the interview. The immediate resolve of this is best case scenario for Jake, Retzlaff, and for BYU. And hear me out on this. It allows Jake to move on, and it allows BYU to move on. This is a best case scenario.
Yeah.
We were thinking this would tie him up to past 2026. That this civil suit would potentially tie him up through 2026. And that would hamper him, and that would leave BYU on the hook for questions. BYU'd have to answer, well, yeah, we don't know, 2-3 weeks into the season, is Jake Retzlaff, how's the civil suit? Is it going to get resolved? If it does get resolved, will he be eligible? Could we see Jake halfway through the season? Could we see him in the bowl game? Could we see Jake back here in 2026? And then the same questions for Jake. Jake, we know the civil suit. We know you can't talk about the details. Do you expect to stay at BYU or expecting to play at BYU? Will you finish your career? And all of that gets chopped. Now at Big 12 Media Day, we can start talking about Trace and Bourget.
Yeah.
We can start talking about McKay Hillstead. We don't even, it could be, hey, so Jake's gone? Yeah, Jake's gone. Okay, so let's talk about this. Tell me about this Bear kid that you brought in for Stanford, and how does he fit into Aaron Roderick's system? And what does the quarterback room look like now that Retzlaff's gone? And we're talking football. Contrary to others' belief, like Scotty and I want to talk football.
Yes. We would love nothing more than just to talk football.
These controversies like this, they do nothing but get Scotty and I in meetings. That's all they do. It's like, hey, we need to have a meeting. And it's like, about what? Well,
there's verbiage that you can say and use. And by the way, they're good meetings.
Yeah. Yeah, helpful direction. But what I'm saying is, these types of things are so tenuous.
Yeah.
I sit at home away from the job thinking, how am I going to handle this on air?
Oh, yeah.
What am I going to
yeah.
How do I do this? I'm the color analyst. I might end up seeing Jake Retzlaff. I might call his games.
Yeah.
He might be eligible.
And he might go to another Big 12 school.
And, you always come back to one thing. Do the best you can to stick to the facts.
Yes.
That's what you do in these cases. And so it is so nice to have such a quick resolve where you've got non-disclosures signed. The case is dropped with prejudice. Everything is cleared and done. And now we move forward. Jake moves on. BYU moves on. This case is gone. And we don't have to deal with it. Like it's a really nice feeling. Now, there's other horrible feelings that hang on your head, like, was BYU's football season completely derailed by lies? And that's a horrible thought and feeling that a lot of BYU fans are dealing with today.
Yeah. Yeah, you just open up the old X machine and people are not happy. And I totally get it. As a fan, I understand that. I totally understand that. Outside of a young man potentially getting his name ran through the mud, you as a fan saw your season get altered. Our good friend Tim Murray down in Vegas, I retweeted his tweet. Vegas, And BYU's odds, let's just say they took a tumble over the last 24 hours based in future wins, chances of winning the Big 12. Like, I'll go through those a little bit later on in the show. But, yeah, Vegas doesn't think highly of BYU anymore.
Well, I think that we are going to get some information in regards to Jake Retzlaff's future quickly.
Yeah.
I'm expecting it this week, where it's like, these are my plans. BYU's like, this is our plans. And it's resolved. I leave for Big 12 Media Days on the 7th. 1 week. Tomorrow. I leave for Big 12 Media Days.
Yeah.
And it's like, get it resolved. Get it resolved so we can talk football. And whoever shows up, we don't have to ask him about Jake Retzlaff because we know. No, he's off to Notre Dame. Yeah. He's off to USC. He's off to Oregon. He's off somewhere where they need a quarterback.
And by the way, and as a guy who does play-by-play for a G5 school, I have nothing but love for G5 schools. For those out there like, well, I guess he's going to have to go to like Alabama State or something like, no. There are a lot of schools out there right now at the P4 level that are lining up.
Oh, my gosh.
Right now for Jake Retzlaff.
Yeah, that's been made very clear to me.
Yeah.
That's been made very clear to me. And just so everybody understands, there will be another round of NIL for him.
Yeah.
Like somebody's going to be like, oh, my gosh, an opportunity to bring in a starter that went 11 wins last year in a major conference and had some gigantic wins. I mean, some real clutch performances. That throw against Oklahoma State to Darius Lassiter.
Yeah.
Like, geez, there were some incredible moments. Keeping third downs alive and, all those things that Jake Retzlaff is known for. Somebody's going to pay him. And we could potentially, BYU fans might not only have the pain of watching Jake Retzlaff leave BYU, they might have the pain of watching a football season of Jake Retzlaff dominate somewhere else.
Yep. Maybe inside your own conference.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
And again, I haven't heard any schools.
No.
But I just know that Big 12, Big 10, SEC, everybody's going to be interested. If you have any questions whatsoever going into fall camp about your quarterback spot, you're going to be calling Jake Retzlaff and being like, hey, how you doing over there? We understand you've been through it a little bit. Well, just know we've got a nice soft landing spot for you here.
Well, because to Greg Scortis' point, all that he is guilty of is doing something that's done multiple times every day on every major campus in this country.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
When this thing gets settled and this civil suit is thrown out, that's basically her side saying, yeah, we agree to what they just released. Essentially, whether they took a payout or not. When he released and he was like, yeah, we did have consensual sex. And this is, and the other claims are completely outlandish. And hours later, the civil suit is dropped. It feels like that's them saying, yeah, he's right. So every major university looks at it like, come play for us. You can have whatever relationships you want at our university.
Yeah.
And this is one of the bonuses and one of the minuses that BYU lives in. The honor code, and Scotty, you've heard me say this a million times. I love what the honor code stands for. I love it. It stands for morality. It stands for accountability. It stands for everything that we were raised in a certain religion. Like it's great. Its meaning and what it stands for is exceptional. Sometimes the execution of it can be brutal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, in this day and age right now, where negative recruiting is at an all-time high, don't think this is not going to be used against BYU in a big way, because you're going to hear a lot of people out there say, okay, you're not of the LDS faith. Okay, well, guess what? If you get caught doing this, you could be losing a good half of the season. By the way, breaking news, Shams, ESPN, Jordan Clarkson is finalizing a contract buyout with the Utah Jazz. Clarkson will target contending teams for his new home with interest from multiple playoff teams already expected.
The Jazz are busy.
And that's with Colin Sexton now being traded and Johnny Juzang also getting let go too.
Yeah.
So we'll get into more of this. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us. When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union can help you get your finances rolling if you need just a place to store your money with all kinds of fraudulent protection. That's America First Credit Union. I love it because they're always on the cutting edge of fighting against fraud. And that's one of the biggest things, right? Banking online leaves you susceptible to fraud. And that's why America First Credit Union puts so much work into protecting your money. And what else do you need? Maybe you need a small business loan. I was just talking about this the other day with a friend. You need a small business loan. You've got an idea and you want to start on a business. Go to America First Credit Union. Sit down with them. Explain the business concept and the ideas and get that loan so that you can proceed. You can rent out the structure. You can buy the equipment and you can start on your dream. America First Credit Union loves small business owners. In fact, one of the coolest things they do is this media deal where they take entries for small businesses and you have an opportunity to win billboards and advertising through the Utah Jazz or through Real Soccer or through the Las Vegas Raiders. This has been the coolest thing. They support our local businesses more than any other financial institution in the state, and they support our communities. Find them at americafirst.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Gentlemen, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, fix your ED and you'll also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic, real solutions, real results. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Don't miss out on Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Camps are for ages 4 to 17 and include various skill level options. Let's go! Whether you're a beginner trying to learn the basics or a seasoned player wanting to fine-tune your skills, there's a camp for you. Learn from Utah Jazz Camp coaching staff and Jazz personalities at select camps in multiple locations. Year-round on weekdays or weekends. Sign up and receive a reversible jersey, Jazz ticket vouchers, and a membership to Utah Jazz Shoot 360. Go to jazzyouth.com and register today.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We'll be right back with our 1 o'clock hour.
And we'll kick out the 1 o'clock hour next, right here on this zone.
Lloyd's always after us.
Well, that's the thing, man. You make one.
And by always, you mean never.
You
make never.
One little mistake.
Hey, a couple things. I know we didn't get to really talk a lot about the NHL draft, but Caleb Denoye is officially on the ice. I was watching him skate around because now my eyes likes good skaters.
Yes.
You watch Connor McDavid and you're like, oh, I know what good skating looks like.
I know it when I see it, and he's a good skater.
Caleb Denoye is the number 4 overall pick for the Utah Mammoth. He is from Quebec, Canada. He played for the Maritimes Junior Hockey League. Played for a team called the Montcalm Wildcats, and he, by all accounts, is going to be the next great hockey player. Crazy thing is, he was born April 11th, 2007, which means he just became an adult.
Yes.
Just a couple of months ago, left childhood. And stepped into adulthood.
He can finally, if he were to so decide, buy cigarettes in Idaho. Not in Utah.
Yeah.
But in Idaho.
Like, I was watching his presser, and he says all the right things. You could tell he's a fiery kid. He could shave with a cotton swab. Like, that kid is so young.
My boys call Clayton Keller the babyface assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the new babyface assassin.
Well, and people are saying that the way he talks and the way he plays and his aggression and his demeanor, they're like, he could help. And I'm like,
not next year.
I don't think so.
No.
Like, so, his brother was drafted in 2020. And then in 2022 or 23, the Philadelphia Flyers brought him up. And he played a little bit, but wasn't as good as Caleb is. And now his brother, I think, is down a league. He's no longer in the NHL. He's down a league, but it took a while. He did get a shot as a Philly Flyer. But I do expect Caleb Denoye, when he does mature, I expect him to be something really great for the Mammoth.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of Jazz news coming down the pipeline. We'll break that down coming up here. We'll circle back on BYU coming up at 2:05 with Mitch Harper, but Ethan's hanging out with us from Teton Wealth. And
Yes,
Ethan,
sir.
It's always good chatting with you, man, because we want to get our listeners on that path of, obviously we talk about financial security. There's a lot of people, myself included, that just want to be able to sleep well at night.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Finances are a number one cause of anxiety in our lives. We just,
It's our favorite subject to worry about and also not do anything about.
Yeah.
Right? We love doing both of those things. Worry about it, not touch it. And so let's change that. Let's adjust that, especially if you're really starting to think about your retirement years. And if you're staring down the barrel of the last 10 years of work, let's say, and you know you've got to get some things organized so that you can keep your promises to yourself and your family and your spouse, well, let's sit down and do an ascent plan for you. It is the best way to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward. 435-255-6331. If you'll call right now, we'll do an ascent plan for you. No cost, no obligation. It's the same ascent plan we do for our client families. And this is what we're going to talk about, okay? We're going to talk about once you're retired, where are you going to get your income? Your spendable income every day, every month, right? How are you going to pay your bills? How are you going to enjoy yourself? Number two, we're going to talk about your investments. How are you invested? Are you appropriately risk controlled? Are your investments going to be able to do the job you need them to do into retirement? Number three, we talk about taxes. How do we keep all this as tax efficient as possible? Because if you're in retirement and you're overpaying taxes just out of lack of care and lack of planning, that's a loss. You may as well put that into the stock market and lost it, right? You may as well gambled it. It's just lit it on fire. It's gone. The fourth is your healthcare plan. How are your healthcare costs going to be covered in retirement? What are those going to look like? How are you going to make sure you've got money to pay for those things? And then the fifth is your estate plan. What happens to your stuff when something happens to you? This includes a survivor plan for a surviving spouse. This will give you the peace of mind to move forward into retirement, knowing that you are doing the best you can and you've given yourself the best possible chance to succeed. 435-255-6331. We'll walk you through that process, no cost, no obligation, and we'll include a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And we just can't wait. We know you're going to love this experience.
Call right now. And again, there's so much free here. Free ascent plan, free consultation. And this isn't just, Hans, you went through this. This isn't a 10-minute meet and greet and they throw a book at you and go, here you go.
It's a couple hours.
Yeah.
And I do want to just kind of spark the interest of maybe somebody that just stepped into retirement and was like, I'm a big boy. I'll do it myself. I'll manage my own finances. I just want people to understand that Ethan saved my parents enough in taxes to cover anything that it might cost to have Teton represent you. Like, Teton can make life a lot more affordable for you as well. So if you're just stepping into retirement, 435-255-6331. It is worth sitting down with Ethan and Teton and just looking at it.
And that is so valuable right there. Just doing that is going to reduce your anxiety. And I'm so pleased and so grateful that, your family's had a good experience. And everyone's going to have a little bit of a different experience because everyone's in a little different space. And, in this life, there are no guarantees. Right? Yeah. That's kind of true across the board. But if you're doing the things you need to do every week, every month, those prudent decisions, you're going to land somewhere good.
Just make the phone call, get the education. There's a lot free here that's available for you. 435-255-6331. Teton Wealth, 435-255-6331. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Held over due to popular demand, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number 1.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're really excited to introduce these guys to you. Our goal as an organization is to just get players that love the game, that love to work, and obviously have the talent to go with that. We think all 3 of these guys are just add to that list of our other players on our roster. This is a huge day. This represents so much work and sacrifice from not only these guys. These guys have worked their tails off for many years, sacrificed so much to get here, but also their families who are in attendance. There's so many drives to the gym and rebounding late at nights, and this is the culmination of a lot of that. At least the first step of a great journey. So congratulations to these guys. We're so pumped. This was a dream scenario for us. These are guys we targeted before the draft with high potential, high character, and we couldn't be more excited.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There is the new voice of the Utah Jazz, Austin Ainge. The face, the voice. He was holding court. Danny Ainge was there yesterday, but it was Austin Ainge's show.
Yeah, it was a great day, too. It was great. Lloyd, Scotty, and myself, obviously, we wanted to be there for a historic event. You know, when you see something like this go down in the state of Utah, it's big. Ace Bailey is potentially massive. And we were there for that initial Donovan Mitchell presser, and we didn't regret it. Like, that was an important moment in Utah sports history. And so I kind of get that feel with Ace Bailey.
I do, too.
I get that feel.
I think you got a chance to have something really special there. And he came in, said all the right things, had a certain level of optimism, and that's one thing we'd heard about Ace Bailey. The dude is a fun-loving, excitable guy. He wants to be the voice in the room. There's certain guys that want to walk in and take over the room, and Ace Bailey's that guy, and you could sense that yesterday.
Well, and I thought he handled it well. You know, the beat writers right out of the gates came at him with the, do you want to be here?
We got to stop with that, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm as guilty of it as anybody, but we got to stop with it. Oh, do you like it here?
I've got to imagine.
Do you want it to be here, please? Love us? Will you like us?
I've got to imagine that's it, though. That question was
it's got
asked,
to be.
And it's like, all right, he said yes, and let's move on. Because I think continuing to prod him with, did you even want to be here, is ridiculous and potentially harmful.
I talked to somebody yesterday who said, we got to stop with the whole Sally Struthers thing. Like, they like me. They really like me.
Yeah.
No, we can't. Okay, you're right. Probably considering all the news and stuff, the question needed to be asked, and now it's got to be done.
Yeah.
No more following up. Like, hey, did you see that Days of 47 rodeo? How fun. Did you have fun? Well, I had fun. Did you have fun?
Well, I put out a tweet over the weekend that said Ace Bailey couldn't be more engaged and enthusiastic. Young, bright, very talented kid. Can't believe how inaccurate some of the reporting has been. And I said Jazz might have just got the steal of the century. Can't wait to watch this one play out. And I had a lot of people say, oh, well, you're shilling for the Jazz and you're just trying to make this easy for the Jazz. This was not his first destination.
Of course.
And I get that. Like, when I was coming out of college and going into the NFL, number one, I wanted to be drafted. Well, that didn't happen. Number two, I wanted to stay on the West Coast. Well, that didn't happen. And a lot of things don't happen in the world of professional sports. What you do is when you get to a place, you say, I love you, and fan base, I love you. Let's go win together.
Yeah.
But everybody's got expectations of when they're going to be drafted, by who they'll be drafted. They've got hopes and aspirations, and 98% of the time, it doesn't play out the way you wanted to play out.
No.
So for people to say, well, it wasn't his first destination, of course. He probably had expectations. He's from back east. He's played through Georgia. He knows Tennessee. Utah is very unique and very new. And it's very unique and new to Omar, who's representing him, who was there.
Yeah.
Did you see him?
Oh, yeah.
He was there about third row, the press conference. And, you know, that guy's probably in his ear saying, hey, I think we can actually manipulate and manage this, and we'll get you out to Washington. We'll keep you out around your family, and, you know, we'll keep you close to home and keep you with an ownership group. And they're going to – he might have had a guy in his ear, because oftentimes agents tell you what you want to hear because they're trying to get their own money.
Yep.
Oh, but he's been with this guy since he was in 8th grade. Yeah, because the guy wants money.
Yeah. He doesn't care about Ace Bailey if Ace Bailey and his family couldn't connect him to good basketball that could get him paid.
Right. Yeah, this guy
or
isn't,
whoever. Yeah.
This guy isn't parading Ace Bailey around because it's good for his health.
Yeah.
He wants money. And so what you do is you lie. And you say, I know so-and-so, and I know what I can do. Hey, and I just spoke with so-and-so. They told me all you got to do is kind of, be a little gruff. Act like you don't want to be there, or act like you're tough to deal with. Hey, look, it only takes one. If 29 others think that you're unbearable and hard to deal with, well, the one that we want you to go to, they'll pick you up. You see what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
So there's so much manipulation from these agents. Okay, now, draft day comes, Utah Jazz select you, he shows up on an airplane Saturday. He's there for his presser Sunday. He's reporting today. He's going to be in his Jazz jersey, and he's going to be taking his pictures, and it's what Scotty and I told you on Friday.
Yes.
This is just the norm. So can we stop with well, he's kind of hard to deal with. He's not hard to deal with.
No, he's not.
He's a dream to deal with.
Yeah.
His smile, his demeanor, his ability. Like, this guy is a true basketball player.
And that's it. Like, I don't want Jazz fans out there to have some preconceived notion on who Ace Bailey is as a person, because Ace Bailey, in the short interactions we had with him yesterday, looked like a genuinely fun-loving, good 18-year-old kid. Because that's what he is. He's an 18-year-old kid. We got kids' hands that are older than this guy. He's 18. And if you as a Jazz fan are putting your, well, he don't want to be here, so I'm not going to. Shut up. Don't be that guy. Don't be that dude. Look, that guy is going to play basketball in the jersey that you root for. So root for him. And he will. When he starts making buckets, you're going to be fine. But I don't want people that over there already have some preconceived notion as to who Ace Bailey is as a person, because who Ace Bailey is now is not going to be the same Ace Bailey next year or 20. Think of you when you were 18 years old, not you, Hans, but just you in general listening right now. Did you do things at 18 that you're proud of? And I don't even think Ace Bailey did anything wrong.
No.
I think people around him. But even just think of your actions when you were 18, or who you trusted, or who you listened to. Probably quite a bit different than who you are now, or even who you were 2 or 3 years later. So guess what? The kid is going to wear your Utah Jazz jersey. The kid deserves your respect. He's going to bust his butt for your team. So guess what? Support him, love him up, cheer for him, and let's get this thing.
And if you're the contingent that is saying, well, then just give him a few years, he'll get jaded. Well, that's very possible.
Yeah.
It's happened many times here.
Yep.
But until we see him get jaded and demand a trade, love him and believe that he's going to be the next saving grace of the Utah Jazz, because he's a great basketball player. And, you know, Scotty, I've got different analysts that I listen to, and I do watch enough film, and I try to evaluate athleticism. And when you watch his film and when you listen to the people that really know the game, they don't know the character. They don't know the backstory line of dirty agents, and they don't care about they just know the game. They know how it's supposed to be played. Those people, they believe he's the second best player in this draft.
Yeah.
With the potential to be the best. And you got him at number 5. So I would be over the moon excited. I would leave all of my judgment to summer ball and fall camp and opening of season. Watch him on the court. Watch how he behaves. Watch how he handles his teammates. I mean, one of the coolest things I thought he said was, they were like, well, are you going to stick around here? He's like, I'm going to stick around here because I want to get to know my teammates. I want to get to know the guys. And you saw who showed up. Collier showed up.
Yeah.
George showed up. Hendricks showed up. Okay, there was a good group of Utah Jazz guys. Now, the dudes that knew they were headed out, Colin Sexton had just been traded, so he knew he was out. Jordan Clarkson, obviously, probably in the middle of a buyout at that point. That was just announced minutes ago. Probably knew I'm not going to be here, so I'm not going to go to everybody else was there. All the young teammates were there. And he was like, I'm excited to get to know my teammates. And he's like, and my fellow draftees. And, you know, you could see the big smiles on the 2 other draft picks, and they're smiling, looking at me like, we're young. We're going to try to take this thing over.
Yeah.
So I just think that this guy is the real deal when it comes to the game of basketball. I think he's got terrible management in his corner that he probably needs to change out. If that becomes venomous, if you're constantly getting negativity poured into your eardrums, then you become negative. So if it's negative, get rid of it, because this is a positive place to be. Promise you. And move forward. You've got great ownership, and you've got great management, you've got great front office, and you've got a great coach in Will Hardy. What more do you need as a potential professional athlete? And you've got a community and an organization that is just thirsting for somebody to do great with.
Yes. They will. Look, if Ace Bailey balls out and ends up being the best, the best version of himself, he will have an entire fan base eating out of the palm of his hands. And I think that's all any representative needs to tell him. Hey, look, you know what? This is a fan base that fell in love with now who was the cereal guy that ate all the cereal? Because they just
Booker?
Yeah. Trevor Booker. Trevor Booker still can walk on water around here. Why? Because he showed an affection towards the fan base and he busted his butt. Trevor Booker wasn't really that good of a player by NBA standards. But you know what? He's got a fan base that absolutely loves him. Jay Crowder has a fan base that absolutely loves him. Why? Because he showed an affinity towards the fan base and he busted his butt.
Earl Watson.
Same thing.
Contingent that loves him. And I just don't worry about this. What I worry about is all the preconceptions.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
I worry about is everybody got a taste of this handler, and they're like, well, that's representing Ace. Scotty and I and Lloyd, we had an opportunity to be right there in the room with him, watching him interact, watching him behave, listening to him, getting a feel for who he is. And I can promise you there's not a bad bone in the kid's body.
Yeah.
And by the way, family members showing up with big smiles. It looked to me like everybody was pleased and happy.
By the way, did you see the dog?
No.
They had the dog out before you got there, I think. I think it's a Frenchie.
His dog?
Yeah. Or a family member's dog. But then they put it in a little carrying case. But a little tiny, I think it was a little tiny Frenchie.
Little puppy?
Yeah. It looked like
it was because when he got off the airplane, you saw they did a
Was that
video.
a Frenchie? It looked like
was
a Frenchie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a smoke gray type Frenchie.
Ace has a Frenchie? Or is it Ace's?
Or
I think
family
it's-
members. Yeah. I think I sent you the video. It's at the very end.
I don't want to go Shauna Lake on this, but does it like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?
Where does he live?
Yeah.
Does he need a babysitter?
Where's he staying?
I got your back. Bring that little fella out to Eagle Mountain.
Bring that little bundle of joy.
Yeah.
Does he like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?
Oh,
because my kids have made some.
And and by the way, there's plenty more where that came from.
But just open up your mind. Get ready. I do. There's a part of me that hopes that Ace reevaluates everything that's happened. Because, Scotty, it does not take a lot of intelligence for a now professional athlete to sit down and scoot up to the desk and say, all right, Austin, so tell me what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Danny, tell me what happened. Justin, Zanuck, tell me what happened, because what is all this heat that was going on? Oh, well, Ace, just so you understand, like there was a pretty heavy voice out there saying that you did not want to come here and that you didn't work out for us with intention to dissuade us from drafting you. And where was that coming from? And look, if you're a good friend, you'll say, hey, let me open up these emails. So this is an email from so-and-so, and this was some correspondence that we had. And I would be straight up. And I would also, if there's any past transgression with anybody, and be like, this isn't the first time that this stuff's happened.
Yeah.
Because you want to give that kid the best chance possible. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I was coming into professional sports and I had an opportunity to sit at the table with Austin Ainge, Danny Ainge, Ryan Smith, Dwayne Wade, Will Hardy, if I had the opportunity to sit, and Justin Zanuck, is there a group of men in the world of professional sports that would steer you more morally accurate in all of sports?
Not just basketball, but just being a human being.
A human being.
Yep.
And just say, Hans, just so you know, that whole thing blew up because of this.
Yeah.
Now, Ace could say, hey, I kind of wanted that. Like, I wanted the publicity. I wanted the attention, or we were leveraging it for this. Like, Ace could say, hey, I was a part of that. And in fact, it was all in the up and up. And it's really not as bad a deal as you think. And I knew that you would draft me anyways. Whatever. He might stick up for his representation and put it all to bed. But you can't tell me there's a better group of men to help direct me as a professional athlete with honesty and integrity. Because I know enough in the professional world, the honesty, integrity, it hardly exists. That's why I was so grateful to be able to sit down with Bill Polian. Because Bill Polian was amazing. Polian was amazing.
There's a lot of dirtbags out there. So when you find somebody who's honest with you.
He was so great. That front office, that Indianapolis Colts front office with Chamberlain, Polian, Turpinen, And those guys had all been around for a lot of years.
Yeah.
And when they fired Jim Mora and hired Tony Dungy, they kept that front office because they know how to spot, work with talent, develop men, because you're still bringing 22, 23-year-old men in, young guys that are still very influenced, very impressionable. And so I look at that and I'm like, Ace, word to the wise, Ace, if I could talk to Ace in just a private setting, I'd say, Ace, what I would do is I would put anything that you've had to this point, I'd put it as a secondary voice, just secondary. And listen to this group. They want the best for you.
Yeah.
They just invested $100 million into you. They want the absolute best for you. They are going to tell you how to properly eat, how to properly behave, how to. Now, when it comes down to your second contract, call up your representation and, you want a middleman and you want the I's dotted and T's crossed. But listen to these guys. They'll help you become a professional.
Yeah.
Don't get caught up in any more of that junk. Like, you don't need to play the games and tricks and rumors. You don't need to do that now. We want to make you the best athlete that this state has ever seen, that this league has ever seen. Because if we do that, then we win championships. If we win championships, then your second contract, name the number. We'll give you a handshake. Give you 2%. I don't care. We'll give you 2% of the freaking ownership. I don't care. Play good basketball. Help us win.
Yeah. We'll figure everything else out.
If you're getting turd advice, cut the turd.
Yeah.
Yes, that's just the way it should be in professional sports.
I had a follow-up, but probably.
Yeah, I know.
Probably pass.
Yeah. Need a good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is so alarming to me. There are so many leeches in the world of sports.
Oh, my gosh.
Blood-sucking, scum of the earth leeches. I'm not saying that his representation is that because they did whatever they did.
Yeah.
But what I do know is there are leeches that will lie and deceive and trick and steal. They will steal you blind.
And they could be as close, like Bernie Kosar. Well, on that ESPN documentary called Broke, I think it was, Bernie Kosar said one of the happiest days in his life was when he left the courtroom after declaring bankruptcy because he knew his dad wasn't going to hit him up for money. His own father. That's the thing. Like, we talk about leeches. This isn't your, like, a guy that you sat next to in third grade who comes out of nowhere like, hey, how's it going? It could be somebody as close to you as your dad.
Well, look at Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
He thought that his interpreter was his best friend.
Yeah.
Now, Shohei may have been in the know, and maybe things were concealed.
According to Lloyd,
and
it was all Shohei.
His interpreter took the brunt of everything. But could you imagine how betrayed you'd feel?
Yeah.
To be like, wait, you took $7 million and gambled it? I'm in $7 million of debt because of you. There are leeches. Real disgusting, dishonest human beings that are now trying to take it. You are a $100 million plus man. Everybody wants a part of you. Everybody's going to act like your best friend. Everybody's going to lie straight to your face in order to persuade you. So what you got to do is clean the cabinets, man. You're a made man, and you've got great people in your corner. I mean, Scotty, when we were just at that event, think about the guys that we just talked to. Ron Boone.
Yeah.
Ron Boone will sit down with you, Ace Bailey, and Ron can point you in the right direction. Mike Smith. He was there.
Yeah.
Mike could sit down and he's got stories.
You know who has seemingly a big role with this team? Carlos Boozer. Like, I thought that was just kind of like an honorary thing, but Boozer's on the flight. He was there yesterday.
Well, and
Avery Bradley, too.
That's the first conversation I've had with Boozer since Lloyd Cole was standing there and goes, oh, you got sick.
are you ever going to let that go?
I've never.
You should.
Never, dude. It was such a scummy thing to do, dude.
No, it really wasn't.
You
Wasn't
hurt
that
my
bad.
feelings so bad.
You got served.
Oh, you got served. Man, that's 18 years ago, bro.
That was a long time ago.
That might be 19 years. No, that's 18 years ago. Because you started on as our producer, like, I think a year after that.
Right.
Which is 17 years ago. But that was the first time I talked to Carlos.
Yeah.
And he seems to be changed.
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation?
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit.
Yeah,
he's a different dude.
It wasn't
plastic. It
hey,
was
man, with the big handshake.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, hey.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, you're right. I think he's got a big role to play. But
these are all guys that have been there and done it. Yeah, to your point.
Okay, Ace. So you need somebody that you can really relate with? Well, let me bring Dwayne Wade in. Let's sit down with Dwayne. You're sitting there if you're Ace Bailey, you're sitting there with Dwayne Wade, and you're like, so, Dwayne, tell me about this crew. You know Dwayne's going to be like, this is the most honest and cool crew I've ever met.
Yeah.
As far as professional sports ownership and front office, you're not going to meet somebody that's got better intentions lined up for you.
And to your point, this isn't just Ace Bailey. This is everybody that is at that point in that pinnacle of their career. You need to go and do a deep dive into everybody in your life, and you need to have some hard conversations. And and we talk about this with coaches when they get hired, because there'll be a coach that gets a head coaching position, and all of a sudden they'll get phone calls from guys that may have given them great opportunities in the past saying, hey, you know what? I just got let go here. I can be your DC, or I can be your linebacker coach. I can help you out. Remember when I gave you your first break? I need your help. And you're like, I can't. I can't. You might have undying loyalty to these guys, and they may have all the best of intentions, but if you don't have room for them, you can't, to your own sacrifice, give them opportunities that they don't deserve, or cannot make you better. And Ace Bailey or Cooper Flagg or whoever has got to go through every part of their life and say, okay, you know what? You can help me become a better person. You can't. Or you can help me become a better player. I want you to be part of my inner circle. But guess what? You just want a paycheck. You got to go. And you got to have a lot of hard conversations. That's really, I can't imagine how hard that is for an 18-year-old.
Well, there's so few people, in Ace Bailey's life, there are so few people that have his best interest in mind.
Oh, yeah.
So few. As you mentioned, sometimes you don't even know if it's your parents. When you're talking about $100 million that gets dropped into an account, and you're talking about a potential $300 to $400 million earnings, sometimes even your parents.
Yeah.
Now, most of the time, mom and dad want the world for you. And if that's the case, then keep mom and dad very close. But find the people that are most invested in your growth and hitch your wagon to them. Listen closely. Take full advice from them. Because those people are so rare. And all I got to do is look and see, all right, who invested in me?
Yeah.
Who just paid who just put that $100 million in my pocket? Why would they steer me wrong?
Yeah.
Now, if I got drafted by the New York Knicks and I got to play for a James Dolan who's known as a rat, or if I got drafted 2005 Los Angeles Clippers and Donald Sterling is a complete rat, well, then, okay, well, who do I got to pay attention to?
Yeah.
I got to keep some people close to me to keep this rat in check.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying full trust and ownership, because when you get to that second contract, ownership's like, well, what do we got to do? Or if you suck, let's say that you're just not the piece that I thought that I drafted. And now we're like, geez, what are we going to do with this guy? That's just not the case here with Ace Bailey.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're talking about 18-year-olds needing some advice, but if you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, you're retired, and you need some financial advice, Ethan and the crew at Teton Wealth are ready to help you out.
And you know what's interesting is I think people are really taken by surprise at how much their financial life changes once they hit retirement.
Yeah.
Because think about it. When you're working, right, you're just saving money into your 401k, you're paying down your home. The path is pretty similar for kind of all of us, right? Most of us are going to be on that path. Then once you hit retirement, guess what? Your paycheck goes away. No one's managing your 401k anymore. You're really kind of on your own in a way that you never were before.
Yeah.
And so it's really important to have some things settled, to understand some of these, to have a team, kind of what you guys are talking about, have a team behind you to help make some of these decisions. And if you're feeling that anxiety, if you're starting to see, oh man, yeah, my retirement's going to be a lot different and I want it to be great, then I really recommend getting an Ascent plan from Teton Wealth Group. If you don't have one yet, 435-255-6331. If you call right now, we'll do an Ascent plan for you. This is the same Ascent plan we do for our client families, and we'll walk you through those areas that you need to know about in order to have a great retirement, in order to make sure that you've got a team around you so that the party can continue once the paychecks stop. Because when the paychecks stop, right, your life has to continue somehow.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to find money to spend somewhere. Social Security is great, but Social Security on its own is probably not going to give you the retirement that you want. This is why you've been saving money up to this point. So 435-255-6331. That's 435-255-6331. The Ascent plan includes an analysis of your income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and estate. And when you're doing your best in all 5 of those areas, you're putting your best foot forward, period.
And it's you mention all the time, it's a well-worn path. A lot of people have done it, and a lot of people will continue to do it. You just need to get on that path.
We will show you how the people ahead of you, your friends and families, they've had great retirements. We'll show you how they did it because it is a well-worn path. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to come up with something that no one else has come up with. We need to do what we know works.
Yeah.
435-255-6331. And I'll tell you, if you've been saving money for retirement, I'll tell you one of the number one things this Teton Ascent plan does, gives you the confidence to spend your money. Because we see that happen a lot. People are prepared for retirement. They've got the money. They're too afraid to spend it because they don't have a plan worked out.
Can't take it with you.
So they're too nervous to spend. They're too nervous to enjoy because they think, well, what if a market turns? Or what if I need money later in life for long-term care? All these things that keep you from doing what you want now, boy, that's a tragedy. In my mind, that is. So 435-255-6331. I know you'll love this experience.
435-255-6331. Call right now. Ethan's going to get you squared away. A lot of free. That free consultation, the free Ascent plan. That's all yours for free. And then you have the information. You can decide how to proceed. But it all starts with that phone call. 435-255-6331 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
I'm so excited for college basketball to start around here because the AJ DeBonce is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that AJ has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said, AJ should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now,
Get the call, baby! Come on, let's go!
Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, the beauty of our 60 and 60 watch list is essentially we're not beholden to any number. So if there's a player that's in the news, well, guess what? They can make the watch list. And guess who is on the list today, Hans? Well, a guy that BYU fans probably should be very keenly aware of right now.
McKay Hillstead obviously has a starting experience from his days at Utah State. Not the biggest guy, but can definitely run and has a very strong and live arm and accurate arm. His ability to process and be able to get the ball, he can spin it with the best, but his ability to use his feet and extend plays is something that's unique. And then, looking at the track times that he's run in the past, he's super fast. He's got a lot of ability, and the fact that he's been in our offense for some time gives him a little bit more familiarity with what A-Rod wants him to do and how he wants to execute the plays. I'm looking forward to him in competition, seeing what he can get done this year.
There he is, McKay Hillstead, and calling every snap of his at Utah State. Everything he's saying lines up with what I believe too.
Kalani's info is good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of extended a lot of his comments on these players. I think he liked it that the rankings, instead of being rankings, that it's just highlighting the players.
Yeah.
So Kalani with just a lot of information there and little stuff that you could pick out, like, this guy's looking forward to competition, and little things that Kalani was dropping in those comments, which you can access at KSLSports.com. But I think that if I were to rank early clubhouse leaders, now knowing or at least believing that Jake Retzlaff's on his way out, I think that I'd go McKay Hillstead.
I would too. I'd go Hillstead 1, Bachmeier 2.
I'd go Trayson 2.
Would you really?
Or Gay.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
And I think Bear Bachmeier is going to have to work his way into a three-headed competition.
Now, he came in after spring, right? Or was he here
after
for spring?
spring?
Yeah, so I mean that's
a
big issue for him.
And that's a lot of the reason why I'm saying Now, I think the Bear is a former 4-star. I think he's actually a higher rated quarterback than McKay or Trayson. But McKay and Trayson both have D1 starting experience.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to give them a little bit of the edge. And I think because McKay was an in-state recruit, Aaron Roderick probably has more familiarity with him. Now, that doesn't mean Aaron Roderick is not going to choose a starter off familiarity, but he knows who McKay is.
Yeah.
And he knows how to use his attributes and how to get away from maybe his shortfalls. The other two are pretty new.
And played at Skyridge right down the road. So, I mean, they're keen. I'm sure they watched a ton of him in high school.
Yeah, so I think that gives him a little bit of an advantage.
Well, and the fact is the experience and taking D1 snaps. I mean, this is McKay Hillstead took a lot of snaps and ultimately had his season derailed a bit due to the injury. But the guys played at the level. Maybe not the Big 12 level, but he's played college football.
Do you believe McKay could be as good as Retzlaff?
I do, yeah.
I do too.
100% believe that. Now, I know that I took a lot of heat because last year when McKay Hillstead transferred to BYU, and that was after spring ball when he left Utah State, and I said that I believed by the end of the year he would be the starter at BYU. Well, I didn't anticipate Jake Retzlaff taking that next step.
Right, because Jake was 0-4 in his starts. And remember, it was kind of in the air, like spring and fall camp was like, is it going to be Retzlaff? He was 0-4, and Jake did great things. But remember, McKay came in after spring, so he didn't have that spring ball. McKay's had a whole year to not only recover from any lingering injury issues that he had at Utah State, but then to just immerse himself in that system. That guy is all about the academics of football. Eats, breathes, sleeps football. And to have him sit in those offices and now going into fall that it is a true competition to take over for Jake Retzlaff, I think you're going to get his best shot. Now, the size limitations are real. They'll probably list him at 6. He's probably closer to 5'10" than he is 6 foot. And those are very real issues that he's going to have to deal with at the Big 12 level. He likes to run around and extend plays. That's awesome. And he is really fast. But he also absorbs a lot of hits in keeping plays alive. And that's going to have to be cut way back if he wants to survive at the Big 12 level. He couldn't do it at the Mountain West level. Took way too many shots in the Mountain West. And he'll play backyard football as good as anybody. He's got a little Johnny Manziel to him. Now, sometimes that works out really well, and sometimes throws he'll make, they'll be like, what in the world was that? But you know what? He's going to make it really damn entertaining for BYU fans. I did see a tweet from PFF. Is that what it is, PFF?
Pro Football Focus, yeah.
Some of their stuff is ridiculous. Some of their stuff's okay.
Yeah.
But they do chart a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
In his games with Utah State, when he had a clean pocket, he was like top 5 in completion percentages in the country with throws of 40-plus, I think it was. 40-plus attempts.
Yeah.
He was like top 5 or something, top 8.
I would not surprise me at all.
When he's in a clean pocket with the release and throw, he's extremely accurate.
And the problem is he didn't have a clean pocket a lot at Utah State. That offensive line that year was not particularly good. And he took a lot of shots. But here's the thing. Go back. If you're a BYU fan, I don't know if it's on YouTube or not, but I would go and find the James Madison game. Utah State versus James Madison. And
it was a notorious defense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. James Madison was elite defensively that year.
Was that the year BYU played him?
I don't think so. I think
and won like 16-0 or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. I don't think so. But James Madison was really, really good that year, and Utah State was down big at halftime. And I can't remember if I can't remember if Hillstead came in at halftime and ran the second half or when he came into the game. But Utah State came firing back in that game, and it was all McKay Hillstead who got that offense rolling. Got him all the way back. They were right there with an opportunity to take the lead, and then he throws a really bad interception. extending a play. So you saw the really good part of McKay Hillstead, and then you saw the decision-making. But remember, he was a true freshman in that game. That was 2 years ago. So I think you saw the skill set, you saw the development, you saw all of that with McKay Hillstead. You saw a little bit of the decision-making issues that can pop up. But again, that was 2 years ago. The dude was a biscuit toss out of high school.
Sorry, I was thinking Sam Houston, not James Madison. I'm trying to think what year that was.
That would have been the 23 season.
Because James Madison had some seasons, man.
I'm gonna go. Let me pull up that season.
Might have been 23 because that was the year BYU did play Sam Houston, and for some reason, did they open up with James Madison? Or was it game 2?
It was game 2. No, game 4 actually.
Game 4 of 2023.
Yeah, and they lost that game 45-38. James Madison was 11-2 that season. They started out the year.
I knew it was a good team.
10-0. And then lost to App State. They beat Coastal Carolina and then lost to Air Force in a bowl game. But they were 11-2 that year.
Do you have McKay's numbers in that game?
Give me 2 seconds. I'll pull them up here real quick. Passing, McKay Hillstead, game log.
Because I could give you
James Madison, he was 25 of 47, 399 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
How many yards?
399, 400, essentially.
What was that? Give me the completion, the attempts at completions.
25 of 47, 53%, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Well, I think that McKay Hillstead is going to be your early leader. And I think that somebody else is going to have to dethrone him.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A little whole world news coming up next right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehammond, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, guess what, folks? 4th of July is coming up. That means you're spending some time on the old grill. Well, guess what? If you're going to be cooking up the burgers, the steaks, the hot dogs, everything in between, there's one place you need to be going for your beef. Bar W Beef is going to get you squared away, Hans.
So what separates Bar W Beef? Well, first and foremost, every one of their beef is born in Utah, raised in Utah, fed on our grounds, fed our grains, and then it is all processed right here in Utah. So at no point does this beef leave the state. Number 2, every cut of beef is dry aged for 14 plus days. So whether you're eating the burger or steaks, you're getting that dry age process that allows that cattle to break down and become more delicious, more juicy, more easily cooked. Whether, again, if you're going chuck roast, sirloin steak, or the burger, it's all dry aged. And Scotty, you can't get that in your typical store purchases. And then let's not forget, these are state-of-the-art facilities, and this is beef that's from Utah. It's something that we can all support that is state-owned and operated.
No doubt. The retail location is down in Nephi. They've got some great in-store specials. And if you want it shipped to your house, they'll ship anywhere in the state of Utah and an order over $150 to your house for free. It's all available for you at barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
The wait is almost over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now almost open. The Garden Restaurant opens on June 30th. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offers something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, opening next week, June 30th. See you there.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sale and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. You've got you and me, brother, in our hands. You've got you and me, sister, in our hands. You've got you and me, brother, in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got little Eddie, baby, in our hands. We got a little Eddie, baby.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Just because I hum a song doesn't mean I don't like it.
No, usually means you're tired of it when you start.
No, that's not true.
When you start humming it before it even starts, usually.
No, just because I can anticipate it a little bit.
Right. Okay.
For Whole World News today, we're going to Rhode Island.
All right.
And I don't know if Lloyd raised a parrot in Rhode Island, but
oh boy,
I think Lloyd Cole is the only one that could have raised this parrot.
What will come out of his mouth next? They'll never know. They're hoping Hendricks will vocalize or show positive affection to his forever family.
If we don't find his forever family in this first round, we'll reopen them again.
Showing you something good. I'm Sam Reed.
A parrot in Rhode Island has a horribly foul mouth. It's 20 years old.
Whoa!
20,
how old can parrots get?
I think into the 40s.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. You buy a parrot. That's a lifetime. Geesh, responsibility.
Yeah.
Hard pass on that.
Yeah, they live between 40 to 60 years old. So, there are many cases that they've been over 50 years old. So they can go a long time. So this one's just 20 years old.
Parrots are going to have to call Ethan.
And
Teton Weld.
And it got surrendered to this shelter, and they were feeding it. It was saying hello, and then they just came in one day, and it just started like this tirade, this torrent of horrible language. And they were like, "What are we going to do with this parrot?"
Fox News. Hey. Oh, I don't even remember that. What was that?
Whoops. Oh, I do. That was a horrible miscalculation on your part.
Yeah, so you could have easily said myself or Scotty.
I like how you went
either.
I like how you went, oops. But this parrot is...
This is Fox News.
Jeez,
oops.
What kind of news is that? Now this parrot has a list 50 people deep wanting to adopt him.
Oh, I bet.
Because people love a foul-mouthed parent, apparently.
It's all fun and games, though, until mom and dad come over or you're got a girl over for a date and this thing's just ripping F-bombs right and left.
And just so you know, it's not just cuss words. He is very aware of other races. And now I'll just say this, he's universally racist.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He'll go after anybody. Where did this thing come from?
I don't know, but every race apparently, like this bird will go at you. So he's
I don't think he's racially get intolerant. I don't think he's going to get adopted.
He's got a list 50 deep.
Wow.
Everybody wants to adopt him.
Oh, and he's featherless. Yeah, his feathers fell out. Apparently, the person that owned him for 20 years would only feed him human food and beer. So like bread and beer. And it made the parrot's feathers fall out. So he's foul-mouthed, he's racist, and he's nude.
Sounds like a bird right after Scotty G's heart.
Hey, whoa. No. You just can't be throwing that stuff out all willy-nilly.
Oh, I thought that's what we do on this show.
No.
Yeah. Actually, it is what we do on this show. We get loose.
We can go foul-mouthed, but don't be dropping the R word, man.
Oh, come on. We'd all put this bird in our house.
No, I wasn't talking about the R. I was talking about the booze, beer.
As long as he's universal with it, like as long as he's going after everybody, you're welcome in my house. Just go after everybody.
Yeah, okay. Everybody's fair game.
Now, if you're, keyed in on one thing, it's like, arm's distance, Mr.
You take the
Bird.
Shotgun approach.
Yeah. If everybody's under fire, then we'll bring the bird in.
Okay.
Give him a home. See if we can grow his feathers back.
Hey, Ethan, did you know parrots can be up to 60 years old?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I've got a friend of mine at work who just buried a parrot that he's had for his entire adulthood, almost his entire adulthood. He's in his 70s now.
Wow.
And he just buried the bird a couple of years ago, and the bird, I think, was 40 or 50 years old.
So was it like a relief that he passed because he's had it for so long?
I think it was. He was sad, right? But
a little bit of a relief.
Boy, that's a long time to have a bird.
I tell people when you go to buy a turtle, just know that you're going to be in retirement with it, and you better have a plan.
Yeah.
For that turtle's health care. It's fine.
You have
nice
bills
transition.
That, you got to work in there too.
Yeah, you guys are the best at transitions like this. It's amazing.
Financial aspects of a turtle.
Well, you're right, man. I mean, those things, they last a long time. And this friend of mine, it was gifted to him. He didn't even choose the parrot. Or maybe he inherited it when his kid moved out or something like that. But
where I wanted to start in this one, Ethan, if somebody calls Teton, 435-255-6331, because they're tired of the mystery of retirement or They just have the questions that maybe you don't have the finances to even get them answered. Maybe you don't have the immediate numbers.
Yeah.
Well, it's free.
Yep.
It's free to call Ethan. It's free to get this consultation and to get the Ascent plan. 435-255-6331. Now, when somebody calls, let's say they call right now, 435-255-6331, how does this process proceed?
It's pretty straightforward, and it involves our whole team. Okay, so we've got a whole team to make sure that we're doing the right thing for everybody in terms of their income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and estate. And so we set an appointment on the calendar. Hey, when are you available in the next week or two? We could meet online via Zoom or at our office in Murray near Fashion Place Mall. Either one works great for us, so whatever's most convenient for you. We get it on the calendar, and then we spend that time just learning as much as we can about you. We divide our work into those 5 areas, right? The income and the investments, the taxes, the healthcare, and the estate. But those are a series of math problems that all have to support you in your life and what you're trying to do. So we spend a lot of time talking about what you want those retirement years to look like. What's your purpose going to be? We spend a ton of time. And then we do a little review of where you are in each area in terms of your income and your budget, your household budget, how much you're spending on different things, your investments, your taxes, your healthcare, and your estate. We walk through all 5 of those areas, and we do that for you. We walk you through it. This is basically just you answering questions and things like that. So you don't feel like you have to come prepared as an expert on all these things. We walk you through it, and then we sit down. We take a week or 2 off, and our team puts everything together. We sit down again. And we say, okay, here's the Ascent plan. This is what in each of these 5 areas, this is what we think is going well and what needs a little work. Here's what we think we should do. And we give you a copy of our book. And then that's it.
For free.
And then that's it. And usually by then, people know whether or not Teton is the right team. Usually by then they'll know, okay, yeah, I want to work with Teton. Or they'll say, you know what, this was a great experience. It's not the right time. So 435-255-6331. We can't wait to walk you through this. I think you'll really appreciate the experience. You're going to experience less anxiety, a major reduction in anxiety. That usually happens first. So 435-255-6331. We can't wait to hear from you.
That's 435-255-6331. Call right now, 435-255-6331. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks. Hans and I are ready to go to work for you. That's right. We're ready to take care of you, our listeners, who, if you've got a business, if you've got a service out there that you want Hans and I to advertise for you, we got you. All you have to do is text the keyword HANS, H-A-N-S, to 57500. That's 57500. And I need you to do this because I may have bragged to a lot of people around the building on Friday about how well we are at doing stuff like this.
Yeah, so, you didn't just brag.
So
you might have thrown it in somebody's face.
It's not important, but
bragging is also known as trash talking.
And it's also known as truth. So 57500, we could really use your help. 57500, text the keyword HANS, and somebody from our sales staff will reach out to you, and we'd love to find a way to partner up with you.
Yeah, whatever your business might be, and really, whatever it is, Scotty and I'll come in, we'll learn about it, we'll experience your business, and we'll be able to relay it on air to thousands and thousands of people that have like minds and need whatever it is that you offer.
We got you.
We will get the information out. So just text HANS to 57500, and it's low pressure. It's not, you're not agreeing to anything.
Nope.
It's not like, oh, I agree to be a part of this or that. No. Maybe you're just texting because you want to know how much a remote costs, or how much it costs to have Scotty voice a commercial, or maybe even just to be a part of the social media. Maybe you want Scotty and I to do some social media activity with you. Well, all of that, those questions can be answered just by texting HANS to 57500. Do it right now because today is the last day.
Yes.
Today is the last day that you can do this.
Yeah. 57500. After that,
you're on your own.
You're on your own.
You'll have to advertise your own stuff.
After that, you get Jake and Ben. I'm joking. But by the way, they're great too. All right, let's bring in the man
More
himself.
trash talk from Scotty G.
Okay, that email got a little away from me.
Yeah, it did.
And the worst part is you did it to one of the nicest human beings possible.
Debatable.
Okay, we don't know. All right, Mitch Harper joins us now. Mitch, how you doing?
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, doing great, guys. Happy to be on with you.
Cougar insider for KSLSports.com. And, all right, so the Jake Retzlaff thing now has been put to bed, but it does appear that the Jake Retzlaff era at BYU is also over as well.
Yeah, that's where there's still been no official word from Jake or BYU to this point, and that's really going to be interesting to see if BYU actually officially comments, because they've always upheld for the last 10 years to keep all honor code infractions private. But with this situation being so public, you would think that they would issue some sort of public statement of some kind regarding Jake Retzlaff. And but yes, BYU will have to look for a new era, a new quarterback to lead a team that really is built to win this year. And, you could look at it and say maybe they're a quarterback away from being a real contender in the Big 12. So it's pretty sizable, college football news, Big 12 news, and, of course, BYU news.
All right, just to clear this up and make the picture a little bit less fuzzy for all BYU fans, all of our listeners out there, what is the likelihood he's gone at this point, Mitch?
It's to me, it's something that I would say it's probably, I would lean to it's likely that he would be moving on and looking at other options and exploring his opportunities. What's interesting with Jake, his status is that he's a redshirt senior, and the transfer portal, even for graduate transfers can transfer at any time. They can go into the portal at any time, but they have to make sure to get into the portal before the closing date of the final portal window for an upcoming season. And that was back in April for the 2025 campaign. And that's where it gets a little bit foggy as to, what options does he have to go in? Because in the past, it used to be graduate transfers could go in the portal whenever, even in July, and go find a new landing spot. Now, with the new roster limits and the settlement with House versus NCAA and, grandfathering players to be able to go to other landing spots if they got cut or got moved on, it creates a little bit of wiggle room. And so you would think that there would probably be an opportunity for Jake, if facing a suspension and now his name is cleared in this civil lawsuit, which had got dismissed today, right before 10 a.m. today, that he could find another spot. But, typically you're looking at these programs and, they've been pretty much they've identified pretty much their key guys for a season, by well before probably Memorial Day. So it's a tough deal, and that's why there's really no winners in any of this. BYU, Jake Retzlaff, of course. It's a difficult situation, but if he is getting the 7-game suspension, which would take more than half of his season, he's got to look for other options and try to find a way to, get on the field this year and continue his football career. Because I always go back to his attorney's original statement back on May 21st, where he said Jake's intention is to play football this year. And to do that, it'd be tough to imagine if it does in fact end up being, as reported, the 7-game suspension for Jake.
Mitch Harper joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so let's just look at it from a football standpoint. If, in fact, Jake's tenure at BYU is done, I got to imagine it'll be open competition going into fall. Is there, in your opinion, a clubhouse leader? Would it be Hillstead based on his experience? I know Bachmeier they were excited about. Kind of give us your thought on how that could play out.
I would, say Hillstead would to me, because people forget too, and Scotty, you know as well as anyone, but when Hillstead left Utah State, he had power conference interest, the SEC, the Big Ten, other programs in the Big 12. It wasn't like BYU was his only option, and that's always noteworthy. And look, players can, maybe not live up to the expectations or the hype that they get because of a demand in the portal. But there was clear interest from a high-level power conference programs that wanted him. And that's always registers to me, because it just resonates as far as that skill set. You look at a lot of war rooms, a lot of, programs would say just on film watching that guy, that translates to the power conference level. Whereas, Trayson Bourget, he loves BYU, and he's from Western Michigan. But BYU initially recruited him out of high school to be a preferred walk-on. He goes to Western Michigan, got some starts there and played pretty well there and throws a good football, like better than honestly I maybe thought he was capable of, especially in spring. He threw a nice deep ball, but he came to BYU, left Western Michigan because he didn't like it there, joined BYU last season as a preferred walk-on, and then some things worked out to where he was able to get on scholarship. But what I'm getting at is McKay Hillstead, had, real capital invested into him. BYU had to go recruit him and get him out of the portal. and they made him a priority and let Ryder Burton, the previous quarterback that was a local kid, go to get McKay Hillstead. So there's been some investment from BYU, and to me, you want to see that out. Now, in spring ball, he was not, clear-cut number 2 guy. Him and Bourget at no point in spring made it clear that they are the number 2 guy when it was the context of backup quarterback battle to be behind Jake, and that's why the battle is going to rage on into fall camp. But I'd like to think that, both guys will level themselves up, going into fall camp where you've got the chance to be the guy and the number 1 quarterback and everything that comes with that, beyond just the ability to lead the team, the program, but, NIL opportunities, money. I mean, there's a lot to be a starter at a power conference program, and one that's got, boosters that are very involved with BYU athletics. You got a lot of opportunities in front of you. So I would still point to McKay Hillstead. I like his dual threat ability. You saw that athleticism on display in spring practices, and that to me is just kind of the DNA, the makeup of what works for, Aaron Roderick offenses, is having someone with the skill set of McKay Hillstead. So he would be the guy I'd look to first to try to win that job.
Mitch, we were talking about the current situation and how good it is that this is being resolved in a timely fashion. In your opinion, how important is it that it's resolved now, before Big 12 Media Days, well before fall camp, not going into 2026? I was telling Scotty, this is actually big-time news, whether it was that Jake was going to be here or Jake is going to be gone or BYU was going to separate and cut ties. It's just great that we get some resolve to this civil situation in a timely manner.
Yeah, I think the timing, it helps BYU from the on-field perspective for sure, because now you can, have a lot of time to where the public knows, to where the players in the building, there can be clarity, because you just point to this last Monday at the golf event. I mean, just from my thoughts at that golf event, it felt awkward at times, to just, the players were, it was just that elephant in the room. And, it was asked to some players, and most pointed to, no comment or whatever BYU's statement was initially. But and you just think about it too, from the player perspective. If a wide receiver wants to go throw in player ran practices, it was probably who do you pick at that point? Well, now there's still that probably decision of who you actually throwing with, because it's going to be a battle, but there's just not that elephant in the room if it does, in fact, if Jake goes forward with the transfer and moves forward. And so I think it's a good thing for the on-field product for BYU. Again, I don't think there's any winner in any of this, but I do think from the on-field side of it, when you do focus on that, you can just lock in and start to put together game plans and strategy and really put what you're going to get ready for a month from now. If you're Aaron Roderick and Kalani Sitake for fall camp and how you're going to structure out reps, it's even, much more, it gives you more flexibility than just some people have compared it to, you lose a player on day one of fall camp. That's more challenging because you go into camp with a certain strategy, and then you throw it all on the win on the fly. This, you still have some time to kind of operate and get ready for the upcoming camp. And they've probably acknowledged that already, internally, where they've known since May 21st that this could be a possibility. And, even though BYU's been very private, I'm sure internally they've had conversations about what could be the scenarios that play out if they have to move forward without Jake Retzlaff. So I think that they can just kind of hit the ground running with a strategy of how they handle a quarterback competition. And Kalani's teams, his program, their best teams, it's coincided with years where they've had quarterback battles, 2016, 2020, 2021, and last year. Those are the 4 best teams in Kalani's tenure, and they've all started with camp battles at quarterback, and now they'll probably have another one here in 2025.
BYU set to have a strong offensive line, obviously good core at receivers, and LJ Martin at running back. I got to imagine if you're bringing in a new quarterback or a quarterback with some heavy inexperience, this would probably be the best situation you could possibly hope for, considering that you could that there's a lot of safety blankets available for whoever that quarterback may be.
Absolutely, and I think that's what also creates, the possibility of you give the opportunities to a true freshman in Bear Bachmeier to have a chance to be a wild card and contend for this job, because you really like the pieces, if you're Aaron Roderick, around whoever's going to be that quarterback. And, Bear Bachmeier from California, dual threat player, and a player that this coaching staff really liked as a high school recruit, but he was off the board so early in the 2025 cycle that they, explored other options in this recruiting class, for this past recruiting class rather. And when he hit the portal, and his portal departure was due to really uncertainty with the head coach situation at Stanford, they exited, and BYU got involved immediately. And, Bear Bachmeier is going to be a factor into this. I'm very intrigued to see what he does. He arrived late in May. He's on campus right now, and he'll be part of that mix, I would imagine, for that. But the personnel, I think it's deeper than what BYU's had, in the past. Talking with TJ Woods last week at BYU football's golf event, he feels like he's already identified the top 7 of who those players are. But they even of who would be the game day players against Portland State on August 30th. But they even like some of the players 8, 9, and 10, and they feel really good about the depth. The big question at O-line is going to be, are those offensive tackles Jada, Gentry, or Leausa, if he's, unless he swings inside to guard, are they ready for the week in, week out spotlight of protecting on the tackle spots on this offensive line for whoever that quarterback is this season? So, but they've been singing high praises of those players, Jada and Gentry. So, I think that's a position group that I believe could be better potentially this season, and that's with losing Caleb Etienne, who was a first-team All-Big 12 guy last year.
So, Mitch, I know you talked to a lot of people, and I obviously talked to a lot of people. Scotty, you were out there for the BYU media event, and we've all been in conversations off the record, away from the mic, having different conversations. And I can honestly say, Mitch, that I have not had a conversation where anybody was in a panic. Like it doesn't feel like the staff is overly alarmed. Scotty, I don't know if you had any conversations where coaches were like, I don't know what we're going to do. There have been more conversations of, hey, I think that this will open up and this is going to be interesting, and, maybe percentages go up, or maybe, it's been optimistic. And I'm talking about away from the mic, where they could show concern if they wanted. And by the way, people be like, well, why would they ever do that? And why would you mention it? Well, I just wouldn't mention this. If there was panic and the conversations have been harsh, I just wouldn't mention it. But Mitch, it feels like the off-the-record conversations have had very little of zero panic.
I agree. I think that's spot on, Hans, and I can echo that sentiment as well. And I think it's a couple of different reasons. One, BYU has experience with quarterback battles. Like I said, they have had successful seasons where it's a battle, and they really like some of the personnel that they have at QB, in that quarterback unit as well. And I think that they just there's feeling that Jake Retzlaff too on the field last year. He had 12 interceptions and he had mistakes, but still that is a loss from the standpoint of Jake. Internally in that program, Aaron Roddick even said it on the record that he feels that Jake Retzlaff could be a top 5 quarterback nationally. Now, I feel like maybe that was a bit of a reach, but they felt like he was due for another big jump like he did last year, this year. Now, spring ball, my personal thoughts, I think there were some inaccuracies, some moments where Jake wasn't flawless as you would expect from a redshirt senior going into his final year, but he just really worked with BYU and he understood the offense, and there was a feeling that they could still win big with him. But they like the depth all around this offense, and the defense is going to be pretty good too, to where, I don't know if they're going to be the number 1 defense in the Big 12, but if you do get into another game like you had last year against SMU where it's 18-15, they feel like they can win that game, even if they only score 18 points, because they trust the defense and the players that they've got there. And it's noteworthy, today, the Big 12 Media Day attendees, 3 of those 5 players are going to be defensive guys, and they could be some of the 3 of the best in the Big 12 with Isaiah Glasker, Jack Kelly, and Keanu Tanavasa. So you're right, Hans. I think that there's not this panic. And that's how they've kind of built the program to where they want to, recruit and build out this depth. It's just that position is so critical to everything. And you'd like to have a little bit of stability because they have lacked that. This is the 3rd straight year where you would go with a different week 1 starter to open up a season as a Big 12 member. You want to have, maybe back-to-back years where you've got the same guy, but they've done it enough to where they feel like they can still have a, really successful season regardless.
Mitch, always great catching up with you. I know never a dull moment for you. It feels like July should be a time where things would slow down a bit. Nope. No, sir. But we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, and look forward to catching up with you again here soon.
Thanks, Mitch.
Hey, you bet, guys. Take care.
There he is, Mitch Harper, Cougar Insider for KSLSports.com. And, of course, all of us here on The Zone. Good dude. And, Jake Retzlaff. Again, it's not official, but it does feel like the Jake Retzlaff era has come to an end at BYU, that he will be finishing up his college ball somewhere else. The case was dismissed earlier today, and now it's about trying to find the next quarterback at BYU to lead this team, which is a really good team.
It's going to be a great defense. Should be a better defense than last year.
It's crazy to think of, too.
Which, was top of the league.
Yep.
Should be a really good run game. I am curious about the tackles, hoping that Jada can really pan out. But I'm not worried about the interior offensive line at all. I think the interior offensive line is stacked. And I just, from the lack of panic from the coaches, I just am not overly concerned. If anything, it's like, let's say you're building a house and you show up the work site and there's an extra big hole that's cut in the house and you're like, what's this? And the builder's like, oh, I thought you wanted a hole here. And then your mind gets creative, like, oh, I could put a massive window in there.
Yeah.
And I could do a full slide glass and a slide out. We could open outside to inside and and your mind starts creating what it could be. That's the sense I get from the offensive coaches. Instead of, oh, crap, what are we going to do without Jake Retzlaff? It's like, okay, what can we actually do with what we've got? Because this could be interesting. We were kind of closed-minded with, well, we can't run up tempo because Jake Retzlaff throws picks every time we go up tempo.
Yeah.
Can't throw fades in critical downs. And now you kind of open up everything.
Yeah. And Hillstead, if there's one thing we know about what he ran at Utah State, it was that high Blake Anderson up-tempo offense.
Yeah, as fast as you can go.
Yeah.
I just think that business minds are working.
Yeah. All right, Ethan. Nobody has a better business mind than this guy. It's going to get you on that well-worn path to retirement. And if you are in retirement, I mean, we talked to a lot of people in the preparation of retirement. Hans' parents, they were retired.
Yeah.
And you were able to work with them and make sure, okay, let's make sure we're saving you this money here, and maybe let's switch some things here. And you really work with them in making sure they preserve the amount of work, all that money that they'd worked for.
It's so interesting because we work our whole careers to get ready financially for retirement. And then when we get there, it's so easy to feel alone.
Yeah.
Right? It's so easy to look at that and say, well, now what do I do? I've got money, but I got no job. So how do you make that money last, right? How do you take advantage of opportunities? How do you know when to sign up for Social Security? How do you know which Medicare option is best for you? How do you know what else you need to have in place to make sure that you can sustain this retirement? Because when you're retired, guess what? You're financially independent.
Yeah, whether you want to or not.
That's
whether
right.
It's good.
The minimum element is going to be Social Security and Medicare. right? But for most families, they tend to want more than what strictly Social Security Medicare can give you. But that's kind of the bare bones. So if you don't have an Ascent plan yet, call right now, 435-255-6331, and we'll walk you through that. We'll say, hey, if you want to make sure that you can spend money for the rest of your retirement and enjoy what you've done and have a prosperous and fulfilling and joyful retirement, this is how you ought to do it. 435-255-6331 will show you. This is how you ought to structure your income. This is how you ought to structure your investments. This is how you ought to handle Social Security. This is how you ought to look at Medicare. 435-255-6331. You're going to love this experience. There's no cost, no obligation if you call right now, 435-255-6331, and we'll include a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And we will make sure that you've got tools to move forward. And you know what? If Teton's a team that you want to carry with you into retirement, awesome. That's what we're doing. We're looking for great families to partner up with and to serve. But if all you're looking for is some orientation, the Ascent plan is a great way to do it. 435-255-6331, so that you can step off into this new phase of life with all the confidence in the world.
I just want to throw some caution out there for people, because a lot of times something will sit heavy on your mind and it'll burden you. Mm-hmm. And you don't even know what it is until you take care of it.
Yeah.
If this is one of those things that just pops up in your mind, like, what the heck, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
I'm 5 years. I'm 8 years away from collecting Social Security. I'm 8 years away from retirement. 5 years, 2 years away from retirement. What am I going to do? If that burdens your mind, this is a free opportunity to kill the burden.
Yep, that's exactly right.
435-255-6331. Just kill it right now.
Yep.
The phone call, you get the free consultation. You're going to get that Ascent plan. It's all put in a nice, tidy package. It's going to show you where you're at, where you're headed. It's really that simple.
It is, and you're right. If you're carrying that burden, if you're feeling that anxiety, you don't need to. All these questions have simple answers. You just don't know what they are yet. So let us show you, because we do this all the time. We retire people all the time into great, amazing new lifestyles. So 435-255-6331. We can't wait to do this for you. I know you're going to love it.
435-255-6331. Please call right now. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us.
When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222. or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't feel like my concerns are being properly addressed here.
Well, I'd say that it's black mold, but black mold can't exist in 20-degree weather. So otherwise, I'd be like, oh, man, it's the spores.
The spores are getting me.
You are ingesting, but that
you guys talk a big, tough game until it really comes down to it.
Warm and damp.
Big, tough game.
Cold.
You could literally...
Icebox.
Not digging ditches here.
You could freeze ice cream in here.
Hey, I'm still here. I'm fighting through a cold, doing my thing. I might be complaining a little bit. But
Scotty's being a real soldier today.
I have never seen a cold go through you like it is right now.
Whew. Yeah, it's beat me up pretty good. This is not allergy. I don't think this is allergies. I don't know.
It still could be.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Hey, make sure to join the show. We'll be out and about on Wednesday from noon to 3. And JJ and Alex is going to be there as well from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan.
Ooh.
Kenny J's.
Come hang out with us.
I'm going to go find that smoker, and I'm going to sit in front of that firebox and just let it absorb all that heat. By the way, if you're looking for burgers for your 4th of July barbecue, you can order a half-pound burgers in time for the 4th of July, all pre-smoked by the man himself, Kenny J.
You're going to want to come out
to
Kenny J's with Scotty and I on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Put it in the book. Come have some lunch with us.
Yes.
And I promise you, you will leave with the biggest smile. And I'm just going to say it. Get the Kenny J nachos.
Oh, so good.
That was kind of the biggest response that we got from our listeners was the brisket nachos at Kenny J's.
Yeah.
It's homemade chips.
The chips are incredible.
It's homemade chips. He cuts out the tortilla chips. He deep fries them in a tallow.
Yeah, beef tallow.
That's unheard of.
Yeah.
Homemade chips. And the reason he does it because he wants the chips to stay crispy with the molten cheese and the cowboy beans and the brisket that's put on them and then the big dollop of sour cream. So you get the cheese and the brisket and you get the dripping beans and then you kind of mow that thing through that dollop of sour cream. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You and I are on it.
Yeah.
We're doing some nachos on Wednesday.
Hey,
is that Wednesday?
That is Wednesday. Okay. Noon to 3. Hey, did you try the deep dish over the weekend? I did not.
No, I didn't get out to it. But did you send me another deep dish thing? Was that you that sent
the image
of that
I did.
Scooping that deep dish. Oh.
I did.
But we are T-minus how long until Mountain West Conference Media Days?
I know.
I'm doing all 2 meals that we'll have out there are going to be deep dish.
Yeah.
We got to deep dish it again.
Oh, we are. In fact, we may have a potential investor joining us for a meal down there that's looking to start a deep dish place here in Salt Lake. And if you want to be part of the station as well, all you have to do is text keyword hands to 57500. Hey, on that infamous email where I may have been smack talking, did I include Nate on that thing, or did it get back to Nate?
It must have.
It might have gotten back to Nate.
Oh man,
he was not included on it. I checked.
I didn't think so.
Lloyd, that's betraying trust.
No, it's not. It was funny, and it needed to be shared. Hey, you know what? We are competitive.
We are
SOBs.
competitive.
We are competitive.
Yeah.
Well,
and you put us against the wall. We're gonna fight.
We're gonna fight.
I can tell you.
And then when we beat you, we're gonna let you know we beat you. Yeah.
Nobody's gonna hawk product like we do.
No. Nope. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, I know what he's doing. All right, let's get to it. Sports Roulette. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Is anything sacred anymore?
So, Scotty, you got to nip these Malik Beasley things in the bud.
Oh, boy.
And now this has been handed over to a federal investigation. Hey, and Malik, if you are in any way related to any type of gambling and shaving points or adding points or producing prop bets to manipulate the game or your outcome or anything in the gambling world, I hope that you are thrown in a cell and you are held there for a long time.
Yep.
Because,
and not white-collar prison.
Nope.
Nope.
The other kind.
Yeah.
Because, son, you are dumb. Because the Detroit Pistons were about to hand you a $40 million deal. Okay, so if you decided gambling was more lucrative, then how lucrative is it? If you decided to risk your contract, your reputation, your livelihood, and I know he's a parent.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're willing to risk your freedom, it had to have been hundreds of millions, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions.
And by the way, if the feds are involved, you're done.
They'll find you.
You're done.
If you're guilty, they are going to find it.
And I don't think it gets to this point unless you are guilty.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
And Shams Charania, he reported this yesterday that Malik Beasley is subject to a federal investigation related to gambling on NBA games and prop bets. He's a 9-year NBA vet, and he's facing allegations connected to the 23-24 season. He had 79 games for the Milwaukee Bucks. And you're starting to see the video surface.
Oh, yeah. The defensive breakdowns and letting guys go right past him. Like, there's some bad footage out there.
And this is the other thing. At least one major sports book detected unusual betting interest in Beasley's stats starting in January 2024. So this is where it all culminates, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, a major prop bet comes in on Malik Beasley or the Milwaukee Bucks in a certain category. And it hits. And it hits by a margin. If you think that a sports book is just going to pay out a $100,000 bet, when it was kind of odd. We've never had a $100,000 bet come in here.
Wow.
Never had that kind of numbers. And who was it that kind of looked bad? It's Malik. If you think that these businesses that put 5 different camera angles on every single blackjack table.
Yep.
And then they watch and review all 5 angles for 24 hours of betting. If you think that that group of weirdos, of psychotics, aren't going to take a look at every performance that led to a $100,000 loss, then you're the dumbest human being that's ever walked this earth.
You should go to prison just for being dumb.
You're the dumbest human being.
Yeah.
Because they're going to find it. And if you call a family member and you're like, hey, Bricktop, just giving you a tip.
Bricktop.
I'm going to miss 5 threes tonight. And you better have your money on it. They'll find you, Scotty.
Yeah.
These guys, hey, and if you're not involved, but it is kind of weird betting and it just awkwardly hit, you might still get indicted and you might still get investigated because they're that skeptical.
By the way, I'm defending this guy, and they've got his point total at 13.5. I'm going to make sure he gets to 14. Don't worry about that.
This is why I flew off the hook when they started talking about building sports books inside of arenas and stadiums. Okay, so I'm a player, and I'm like, well, yeah, but we've got the red hot GMC sportsbook right here.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, our starting lineup, of which I'm a part, is brought to you by DraftKings, your leader in one-day fantasy sport. You know, like, holy smokes, like,
it's so ugly.
Like, you got the talking heads over here on ESPN being like, Malik Beasley, how disgusting is this? Hey, we'll be back right after this from BetUS.com.
Oh, it's so bad.
Hypocrite much?
What kind of money was being put on this? For him to risk his reputation, $40 million.
Well, I don't think these online places you can get like millions, can you?
No.
We're talking like tens of thousands.
Yeah, it's thousands. I'm telling you, if you go over 8,000 on a prop bet, people start looking at you.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What's this bet? Where'd it come from? Who's it related to?
And there's so much analytics involved that it's not like you've got a bunch of nerds like poring over every single bet. Like something goes outside the parameters a little bit and it starts red flagging, and they've got computer after computer after computer per system that's going to let people know very quickly something like, hey, this doesn't look right.
And if you're in your mind, you're thinking, oh, they'll never trace this.
Yeah,
they'll never connect the dots. They do. They connect the dots.
Yep. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll take a break, come back, wrap this thing up next. Get you ready for JJ and Alex straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like, there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Any Hour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Gentlemen, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, fix your ED and you'll also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic, real solutions, real results. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them say we're crazy, I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby, don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart.
Welcome back, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is one of those days, it's like, we need another 2 hours because the Pac-12 has expanded. We didn't even talk about Texas State.
Texas State, come on down. San Marcos, hello. Let me hear from you.
LeBron James is breaking records, NBA records for years played, because he's now accepted his $52.6 million option, and he's going to play a 23rd season. It's never happened. He's been tied with, who's he tied
Kareem?
with? No. Who's the dunk artist? Raptors dunk.
Vince Carter.
Vince
Yeah.
Carter.
Yeah.
He's tied with Vince Carter at 22. He's about to break the all-time record at 23 years.
a long time.
But here's what's crazy. He's still behind Robert Parrish for games played. Robert Parrish played 1,611 games.
The Chief.
LeBron is at 1,562. So LeBron will play year 23, and he'll blow by that.
Yeah.
How is that possible? Is that because Robert never missed a game?
Never missed a game, yeah.
During a season?
Now I got to go look up. Hey, by the way, Lloyd brought this to my attention. You can interact with the show via YouTube chat if you'd like on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, what's going on there?
I don't know, but somebody's sizing you up.
Yeah.
Wants to fight?
No.
No.
They're giving you the up and down.
Wants to arm wrestle?
Nope.
Nope, not that kind of.
Let's just say Amanda's got some competition.
Oh, come on. It's got to be a bot.
That flag is cute.
It's a bot.
That flag on his arm is cute.
Stop it.
I swear.
Where's Christian? I bet it's Christian.
You're flexing that bicep.
Where's Christian? Who's this over here?
That's Alex.
Okay, check Alex. Is Alex
No, Alex isn't doing anything over there.
Alex is involved in the chat? That's a good thing Amanda's not a jealous woman.
I mean, Christian is on one of his many vacations, but yeah.
I've never seen a woman worry less about her man. Because she knows when I step out looking like a bum, like a chubby bum.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, nobody's even.
Yeah,
Guarantee you nobody's interested.
Yeah, well, not according to the chat.
Oh, yeah, but did you see some of the horribly rude comments from our video at the Jazz presser?
Uh-oh.
I'm never doing that again with you.
Wait a minute, on Twitter?
Yeah. Yeah, Scotty and I were at the Jazz presser. We went in, we covered the whole
I must
Ace
have had
Bailey
some
thing.
people muted.
And, we did a quick video, and we talked about, how national media got this wrong and how we got it right, and we patted ourselves on the back. Somebody said, it looks like Hans has the Forever 70 filter on. And said I look like I'm...
The old man filter?
Yeah, the old man filter. Said you that I've got a permanent old man filter on. And I told Amanda, I'm like, that's hurtful. And she's like, she just laughed. And I'm like...
You muted that person, right? If they did, right?
I don't know if I did. But it made me cry my Cheerios.
Oh, man, that's not okay.
God, it's heartbreaking. It really is.
All right.
When you get attacked.
Oh,
like
it's
that.
the worst, yeah.
I mean, I try so hard. Now I do a daily face lotion in an attempt to stave off the horrible wrinkles.
No, you do not.
I am. I'm thinking about having a couple procedures, little nips and tucks.
A little Botox?
Yeah, I want to look a little bit more like
Zac Efron?
Zac Efron. I do. Have you seen
You
he's
do
looking
not
good,
want to look
dude.
like Zac Efron. No, he looks terrible.
Meg Ryan thinks he's gone too far.
People give him a hard time. They're like, well, you've got lip fillers for sure, but lip fill me up.
Really?
Yeah, Zach definitely has hair plugs.
Yeah. No, those power alleys are long gone.
But
he went to Turkey.
Make me look like Zac Efron. I'd like to leave the house and my wife be like, don't talk to any other ladies.
Yeah, you're not allowed. No. Hey, by the way, so if you are Turkey and you need somebody to, work your hair plugs for you, or if you want to fill up Hans' lips, text the keyword hands to 57500.
I'm not even kidding you. If you do lip fillers and you'd like us to advertise for you, fill my lips up. I've got empty sausage casings on my face. My lip skin could definitely handle at least 50 cc's of some material. I've got the extra skin on the lips.
There you go. 57500. Text keyword hands.
It used to be more inflated.
Ethan's with us from Teton Wealth, and Ethan's like, what have I got myself into, man?
Yeah, this is an amazing segment, you guys. But retinol. Get some retinol. Get a moisturizer with retinol. That's what you need.
Will that help relax the wrinkles?
Yeah, tons. Yeah,
retinol.
You'd be surprised. Retinol.
Okay.
It's over the counter.
All right.
Yeah.
In Mexico?
Yeah. and here.
All right.
But listen, aging, boy, you guys are actually back. You're in my wheelhouse again, because when you're working long term with a team like Teton, guess what? We are there and we watch your life change, and we watch you change, and we watch you go through these seasons and support you through those seasons. So if you're looking at the next 10 years thinking, boy, I'm going to be retired, I'm going to be doing all these other things, I got grandkids I'm going to be hanging out with. Well, we can show you what you've got coming your way, and then you can decide for yourself if you're going to need hair plugs for it. So 435-255-6331. We'll do an ascent plan for you. That ascent plan is basically a really good first draft of a real retirement plan that looks at your income, your investments, your taxes, your healthcare, and your estate. Those are the 5 areas of service at Teton Wealth Group. And so we'll sit down with you, do this ascent plan, the same ascent plan that we do for our client families, and we'll cover those 5 areas for you. This report is divided into 3 sections in each of these 5 sections. What's going well, what needs work, and a couple things that we would recommend. And that's it. You take that and you run with it. If you want a team like Teton behind you, we'll be there for you. If all you needed was the info, take it, go, and call us if you ever need us again. We'll also include a copy of our book, How to Retire Without a Financial Advisor. And I'm telling you, after you go through this experience, you are going to be so much more excited about your financial future and the possibilities there. So 435-255-6331. No cost, no obligation. We can't wait to see you.
You're the best, Ethan. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks, guys.
435-255-6331. Call now. 435-255-6331. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
It's going to be a hot one before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it. Use Revive in early summer. It's the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green during the hot temperatures coming. With Revive, watering twice a week is like watering 4 times a week. You'll save water, you'll save money. Spread it, spray it. Use Revive now. It works.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a gold tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I mean, it's almost like the football gods knew who was coming in studio today. We got a big old graphic up on the screen showing us all the amazing additions that the Pittsburgh Steelers have made during the
championship.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. Good attitude. Steven Sylvester sitting
Delusional
alongside me
fans
there.
always have to have this mentality.
Oh, for sure. Listen, everybody's got that uncle, right, who's actually dead serious that he thinks they're going to go undefeated, whatever the team is. They undefeated or win a fill-in-the-blank championship they have no business winning. Oh, no, this is our year. This is our year has become a joke tagline that people still use, and they're dead freaking serious about it. So
I just love the guys that get tattoos about it. Are you serious? A whole tattoo? Get it after the fact.
We got a lot of hockey people in this building that some regrets on the tattoos.
How are you guys not partnered with a tattoo removal company?
Removal company. See, now that actually might be good. That'd be actually really sweet. We're all about second chances here at KSL Sports. That's why I choose Mike's Tattoo Removal.
I know there's a couple guys that want second chances.
All right. We've got a lot going on. JJ's out for a couple days here. Much needed rest and respite here. He got started right too because he was playing in a golf tournament with me this morning, and then he's like, "Hey, you guys have fun at work today," and then peaced out, put his glasses on, put the top down on the old well,
at least he wished you well.
The '87 Corvette, and then boom, there you go. He drives a convertible '87 Corvette.
I could just see him top down, risky business style, just. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, just cruising down the street.
We don't need roads.
Where we were going.
He just pulls it out. Listen, we've got lots to go on today. We got lots to talk about. This program is always brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Let's get things started off right. The way we're going to do it here is kick things off with the cut. Of course, the biggest news for college football fans here locally over the weekend was the revelation that you are not going to have Jake Retzlaff manning the backfield, manning the huddle. He is no longer going to be BYU's quarterback. Facing a 7-game suspension, he has decided he's going to hit the transfer portal. He leaves BYU and gets to a very interesting moment. Now things get very, very look, this is where you're going to earn your paycheck, Aaron Roderick. All that recruiting, all the names that we've talked about in that second and third quarterback have now turned into first and second quarterback. Let's jump in right here. It is the cut, top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Sly, people leaving teams is always difficult because, and it always depends on the timing too, whether it's a bad injury, whether it is in the case of BYU, this has always been a place, look, this is the place that I went to school. I understood very well what the honor code was. And yet when it actually gets to the point where people get kicked out of school or people get kicked out of a sports program or somebody leaves a team, it always gets weird. But Jake Retzlaff has still denied the sexual assault allegations, but has said, hey, yeah, there was a relationship there. At that point, BYU had to take the matters to the Honor Code office. The Honor Code office had apparently doled out the suspension to be about a 7-game suspension. Do you know what the 7th game would have been in that suspension?
Utah.
The University of Utah. So that is quite a chunk of time. 2 things happen there. Jake Retzlaff says, I can't do it. I got to go somewhere else. I'm going to go play immediately. I wonder if there's already a place designated for him. That could also be part of the conversation. I think later on this week, we are likely going to be reporting on a landing spot for Jake Retzlaff. No matter, though, anytime you have these situations, it doesn't just rock the boat. But now that we're getting to July, from a timing standpoint, how do you suddenly change over and get yourself a new QB1 on July 1 as you're going into a season when you were definitely set with the guy who is going to be leading your offense?
Well, the good thing for BYU is that this has been a rumor, and of course BYU has known the details more than we have for a lot longer than we have. So I think they have been working on the backup quarterbacks to come in and do it. Now, the only thing that you can't replace is experience. You know, that transfer portal window opens up and all the experience is gone quickly, right? So you're in a position where it's like, look, all right, it is what it is. We're going to deal with it. It's kind of what the Steelers were doing before they signed Aaron Rodgers. Look, we're going with turd ducking and
how do you spell that? Yeah, no, I know.
Mason Rudolph, that's how you spell it.
It was definitely a dicey situation. But then all the names start coming up. But then when you actually have to start putting it to paper and going, oh, shoot, I got to pencil that guy in, then we're talking about something different.
But it's different. It's more on the offensive coordinator. Okay, we got to have a different game plan going in. Oh, is that my water bottle? Is that where that's been? Gosh,
you leave water bottles in your wake. Yes.
I do. I have like 8 of them all over the place.
Hey, by the way, breaking news, Sly just found his water bottle 4.5 feet from him here in the studio. Okay, yeah, we thought it was somebody else's. No.
We were making fun of Cole Bagley this weekend because we thought it was his.
No, if it's a water bottle,
it's probably
Sly
mine.
left it here.
I swear I've left like 3
How many
of
do
them
you
on
have?
location.
How many do you have at home?
Well, I have a wife, right? And so everybody who has a wife. There's 1,000 all over the place. So I got replaceables.
Squirrel. Okay.
But you just know you got to work with your backups right now. Understand the game plan that you have to go in. What are my quarterback strengths? And this whole offseason, that's what Aaron Roderick should have been doing, is understanding, okay, what is McKay Hillstead's strengths here? What are all of my backup strengths as far as the game plan to go? Because you can implement any type of game plan, from spread offense to under center to more play action to more handing the ball off. You do have trusted running backs. And so this isn't just a bad situation for BYU. It's more for Jake Retzlaff and having to build rapport with a new team going forward.
Your wide receiver core has been, you guys have been in the lab and throwing together and figuring things out. Presumably there would have been hey, you guys, get with this person. Let's get with McKay Hillstead. Let's get with Trayson Bourget. Mm-hmm. Let's sit down. I know that Bear Bachmeier is a name that people are yelling from all corners of the internet. That guy is brand new. We're talking about a true freshman. I don't know what it looks like. At the very least, you have a couple of guys that were in this program and have run, the second and third teams for this offense, for Aaron Roderick's offense for a while. Is it the best option for you? No. Obviously, that's the thing. I do say this, and I hate these situations are always hard because at the bottom line of all of this, there are serious allegations in there, and then we're talking about who's going to be the backup quarterback, and so it always feels very weird to have that kind of conversation. However, this is the world that we that we kind of go to. I have no ability to be able to chat about the or comment about the legal side of things, civil versus criminals versus
right.
Here's the reality: is BYU hasn't said anything officially at all yet.
Right.
Everything has been through his attorney. Everything has been through speculation. So and so. Here's this.
Cougar Nation.
The Cougar board. You hang out there on the weekends, don't you?
Oh no,
I know you do.
It's so crazy.
Could you see Sly being a lurker in the Cougar?
What's my burner? What would be my burner handle?
Don't say what is it. Just tell us what it is so we can start following it.
Alex Napolis, traffic at 5.
It's definitely our producer, Alex. He's got like this creeping on the Cougar board. But the thing is that everybody says they have a solution. Everybody says, okay, you know what you have to do is X, Y, and Z. The reality is we talked to A-Rod maybe a month and a half ago, and all of this was floating in the background. We knew that there was weirdness. It was, I think, the same day, and Napolis, our producer, you could correct me. I think it was within a couple of days of when they had signed the Bachmeier twins. And we were like, can we even talk to you about that? And he was like, yeah, sure. And he talked about how great of an athlete Bear was. But he was very quick to be like, yeah, I mean, he's brand new to the program, but he's going to be an awesome athlete. The quarterback situation is very interesting. BYU and their prospects for this year in terms of wins and losses. Again, for as much as it sounds petty to talk about wins and losses during the upheaval of a lot of young people's lives in this very moment, that's where this is all very, to me, it becomes interesting because BYU has lined up win after win after win. It's been rare to get the L these days for the athletic department, right? Yeah. It just feels like everything they've been doing, from the throwing out money to people, from the building up their programs, visibility on a national level for football and basketball. Obviously, the things they've done in basketball, crazy. The direction that they've moved of being like, hey, this is a university where, and it always has been one where we've invited people to come and they don't have to be members of the church. However,
we have rules.
There are rules. And I think that because of the transfer portal, you're asking young men and young women to come in, and if they're only going to be there for a year or two, think about in A.J. DeBonce's case, they're really asking somebody to abide by these rules for that year that they're there.
All of 8 months.
Yes, even less than a year. And in the case of a guy who comes in and transfers in Jake Retzlaff's case, he transfers in, has a redshirt year, whatever it was, and ends up, this would have been his third year total with the program, but it would have been his second full kind of year, if that makes sense. So when people come in, they offer money. There are NIL deals that are floating around in the back. There are school issues that they have to deal with. It's not easy to get into BYU, even if you're just going for a year. It's not easy to figure those things out. I think that of all the W's that BYU has stacked up, this one takes the shine off of a lot of what's happened, because in the end, you're still going to get recruits who are going to go. You're going to get coaches. More importantly, you know how this works too.
Right.
A coach sits down in front of you and goes, so you're looking at BYU too, huh? I love Coach Sataki. I think he's a good guy, but you know what you're signing up for, right?
And this is case, just like when you go to a legal case when they say AJ versus Ferguson.
Yeah.
This is what it's going to be.
Now,
you know what happened to Retzlaff, right?
You know, but and I love those guys over there. Like a couple of those guys, real close friends. You know how they do it because they don't want to come.
Why do you know exactly where this recruiter is from? This is a Texas A&M recruiter.
Exactly.
Right now.
You see what I'm saying? They go, and I love that guy. I love him to death. He's a really good dude, and I have no doubt that you'd get along with him. But are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? In that, I'm just telling you right now, it's already hard. Yes, it's already going to be difficult for you. At the very least, those conversations become just a little bit more difficult to have because you're trying to convince a young man. Because this is the kind of noise being transferring out of the school in July, the year before your last year of eligibility. That's not ideal.
No.
Not for the team you're leaving, the team you're going to. It's not ideal. You know, the team you're going to is freaking desperate. You know what you're doing is you're transferring and you're desperate too. BYU's frantically shuffling papers around trying to figure out what their QB room looks like. And so all of those things add up to, hey man, don't you want some stability over the 2 years you're going to be here playing college football, college basketball, whatever it might be. And from a recruiting standpoint, this is going to be a difficult sell. And I'm telling you, the biggest fallout from all of this, and relationships matter, relationships are the most important thing. Asking people to abide by the honor code, members of the church or not, is always going to be a tough ask.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's turned into 2025 and the money floats around is a lot more than it used to be. BYU's energy of being able to get people here and the vibe that they have there, the things that they've built up, in the end, the same exact rules have to be signed up for. And ask all of the people that have come through in the past. It was, there are names after name after name after name. You think of the Reno Mahes, you think of the Brandon Davieses, the Harvey Ungas during his time when he was there. I remember the exact places that I was when I heard those reports of those people not.
Still BYU legends.
And you know what was interesting though is with NIL, was there any world where Jamal Williams stays for that year ever again? Reno Mahe, does he come back after that and that year of sitting out? There's no version of that now because young men and the teams that want them have the ability to woo them away, and they have the ability to walk away and say, I'll sign with you guys right now. It's a very weird, very strange world that we live in, but the honor code has gotten its first real test in this, at least the very first real public test in this new version of what college football is. The honor code is the exact same. You will get punished. I don't care if you're the starting quarterback. I don't care if you're the starting center and your team is going to the Sweet 16. I don't care if, you know what I'm saying? All of these things add up. And for all the things that I roll my eyes about when it comes to BYU sometimes, and like I said, this is my alma mater. This is one that I know exactly what I signed up for. At the very least, I can't be accused of saying, I didn't know exactly how difficult the rules were. And so this is what that young man understood too. It's a difficult thing to go through. Are we mad at people when they make mistakes? Absolutely not. This is what the situation is. And it's going to be something that's going to be tough for BYU and Jake Retzlaff and everybody going forward with. And so obviously today the news hits that you're seeing the case was being dismissed and that was it. And so it's a difficult thing for everybody that's involved. I mean, you think Jake Retzlaff going through anything easy right now? This just ruined his life too. A bunch of his best friends, he's going to have to be on a different roster somewhere else.
Yeah, this sucks for a lot of people. A lot of people are going to be asked about this question. Like, what about the big signee Ryder Lyons now having to, like, what do you think about that BYU guy over there? You're going to have issues going over there too. Like, this causes a lot of issues for BYU down the road, right? Because of, one, the business, right? And this is one thing I've always said, and I respect everybody's side in here. I understand BYU's side. I understand Jake Retzlaff's side right here. And it's just like, the business, like, when is the honor code in BYU going to take precedence over the athletics, right? Because the transfer portal, as we have seen here, is what is prominent and what's taking place here and what everybody else is, like, bending rules for and doing stuff they're not normally used to doing. Is the honor code and all that, they're going to be like, okay, I want that over winning sports games. Right. And so when the business takes in, it's like, okay, how is BYU going to handle those situations going forward? And it's like, are we going to continue on doing this? I mean, this is just my memory of when I got here in 2006. Was it something where LDS members could not drink caffeine?
That's always been a hilarious thing. It's always kind of a myth, but BYU didn't have it on campus, and so that was always kind of one of those things that were.
It's almost like the Sinbad genie movie that everybody's like, I've seen it. No, it's not a thing.
No, it's not a thing.
But like, is that something where it's going to be here and we're going to have to just deal with it, or we're just going to end up
rumors will be whatever they
honor
are.
Code rules?
No, rumors will be whatever they are, and I will tell you right now too, there are people who will break the honor code and no one will ever find out. Right,
there has been.
Of course, there's going to be some of that. If you think that there are people who are keeping 100% this thing all the time,
you're keeping your feet on the floor with another member of the opposite sex in the room. Come on,
it is not going to happen.
This floating situation that's going down there.
It's not going to happen. And here's the reality of it too.
Is it floating or soaking?
I don't want any piece of any of it.
Napolis knows that.
Stop.
Soaking, sorry.
I don't like it. Stop. So here's what we're saying is, like, those are the things where you have these conversations, and whatever people have pictured in their head as to how BYU is, the tough thing is that this guy had an image too, right? It was like he's a most of the story about Jake Retzlaff is not LDS guy. Look at the Jewish background and all these things that go along with it. And it was this is a tough way for it for it to end, right? And in the end, too, there was an alleged victim in all of this, and then that case kind of starts to go away, too, and you wonder, was justice served in that sense? We have no idea. We have no idea how this thing was ever going to go down. And now that it's been dismissed, he leaves the school. Yeah. Presumably that was enough for everyone to say, or there may have been an out-of-court settlement, which is probably a little bit more likely of a scenario. I was talking with Greg Skordas about that. About that very thing. Is like, correct. Yeah, these things happen. Like settlements are just like part of this thing too, which is a wild part of this, that we can just say, hey, can we make this thing go away with money? And suddenly those things happen. Now, when the honor code part was brought up, that made it a different level. Everybody who knows what BYU stands for knows that was going to change things tremendously. As soon as they had said, yes, there was a relationship there. Yes, the honor code was violated. As soon as they said that about Jake Retzlaff, you thought to yourself, okay, the timer starts now to when we start to figure out what are they going to end up doing with this. And it came down pretty quickly. Ended up being 7 games was the number I think that we had heard, right? And that was kind of what people are going with. And that's where it ended up. Now, in the end, all of those things that I just described for you make no difference because they have to go to report to practice. There is a quarterback room of guys. And I'll tell you what becomes even more complicated. I'm assuming maybe it's more cut and dry inside their quarterback room. But I'm assuming that there is now a quarterback controversy. There is now a quarterback battle that you were not anticipating spending time on.
Right.
And regardless of what you think about how those things go with the quarterback battles inside of QB rooms across the country, it is a mess. It gets messy. It can get personal. It can get messy. It can get weird. And these guys have to show some real different stuff here. They're trying out as of, like you said, the timing's different. Maybe from a couple of weeks ago, they started doing their own thing. So in the end, what is this going to do for BYU's chances to win the Big 12? I think it punches it in the gut immensely. Not because necessarily Jake Retzlaff was the best quarterback that's ever been down at BYU. That's never been the case. But it interrupts all of the things you've done to develop this young man, and he has come a long way from the 0-4 start that he had when he first started at quarterback at BYU. Last year, tremendous. This year, everybody's expecting that 2.0 version of that and maybe even step it up even more. Yeah. But now things have changed. We've seen it happen before. I don't care if it's a torn Achilles. I don't care if it's a broken finger, a cut-up finger, or whatever it might be Cam Rising had last year. Those things interrupt the season to the point where they can really ruin things. So we'll see how they respond to it. All right. Complicated, right?
Hey, first of all, this is just day one. There is going to be so much conversation.
Oh, like I said,
this.
they're going to get the destination this week from where he's going to go. It's going to be what people talk about for a while, and it's unfortunate that that's the way it is.
And then you're going to get BYU fans being like, "Oh, well, we got set behind the back because we had another quarterback."
What is that voice? Is that your BYU voice? I don't like it.
He had to go, so we got started behind the back. There's different. I don't know. Anyways,
I'm so mad about this. I don't know. I don't like it.
It's a
southern nerdy guy. I don't like it.
South of Salt Lake County, right?
It's South Utah County accent. That's definitely not it. All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to jump into today. Mitch Harper, by the way, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. He's going to join us in just a little while. Mm-hmm. The movement on the Jazz roster has gotten interesting over the past 24 hours as well. So we'll jump in there. Names that you knew were going to be part of the conversation of guys who may or may not be a part of this team going forward. They are not a part of the team going forward. So we'll have some more details to that. Plus, another big free agent name just came off the board in hockey. We'll have that breaking news for you as well. So stay here. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Only one left lane getting by on southbound I-15 because of a crash between Kaysville and Farmington, with backups as a result going all the way back to Hillfield Road in Layton. Almost all the other freeways are in pretty decent shape right now at the moment. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK
Joined now by Raphael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
So excited for college basketball to start around here because the A.J. Devons is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that A.J. has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said A.J. should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Right
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that thigh!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, these are just reports, but they are breaking news reports when it comes to the hockey world, the free agent hockey world. That, of course, affects the folks right here in the state of Utah, the Utah Mammoth, trying to figure out what that roster is going to look like. Mitch Marner, a name that was thrown around there by a lot of teams, and the interest was there for the Toronto Maple Leaf All-Star. And this is a guy who is going to be – he's very good. He gets the knock, of course, that he can't finish, can't go to the can't even get to the Stanley Cup final. That he loses to Brad Marchand every time he goes. But he is reportedly headed to the Vegas Golden Knights. So you've got a couple things. Sam Bennett gets the extension down in Florida. Ekblad gets the extension down in Florida. What was that, 8 years as well for him? That's on top of Sam Bennett being extended last week. And that is a Florida team that is going to be built to win for a long time. Just by having that core right there. I don't know how long Matthew Tkachuk is that he signed up for. I don't have that in front of me, but I do know that Florida team is doing everything they can to make sure that they can keep this magic alive. You need buy-in from the guys. You probably could have gotten more money other places, but to get that 8 years extended for Bennett, to get 6 for Marchand, who, by the way, is old as the hills kind of already, right? You're talking a 6-year extension for a guy that we were sort of crossing our fingers on, like maybe he ends up going somewhere else. And then they even add Ekblad as well for another 8 years. So Florida has all those additions. Mitch Marner getting traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs to the Golden Knights in Las Vegas. It was an 8-year extension as well, so we're kind of getting some details trickling out on that. It's all been just reports, but yeah, that's what it looks like for right now. We, by the way, in the 5 o'clock hour, are going to get the newest draft pick for the Utah Mammoth coming on this program, Caleb Denoye, a guy who we chatted with on his very first night. He was quite flustered. No, I wouldn't say that, actually. For an 18-year-old, he was actually very, very – but, I mean, like, that night is just bonkers. So we'll get a few more minutes as the rookies all have come to town and are doing their skates up in Park City and getting acclimated to the team before they head back to their developmental programs, wherever those might be. So, welcome back to the program. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen out today. I've got Slide on my right over here, and he, of course, has his signature sunglasses inside in a windowless studio where the lights are already brought down.
I didn't get my theme music today, Nap.
What is it? Okay.
It's coming later.
All right. You've got your own theme music now for the program?
Yeah, you better get with the program, Alex. You know, you can't be gone too many days. I'm starting to get my own theme music. Okay.
I love it. All right.
It's like coming out of the tunnel like Hulk Hogan.
Every Wednesday, by the way, I just saw like a fake Hulk Hogan. I didn't know who that was. Every Wednesday, by the way, is a Win Ticket Wednesday here on the program. All day long, you can win tickets. Every show on a Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, we are giving out tickets to Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour. That's coming to the Delta Center October 26th. Tickets are going to go on sale. They're already on sale now as of last Friday. You can listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win those tickets to go see Adam Sandler in concert. So there you go. Did you see Adam Sandler made the pick for the Boston Bruins? Happy Gilmore?
Was that him?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
he got up there and made the pick for him in the first round. Great. So there you go. All right, let's kick things off from the Jazz perspective here. The news, of course, hitting yesterday that Colin Sexton. A
lot of shuffling. Here we go.
Yeah, I sigh about it because I don't like how it shook out. To get Yusuf Nurkic and a second rounder from Charlotte for, I would assume, is going to be kind of your second big man because you're not asking Yusuf Nurkic to come in and to replace Walker Kessler. And you're also hoping that, and you're crossing your fingers that he's going to be healthy as well. I don't know from like a who won this trade type of a perspective, I haven't looked to see what the national kind of vibe is on this. Just my gut feeling on this is Colin Sexton was one of the best players that the Utah Jazz had in that current roster. Okay. Almost 18 points a game. Let me see here. He's also 4.5 assists a game. He was 49, 40, and 85. Those were his numbers. Those are very good for somebody. Consistency-wise, that's who Charlotte's getting. The Jazz are getting an 11-year big man veteran with career averages of 12 points a game, 8 rebounds a game. And this will be the 5th team. I think Alex Napolis and I were talking about this before the show. I think this is his 4th team in 3 years. It's his 5th overall in his career. So this is a guy who's bounced around quite a bit. Obviously, Kyle Filipowski's not a rim-protecting big, right? Walker Kessler lacks a little bit of the polish when it comes to the scoring side of things. I don't know necessarily if Yusuf Nurkic brings that, but you're getting Nurkic and a second rounder for a guy that could have changed the locker room from a leadership perspective. That's what I hate, Sly, is seeing all the leaders kind of go. That's what's tough for me is that right now the leadership is lacking, and a guy like Colin Sexton, who was one of those dudes I think that the young guys could look to, he's gone. Apparently, that's still in the works with this Jazz team coming to a very, very close, getting close to a buyout number for Jordan Clarkson. So we talked about Sexton. We talked about Clarkson. Those guys likely gone. Obviously, the Jordan Clarkson part, you get that number figured out, and that gets taken care of. You saw also this morning that Johnny Juzang was waived. These are touches, I think, from a new regime who say we want, and Austin Ainge is who I'm talking about.
Right.
About ways to make moves to make this team to where they can build into the future. Colin Sexton is a great piece on a team. I don't know if that I don't say he's a piece on a great team because the Charlotte Hornets are a bad organization and have been for a long time. So for me, I don't know, when I see all those names, these are the ones we were nervous about missing out on. Jordan Clarkson and Colin Sexton, and those two guys appear to be on their way out. Not a shock considering all the people that they added, but the good news is they did add people, and so you got introduced. How about the damage control? We didn't get to talk about this. How about the damage control from Ace Bailey's people?
Oh my gosh!
I've never had a better thing than fry sauce.
I was
Tell me
you
more.
Guys all kind of social media rips on him. Oh, that was great.
Oh, man, I love the views here. Fry sauce is off the chain.
Here's
the thing. Get out of here.
With
There's no
the Jazz
way.
situation is totally understanding what you're getting into, right? You got to have a new regime and what's going on. And who knows what conversation Austin Ainge, called Little Danny Jr., had with Ace Bailey with all this. Is the conversation, because I've been privy to conversations that's been had with people to where it's like, this is your team. We're now moving in the direction of Ace Bailey. We're gonna Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. We're moving in the direction of supplying you guys with all the assets that we need to. Now we're gonna bring in a good, solid veteran to be a rim protector. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Is those old voices and the kind of reports I was reading about Jordan Clarkson was he wanted to go to a contending team?
Yeah.
Right. He's been a sixth man the last 4 or 5 years. He wants to be, if he's going to be a sixth man, on a contending franchise, right? And so you get these guys who are older and on the latter parts of their career, and this is what I was saying the last couple of years, is I feel sorry for Jordan Clarkson and some of these older veterans who are part of this tank culture who's essentially wasting good years of their career. You're talking about 18 points a game from Colin Sexton, from Jordan Clarkson, on a team where you know they are tanking. There's no way for them to win.
You. They've said very clearly they're not doing that this year. Also, they just got rid of Jordan Clarkson and Colin Sexton and Johnny Juzang. Not that here's the thing though too. You're making plans here. It does make it a lot easier to lose basketball games when the talent outgoing is outmatches the talent that's incoming. But aside from that, you are also setting yourself up from a money situation because that's what you're looking at, is to be able to make sure that the rosters that you're building over the next couple of years,
right,
that you're going to have all the assets and the money available to be able to do that. And these, of course, make that possible.
They're opening things up for the future. And I think that's what these moves are going to. We're moving in the future. It's not necessarily saying that we're going to be winning this year, but in the next 2 to 3 years, we want to be competitive. And this has always been the plan. For me, and looking at what the Jazz has been about, if I was on the inside, these are the plans that I would be doing. Exactly how they're going about it, they're refreshing this entire roster from bringing a good mix of young guys, and you have stable veterans as far as a Markkanen in there. They haven't dealt Collins yet, have they?
No, but and I think he just extended. He just picked up the player option for $26.5 million, and so he's going to be probably that next conversation to have. That's right. I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be the next piece. I don't know if that means that he moves right now. Mm-hmm. You get him this year, and you have an expiring contract. That's a valuable thing. You want the expiring contracts. You want that, and that's again. These are all ways to move the pieces around to make yourself more of a position to make some crazy big moves.
But you still got young guys who have contributed, got experience, and should have confidence. Young, confident, experienced guys going into this next season, i.e. Keontae George, Sensabaugh, Collier. They got experience last year. You felt good about those guys. Sensabaugh had a few good games where he went off. And so he's like, okay, if he can get in his groove and find a place to potentially probably be a starter or one of those good rotational players, your coach knows him. You're breaking in Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton Jr., who are going to be prime players on this team. You got a good front court with Filipowski, Markkanen, and Kessler. Now you bring in Nurkic, who's a rotational guy. You just seen the Houston Rockets re-sign Steven Adams. I was just like, oh, that's a pretty good contract for that guy who's playing 6 minutes a game. But, you're making moves towards that thing. Everybody right now, I'm telling you right now, if the Houston Rockets go out and sign Drew Holiday from the Blazers, instant championship favorite right there. The Houston Rockets are making moves to do stuff like that. So that is a program, a system, a process that they're trying to do that everybody else is going to emulate. You're going to get young, you're going to get variety, and you're going to get athletic guys to get stuff done. You already have a good coach. I like Hardy. I think he's just been in a crappy situation since he's lost.
He knew what he was signing up for,
Boston.
Though. Yeah.
He did. But just listening to his interviews, he is not excited about life.
He doesn't love losing.
No, nobody does. Any competitor shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But if you're getting paid, you got to deal with it.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. When we do return, we've got our Weekend Warriors, people who won the weekend here for us. Soccer gets a mention. Soccer enters the chat.
Football.
Hey, listen, Alex Napolis and I yesterday were trading all sorts of text messages watching that Costa Rica Team USA matchup in the quarters of the Gold Cup. So we'll have much more to go around the corner. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody?
No fly list.
Yeah, immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there going to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left a tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
So you're a Forester?
Yep.
Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2 SLDA C8 SH5 30755 OAC valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
Delta Center, October 26th. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't just wear my sunglasses at night.
It just puts you in the right mood.
I know. That's good.
I wear my sunglasses day and night.
Yeah, in the studio. Yeah.
Right.
Sly has the glasses on. My favorite part is that he puts them on to come into the studio. Like, we get, this is formal Sly over here with the glasses on. Like during our pre-prep meetings, he's casual with no sunglasses on. That's his casual move.
Getting ready and so. You think I wear the helmet in the locker room?
Hold on.
No, when you go out there. Alex, we gotta have a karaoke night. I could just see us going ham.
You wouldn't just see it. You wouldn't just see it. I've won so many karaoke contests on planet Earth. No one has a chance. Asia fears me. All right. The people in Japan fear me because
next vacation destination right there. We're doing
who's
that.
another? The Philippines are big into karaoke.
Oh,
the
are they?
Philippines fear me. Yes, yes. I'm a performer when it comes to the tunes, man. If I need to,
Alex does
I'll do
not
it.
play.
Stevenson Sylvester to my right. I'm Alex Curie. He's our producer, Alex Napolis, in the glass across the way. Last night, Napolis and I were trading texts because I was like, now, going into this Gold Cup, let me just set the stage for you non-soccer people. And I'm kind of in that boat, too, of not really being a soccer person all the time. I do follow it somewhat. And Team USA has been in the dumps. They've played poorly. They have this is basically our B team, if I'm not mistaken, that we're kind of rolling out here. Lots of superstars sitting out going, ooh, my back hurts. I want to hang out in St. Lucia. Like there's a lot of that going on. And then you have the old guard like calling them out like, back in my day, we didn't skip games. We played in them and we lost them with dignity. And so now Team USA is in the Gold Cup, which is basically, it's mostly, is it all just the CONMEBOL basically? Who's in the Gold Cup typically? But I know Saudi Arabia's playing in it. We invite them over to play also. I don't really get what the teams are that are invited to the Gold Cup.
It's all the North American teams with a couple of invites to some European/Middle Eastern
Okay,
sides.
so Saudi Arabia, who else is not really a North American team? Anybody else?
I can't even remember who else was in there this year.
You're asking all the hard
Martinique,
questions now.
maybe?
I feel like Martinique might be still in that Caribbean kind of situation, right? Curacao, right? So what I'm saying is Team USA rolls through group play. They get a win in every one of those, right? Or did they draw any one of those? No, they won all their group play games.
Yeah, 3-0.
Then they go to the quarters, and they're playing a notoriously tough team for them. Historically, Costa Rica has been a disaster for Team USA, and they've been really good in the Gold Cup, and they ended up beating them in the penalty shootout. RSL Zone, Diego Luna got a nice goal to add to it. This is what it sounded like, his very first one for Team USA.
And I think that'll be the message. The U.S. are finding good ways to create goal-scoring opportunities.
Marston from Tillman. Marston for Luna. Diego Luna deflected it in! Diego Luna! First international goal! And we're all tied up in Minneapolis.
That tied it up at 1. It was huge. They come out from the break. They get a second goal. They were on the attack. They left a lot of goals out there on the field. Am I wrong? It felt like they should have won that thing 5-2, but they don't have a lot of finishers right now on this team. There doesn't feel like there's a lot of firepower, but the biggest deal was Matt Freese, the goalkeeper for Team USA, single-handedly won that thing for the U.S. men's national team.
Decides not to move. He gambled that Calvo wasn't going to go low to the corner. He did the saved. Well, he's feeling it. That's a goalie in the zone right now. Here's your moment, and he is seizing it in the shootout.
There you go. Team USA gets the win. A lot of help from Matt Freese in goal. And, of course, and now they go to the semis. Who are they playing in the semifinals? Guatemala?
They will play Guatemala, who surprised Canada.
Upset Canada this weekend. Yeah. All right. Well, I wasn't giving them a chance, but they are currently 4-0 in the Gold Cup. Team USA after losing to Switzerland 4-0 in a friendly right before this. I didn't have a lot of faith. And then finally, Aaron Judge over the weekend. He also wins the Weekend Warrior after he passed. Imagine passing Lou Gehrig for any record, but doing it for the Yankees home run to pass him up on the home runs list. Aaron Judge continues, had another multi-homer game this weekend.
Pitch. There you go. High fly ball, deep left field. No doubt about it. The captain with a 2-run homer, and it's 7-0 Yankees. Pitch. Swing on to the gap, deep left center field. Got all kinds of carry. Say goodbye. The captain, second home run today. This is a 2-run shot. 12-5 Yankees.
Does that not feel weird to you?
What?
Somebody else being called the captain in the Yankees uniform?
Yeah, no, that is kind of strange.
The whole time I'm just like, Jeter's done.
So how many career home runs does he have then?
I believe it's 110.
345. Holy cow.
300. Oh, that was last year.
So you get to the point where, yeah, man, he's having a year, man. It's tough. Look, my guy, Cal Raleigh, big dumper out of Seattle. He's having a great year.
345.
But he's not hitting nearly. Aaron Judge is hitting over 350. Like, this is an old school year. He's hitting almost 360, 30 home runs, 70 RBI. The dude is
monster.
He's something else. What's crazy is that this is his 10th season. Like, remember how he came to the league and we're like, oh yeah, that was 5 minutes ago. His first year was 2016. This is his 10th season with the Yankees.
6'7", 280 pounds.
Yeah.
That's a beast.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And you know what? Again, hitting a lot of home runs is one thing. Doing it with average too, awesome. So I hate the Yankees too, but Aaron Judge is likable. You can't tell me that.
He is a likable guy. He doesn't use torpedo bats, so you gotta like.
Is that confirmed? I don't know.
Yeah, he says
you've used those torpedo bats, haven't you?
He says I'm hitting home runs with my other bat. Why do I need that?
That's our new version of not letting guys in. It's like Barry Bonds, like, he's using torpedo bats. Can I get in the Hall of Fame? It's like, no, you were juicing. But the torpedo bat.
Oh,
if they're not selling something called the torpedo bat and it's like a dessert item at Yankee Stadium next year, I'm going to be disappointed. Just be absolutely disappointed.
It's the new Cougar tail.
Give me the torpedo bat. It's 5 ice cream sandwiches piled on top of each other. All right. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. When we do return, Mitch Harper, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com, is going to join us. By the way, our Weekend Warriors are brought to you by the good folks at Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning. Ask them to get your seasonal maintenance done on your AC for just $59. Get on their schedule right now. GilletteHVAC.com to make an appointment. We'll take that break. Mitch Harper joins us next. The latest and the breakdown of the entire Jake Retzlaff deal and what BYU's offense is going to look like in the backfield without their quarterback. Who is going to be QB1? What's the room even look like? Come right here. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Hey, it's Brian with Olson's Greenhouse. In today's busy world, your home should be your sanctuary. A peaceful retreat where you can unwind, breathe deeply, and recharge. And what better way to create that haven than with flowers? A pop of color in your flower beds, a cheerful container garden by the front door, or a lush patio filled with vibrant blooms can transform any space into a personal oasis. Flowers don't just brighten up your home, they lift your spirits too. Research even shows that surrounding yourself with plants can reduce stress and boost happiness. At Olson's Greenhouse, we grow premium quality plants that make it easy to bring beauty and joy into your life. Whether you prefer bold, eye-catching colors or soft, soothing pastels, we have the perfect flowers to complement your space. And with locally grown plants, you know they're ready to thrive. This spring, create a sanctuary of color and comfort with flowers from Olson's Greenhouse. Find us on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens or go to OGG.com to find a retailer near you. That's OGG.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie. JJ out for a couple days. Bring in Stevenson Sylvester, former NFL linebacker, former Utah Ute linebacker, and, of course, all-around great dude. Look at his glasses. I mean, you can go check it out on the KSL Sports YouTube page. He's got the sunglasses in studio. That means it's legit today. Also joining us on the program, he is the BYU insider for KSLSports.com, that if you're not following on all the social media platforms, you are not doing yourself a favor. Mitch Harper is our guy. We're going to get to him. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. And also, the cut right now, we're going to jump in with Mitch. Let's do it right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, the cut this hour brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is your Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and now in Linden. By the way, they just added Mitsubishi to the family of Doug Smith dealerships as well. Nobody knows cars like Doug. If you follow us at all, if you read anything up on KSL Sports, if you jump in on anything that has to do with BYU side of things on KSL Sports, Mitch Harper is your guy. He is our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Mitch Harper, what's up, man?
Alex Fly, happy to be on with you.
Quite the weekend. We were anticipating something at some point coming down the pike after the Friday drop of the information that we got that Jake Retzlaff and his attorneys had said that, yeah, there was a relationship there, but not of the sexual assault nature. He denied those allegations. And then closely thereafter this weekend, we get the news also that he would likely be facing a big suspension, that being 7 games possibly, and then that he would like to transfer out because, obviously missing 7 games your senior season is not something that you want to do. Catch us up a little bit on what's been going on and how this thing is already hitting down in Provo.
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind, and it's something that I think BYU football is probably equipped to handle moving forward. That they probably understood that this was a possibility, and that this program's going to have to move forward. And so I think it's something where this was always known as a possibility potentially, and BYU will have to turn to quarterbacks like McKay Hillstead or Trayson Bourget or Bear Bachmeier to carry this team. But, it's a tough situation because, just no one wins in any of this. It feels like it's just a really difficult circumstance. But, it shows how quick things can move. From last week, it's a golf event and kind of awkward and tense about, the elephant in the room with Jake Retzlaff. And a week later, the case is dismissed and things are moving. And honestly, from the on-field perspective, BYU needs to have that clarity. And I think, you go into next week with the Big 12 media days, you can talk ball. I think it's not, I know that there's bigger things than football in life, but for those guys down in Frisco next week, talking ball will probably be a nice relief from what's been a pretty crazy 6 weeks for the program with this story.
Mitch, is this happening in real time? Are we getting this news in real time with everything, or are we playing like a week catch up?
This is something where BYU takes its time, and they, as they acknowledged when their original statement that they learned of that civil lawsuit at that time, and they've been, taking their time with gathering all the information that they need on their end. And, it has been reported out there about 7 games, still no official word from BYU. And I think that's one of the big things that I'm really curious to see if, in fact, BYU does comment on an official suspension or not, because they've always taken the approach of honor code suspensions the past decade to be private.
Yeah.
But this one is such a big deal that to have clarity for the public and for all the individuals that want to, know what's going on with that BYU football program and fans and boosters alike, if they do, in fact, actually make a statement or not, that's going to be something that's really interesting to me. So far, my multiple attempts with the university and athletic department, no response from BYU as of today. But, I think that's, it's something where BYU still will always have its honor code, and it's going to be a key piece to BYU, and that'll always matter at BYU. And it was something of such public nature. A suspension makes a lot of sense. Now, 7 games, you can debate whether, that reported number, if it's too high or too much for this situation now, especially with the civil lawsuit being dismissed officially. But still, BYU will do things that they feel are fit for what they find very important with their honor code being a faith-based institution.
As we've seen this happen over the years of different players who've had issues with the honor code, maybe even some legal issues or whatever it might be. From a timing perspective, obviously July 1 is not really, or, the very beginning of July, very end of June is not ideal timing-wise. If from the talking ball perspective, where is Trayson Bourget's, name on the depth chart versus McKay Hillstead? I know people love Bear Bachmeier. We haven't even seen that guy suit up in an official college capacity yet. So in that sense, there are a lot of names out there, and the future is bright, but nobody wanted the future to get to get dropped onto you, the very 1st of July.
Well, we do know that Aaron Roderick believes that both of those guys could win games for BYU. He said as much in spring, and in spring ball, those guys, neither one of them made a clear case to be what at that time was viewed as the backup race. And, there's no surprise that coming out of spring ball, it was going to be still an ongoing battle into fall camp. But Roderick did say that he feels those guys could win games if called upon. There's still a drop-off, though, to me, from Jake Retzlaff to one of these players, just because, Jake, he had his quirks on the field where he's got 12 interceptions, and that SMU game was an absolute roller coaster where there's a D tackle getting a pick. But, there's also the piece of, he was pretty clutch, and especially in late in the quarter or late in the game where it's Oklahoma State games on the line. He came through for BYU, the Utah game in particular as well, putting together that drive. So, who can be that clutch player for BYU in a league where every game will probably be, decided maybe by a field goal, or at least the projections are going to be. So who can be that? I don't know how you can simulate that in a fall camp or what, but I think one thing that helps BYU, is that going into this is that they've had success. Their best football teams have began with seasons where they have a quarterback battle. For whatever reason, Kalani's best teams, 2016, 2020, 2021, 2024, the best BYU teams under Kalani have started with this sort of quarterback debate. And this is a much different circumstance where you didn't have winter conditioning and spring, where this is the build up to it. But they have had success with this. And, I think from the talent perspective that Bourget and Hillstead, why can't they rise up and become a really good player around in an offense that, has got personnel around them that can put them in a place to succeed. And if they can bring down, the interceptions numbers that BYU was dealing with last year, maybe they can be built for another, 8-9 win season. If you get a few breaks go your way, maybe 10 wins is in the cards again. But I got to think that both those guys are on even footing and that no one's got an upper hand. But personally, I think McKay Hillstead is, to me, probably the most intriguing, because I really want to see what he's capable of. And maybe it's a case of being so close to seeing him in state and seeing him at Utah State and just being really intrigued by him throughout the years. But I think he's an intriguing talent, and in Bear Bachmeyer as well, as you noted. But I think Bourget has also made a lot of improvements too, so it should be fascinating if that's what it ends up being.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. Retzlaff late in games last year was pretty clutch, and that's what people measure on too. Those clutch moments, right? Can you step up? Are you cool under pressure? A lot of people like to put that on a resume as well, as I'm that guy, and people will recruit based off of that. But what does this do for BYU's future in recruiting? Right, with BYU's athletic staff assessing talent and going out and reaching, will there be hesitation or, let's say, extra questioning in bringing non-LDS recruits in? Does this set BYU back?
I think it's a fair question, because you got to imagine that there would be, maybe a little bit tighter, and maybe the point of reference is, it's lots changed over time, but 20 years ago when BYU had a public deal 20 years ago, they kind of tightened things up when Bronco Mendenhall became the head coach with recruiting. I still would like to think, though, that BYU will still be able to get players, because in an era where revenue sharing is taking place and there's only, about 67, 68 programs that are power conference level, and year after year they're going to be in the revenue sharing game where players can get that money every single year. Those are coveted positions. And I think BYU is always going to have an instant filter where guys instantly will say, thanks, but no thanks, not interested. But there will be many still that want to be at BYU. And I think you've got to still have the piece of individuals that are not members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints being on that roster. I think it's been one of the underrated aspects to Kalani Sitake's program over the past decade, is that it's probably the most diversity BYU has had in the football program maybe ever. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at that, but just by following this program as long as I have, I mean, you're getting players from all walks of life, and that's kind of was a building block of what Kalani experienced at Utah, where it's just a lot of different paths in that locker room, and you experience that Sly at Utah, and I think that's part of the fabric of the success Utah has. I think it's what's helped BYU as well. So that's still got to be a key important piece to how BYU football under Kalani Sitake operates. And BYU still is going to be attracted because their ability to pay players and get guys and be competitive in that space. So I think that, I would be curious to see what the reaction from the very top of the Board of Trustees of BYU would be. But I'd still like to think that there's got to be, maybe this is just a one-off situation, and that you still want to try to find the best in people, because the stories of Yegor Demmin, too, are what they love at BYU. A guy that's no connections to BYU, probably never in his wildest dreams thought he was going to play a year at BYU, and then he leaves the school. He's going to general conference, and he's speaking about his faith. And so there's stories on both sides. And I think that just this one incident can't, tighten everything up. But I'm sure there probably will be more conversations about maybe filtering things out. And I think that's also what's going to happen with these programs in general. With so much money on the line, you got to vet more than ever before and really go deep into these players, their backgrounds, their families, because money's on the line too. And when you have money, a lot of money on the line, you can't have all these recruiting misses, year after year in recruiting cycles. So that adds to the importance of making sure you're getting the absolute best fits for your program going forward in the future anyways.
Don't get the money, Jay.
Yeah, the money is an interesting side of it. And that's obviously what's interesting too, is that despite the fact that Jake Retzlaff leaves BYU, I could see him going off and making more money somewhere else. Some of the destinations that I've heard rumored are wild. Where do you kind of just from obviously it's opened up and nobody really knows, but where does Jake Retzlaff end up, do you think? Is there a possibility that he stays in the Big 12 Conference at all?
It'd be really interesting. And, I'll admit one of the things I'm trying to really kind of understand and really nail down with this reporting of this story is, how can he move? Right,
because you can't go into the transfer portal unless, there's very certain situations. So how is it even possible?
In April of 2024, the NCAA came out and said that graduate transfers, they have to meet that deadline of the final date of transfer portal windows as well. Now, when the new academic year begins, which is July 1st, they can announce and declare their intentions to go into the portal, but starting tomorrow, it's for the 2026 season. The deadline for the 2025 season was back in April, but there's also nuance with this whole revenue sharing piece of rosters and with the settlement from the judge of grandfathering in players that previously got cut in the spring, having the chance to come back. There could be an opening, and there's always opportunities for players to find landing spots. But it's such a tight window between now and fall camp for all these teams. They're going to be pretty much hitting the ground running, at the end of July, and some programs will be even earlier if they're playing in week 0. So it's just a tight window, and that needs to be all cleared up. His attorney did say that later this week, when I reached out to their offices after the case was dismissed, that they plan to issue a statement. What that's in regards to, we'll see, but they're expected to send out a statement, his attorney, later this week, which very interested to see what they say, because does that also entail what his next moves are as a football player in his career? Because really, he's a redshirt senior, no redshirts available, no eligibility after 2025, unless there's some exception granted to him to make this movement happen and he can go into the portal and go on to his next stop.
What was up with the dismissal of this case, right? Evidence was presented. Of course, the notes is that this happened, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. The subjectiveness is this was an open and shut case on the accuser's part. What happened to the dismissal of this case?
So on Friday, when Jake Retzlaff and his defense team had their response, they had a lot of details into that, and we don't know for sure if there was a settlement or not. Right. We don't know any of that. But this can't be brought up again in court again. But Jake Retzlaff and his team did lay out text message exchange that, as he put it, his team put it, were flirty in nature. And what was interesting was looking back on that was the day when the Big 12 released its football schedule. And that January 30th date that was noted, that was the day when it was announced BYU and Utah were going to play November 9th of that season, and maybe that's what initiated the conversation. Not sure, but they put together what he aired it all out there, and in many respects, that was tough because that put him right in the crossfire of the honor code.
Well, he knew
but
that. Yeah.
In order to clear his name potentially, at least in the eye of the public, he did everything in his team and their power to really try to make sure that, from his viewpoint, that he was, his name would be cleared. And so he laid it all out there. And even, KSL's legal analyst, Greg Skordas, told me that it's like that was way more detailed than what you would typically see from a civil lawsuit. But with such a public case, it's almost like Jake had to do that. And by doing so, it also publicly admits an honor code violation, which then leads to, potential suspension.
Right.
From a timing standpoint of the guys that are on the roster, McKay Hillstead, how much time does he have of eligibility left? And same thing for Trayson Bourget.
McKay Hillstead's a redshirt sophomore. He redshirted last year. Trayson Bourget, a redshirt junior. So Bourget has 2 years of eligibility remaining, and McKay Hillstead has 3. And then, of course, Bear Bachmeyer's a true freshman. And they've got a fourth guy in Bountiful High's Emerson Geilman, who was around the program in spring, but he's coming in as a preferred walk-on, and he's good. But still, I can't. It'd be hard to imagine that. But who would have thought we'd be in this conversation
again?
8 weeks ago. So maybe anything's on the table there. But it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And both guys, Bourget and Hillstead have FBS starting experience, and and that's something that's going to probably help in this cause, that these guys have actually been QB1s. And I'd like to think that would probably give them an upper hand over Bear Bachmeyer, at least on day one of fall camp. But as we've seen from Kalani Sitake's program, he will play the best. And I really get that sense from the program that they will play whoever is the best, regardless of your class or status, and especially with a team that they feel can still win ball games. And so it should be interesting to see how that plays out.
Mitch, I'll be down in Frisco right there with you alongside. JJ and I are going to head down there to Texas, and we'll be there at the Big 12 Media Days. I think you're exactly right, though. For us to be able – we didn't know what the timing was going to be on anything, and how awkward was it going to be to have to go through all of these conversations, not knowing if there was a quarterback situation, not knowing what the back and forth is going to end up being with Jake Retzlaff. So at the very least, as you say, we can talk a lot more ball next week. Thanks for jumping on, man. We appreciate bringing some focus to this thing and giving us some insights.
You bet, guys. Take care.
There you go. Mitch Harper.
Yeah, man. This is a very funky situation for everybody.
Yeah, and like I said, I think he's 100% right. For them to be able to get to some version of closure on the Jake Retzlaff chapter of all this, where they can just go, and that sounds mean maybe, but at the same time, it's like you kind of need to move on as quickly as possible. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And if that takes Trayson Bourget, being put out there on their social media videos, and they're like, don't work, or whatever. I mean, we just do something to start separating yourselves a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you start to see those things, and the program would do well to do the same thing, where they can just go, because there are 100+ other cats that are in that locker room that are on all sorts of different levels of, dude, this is awful for us, to I'm going to miss Jake, to, man, I wish we could just move on and just start getting going here, because all we're talking about is this. And I bet that there's a little bit of a sigh of relief for some of the players in that locker room, because they can at least have some closure to it and just move on from it. As harsh as that sounds, but that's exactly.
You can't cry over spilt milk, right?
Well, they can't have
you gotta move forward.
Like I said, Aaron Roderick, like right now, he's not staring at pictures of Jake Retzlaff saying, I miss you. He is X's and O's sitting in his lab, and he's churning out work. And they're telling these guys they've got to figure it out to where they can be there. And, this is a talented coaching staff. We're going to find out very, very quickly a different wrinkle to what they're being asked to do in their jobs. All right. So
it's going to be an interesting fall.
Let's do it. We'll take a break here. We got more to go. When we return, we've just got a ton to dive into from the basketball sense still. I've got some audio from the rookie press conference where you're able to hear from Austin Ainge, Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton Jr., and John Tanji. All interesting conversations, too, because these new ads. Hey, that whole thing went away over the weekend about Ace Bailey, whether or not he even wanted to be here. The questions were still asked. We'll have all those next. Stay right here with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
New crashes causing problems in Salt Lake County, like southbound I-15 at 45th South, with backups going back to 33rd South and South Salt Lake. Another one at the I-15 ramp is preventing northbound commuters from going west on I-80. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast unit, oh yeah, we're one of two in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. You know, whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number one recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370,
888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to somedudesfireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We were just having a conversation in the break, like, how does that work with the transfer portal? Because he wasn't in it during April. I'm talking about Jake Retzlaff. It might have to be one of these things where they try to get him signed and then just say, and we're hoping to get an exception here.
If you got enough money, anything can happen.
The NCAA is
this oil money will make some exceptions. That's why I was just like, who's watching the clearinghouse?
I don't know. I don't know where. But by the way, some of the landing spots that I was just reading for Jake Retzlaff, you ready for this? Now, these might be totally off.
Hey,
but the one I was reading was like
for any speculation.
Tennessee, Maryland. You ready for my favorite, though? Alabama was on the freaking list.
Who said that?
It's some national writer was talking about it. It's just like, they haven't been the same. And their quarterback situation's kind of like, okay.
Is there a relationship with
Kalen DeBoer? I don't know. No idea. Maryland and what was the last one? I've heard all sorts of rumors. I told you guys inside the conference we could see a move. You could see Oklahoma State taking Jake Retzlaff.
Him and Gundy matching mullets? We can make that happen.
You can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. All you have to do is nominate that person at KSLSports.com/contest, and we will read those winners off for you every week right here on the program, and they get a prize from Hercules Credit Union and Beehive Meals. So let's go. Let's do it right now. Go make a nomination for that awesome youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood. KSLSports.com/contest. Ace Bailey, of course, everybody was wondering if he was going to be reporting to Utah, and of course he did. He got off of the plane. The door didn't open. Wouldn't that have been dramatic? The door opens of the private plane and no one gets out of it. Just a random pilot who goes, he didn't get on. Instead, the kid gets off of the plane. Everything goes back to normal. All the speculation goes away. ESPN pretends like nothing happened. And then we all move in that direction. But the introductory press conference with Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton Jr., and John Tonje, all the newest members of the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, the newest team president, of course, also running things in that press conference as well. So take a listen.
We're really excited to introduce these guys to you. Our goal as an organization is to just get players that love the game, that love to work, and obviously have the talent to go with that. We think all three of these guys are just add to that list of our other players on our roster. This is a huge day. This represents so much work and sacrifice from not only these guys. These guys have worked their tails off for many years, sacrificed so much to get here, but also their families who are in attendance. There's so many drives to the gym and rebounding late at nights, and this is the culmination of a lot of that. At least the first step of a great journey. So congratulations to these guys. We're so pumped. This was a dream scenario for us. These are guys we targeted before the draft with high potential, high character, and we couldn't be more excited.
Open it up for questions. Please announce your name and outlet.
Sarah Todd, Deseret News. Ace, these should be simple questions, feedback. One, was there any point that you considered not coming to Utah?
No, not at all. I mean, just blessed to be in this position I am. Not a lot of people can sit in these chairs and have great teammates as I got on, that came on with me, so I'm just blessed to be here.
Ryan Miller from KSL.com. Clayton, with the trade they made today, or reportedly made today, it opens up a little bit of more space at the guard line. Is that something that excites you?
For sure, but I still think, we got a lot of great guards here, a lot of guys that can get on the floor, so definitely some work to put in still.
There's a couple.
John Kuhn, Associated Press. Ace, when you look at what the Jazz have on the floor and your skill set, what do you feel like you bring to this team where you can make an immediate impact?
I got great energy. I mean, I can do everything from rebounding, from defense to scoring to passing. So I could say I could bring it a lot in different ways.
Ace, Dana Green with ABC4. 18 years old. It's tough for young players to come right into the NBA. Do you think you can make an immediate impact despite your age and just 1 year of college experience?
Absolutely.
Well, what makes you so mature to be able to do that?
In the gym, late nights, all the hard work I put in, I believe in it.
John, were you surprised that you had fallen down to 53? Did you expect to go higher than that on draft night?
I think that was a little bit outside of my range, but at the end of the day, I was super excited to be here, and I'm just so happy I'm here with the Jazz.
Who's the person that broke the TV?
No, we still haven't figured that out yet, but yeah.
Leonard Davis, KUTV. This one's for John. At 24 years old, maturity is necessary to succeed in the NBA. What lessons have you learned in your college journey that has prepared you for this moment?
Yeah, I think I had a lot of adversity and just had to work my way up. This is what I've been, the last guy on the bench, and then also the guy at the top of the scouting report. So I think I'm someone that can understand all types of roles on a team, and I understand how to, just face adversity and just keep trying to get better each day.
All right, this one's for Walter. As an NCAA champion, what characteristics are you confident in about yourself that your new teammates will gravitate to as you build these new relationships with them?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just understanding what comes with winning, all the things that go on the court and off the court. So just happy to get here, build some chemistry with these guys and put the work in.
For Walter, first of all, do you like the nickname Walt Lake City?
I got a little bit more work to put in before we start with that.
Also, just your experience going through that NCAA tournament and the exposure you got and playing on that big stage. How is that going to translate to playing on the big stages of the NBA?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, March Madness is a big stage, but it's an even bigger stage, best basketball league ever. So I'm just thankful, to be in this position, and I'm ready to get to work.
Eric Sparopoulos with UtahJazz.com. This question's for Austin. At his post-draft media availability, Brad Stevens had a lot of praise for you and this draft class. Just what does it mean to hear that and to have his support as you're starting to lead this organization?
Oh, Brad's a great friend and a mentor. Didn't he take a shot at me also, I think? No, that's very kind of him. Obviously, he's a great friend, and we stay in touch a lot. We obviously went through a lot of the draft prep together. So we shared a lot of the same opinions as we went through this, so it's no surprise.
This is for Ace and Walter, actually John as well. Walt, first of all, do you go by Walt or Walter?
Walt.
Walt,
yeah.
Okay. And then I guess we'll start with Ace. What's been your first 24 hours like here in Salt Lake? And did you come right to the gym off the plane?
Yeah, for sure I did. I was excited to see what the practice facility was like. It's a great scenery. As soon as I got off the plane, I didn't think the mountains was real. I mean, it was so beautiful. It was just seeing that scenery, just being in that position, just getting off that plane, just meeting the coaches, which is all great.
Yeah, for sure. Mountains is definitely beautiful. Weather has been telling everybody. Weather has been warmer than I expected, from what I've been hearing. So it's beautiful. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, like they said about the mountains, and the city looks, amazing, and everyone's been here, welcoming us. So feels right.
We all had dinner last night. That was fun.
Did you go to the X game?
Yeah, I did. I had to, make it up there. I was excited to see that I can make it at least one day.
What does the rest of your summer look like? Is it summer league, and then do you anticipate staying here in Utah and working with Jazz coaches, or staying closer to home? How do you plan that out?
Definitely gonna be here for sure, putting a lot of weight room in, getting to know my coaches and my teammates. So I'll be doing probably both, just working out here most of the time.
We haven't done the full plan yet, but there'll be some of each.
And Austin, can you talk about the Colin Sexton trade?
No.
Okay.
Well, coming off of a championship and all of you have probably won a lot of games throughout. That's how you end up here, right? And you're going onto a rebuilding team where wins might not be coming as much as you'd want them to. How do you kind of plan on dealing with not winning at the level that you're coming from?
Yeah, I don't plan on it. I'm gonna be honest. I think we got a lot of great talent here. Obviously, a lot of great young talent. I think once we mesh well, we'll be able to put some wins in that column.
All right, this one's for Ace. You went viral when you said that statement during that interview. You got no weaknesses and more than two strengths. Love that, man. Where does that confidence come from such a young age?
I trust my work. I countless hours in the gym. Everything that I do. So I trust it. Everybody make mistakes. God didn't put us here to be perfect. So just trust myself and just trust my process.
So Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Austin, all of these guys can be described as difficult shot makers. Was that an emphasis in the draft? And what is the role of just having difficult shot makers in today's league?
Putting the ball in the hole is a big part of the game for sure. But these guys can play on both ends, right?
For sure.
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
Just making sure. We're looking for the best combination of all the skills we can. But these guys can put the ball in the hole.
John, your last college game, 37 points against BYU. Was there any conversation with Austin or Ryan or anything about just losing to their alma mater?
I asked him a couple questions last night about BYU. I hate that I had to lose to them, but it's all love now.
There you go. Introductory press conference, and now suddenly everybody very quiet about the whole Ace Bailey situation. Maybe we'll never actually know the reality of what was going down. But he got off the plane. He went to the press conference. He likes fry sauce. I don't know if you saw that in his social media post. He's like, I love it here in Utah. I love how beautiful it is.
That's how you win them over.
How about the fry sauce? Yeah, man, it was interesting.
Is that the mayo bowl where they dump mayo? Just dump fry sauce all over Ace.
Interesting.
That's your introduction to Utah.
He was wearing the Mountain Blue shirt too when he got off of the plane, I think. All right. Yeah, there you go. Why do you have to ask Tanjay all those questions about BYU? Come on, grinding in on his last college basketball loss. Hey, you lost to BYU, and it looks like the owner of the team and the president and the governor of the team all have ties to that school. Any thoughts? All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We've got our sucks to be you list. People who it sucks to be. People who had bad weekends. We've already talked about the weekend warriors. People who had awesome weekends. Let's talk about the people who did not have especially good ones. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new crash in North Salt Lake is taking away a pair of southbound I-15 lanes at the North Interchange. Several crashes also this afternoon between downtown and Murray, with delays both northbound and southbound on I-15. More delays on I-15 for both directions between Draper and Sandy. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left the tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high 6s, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Gentlemen, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit, a $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, fix your ED and you'll also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic, real solutions, real results. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
Delta Center, October 26th. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It Sucks to Be You.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Sucks to be you. That's what that music, of course, implies. Hey, we got some stuff that we can give away. Let's do it right now. Hey, DJ and PK every Monday give out the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the Weekend. They pick a play that was phenomenal for them. However they choose it, I don't really care. But when they talk about it, if you know what that play was that they gave out as their Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the Weekend, and you tell us what it is right now, you get a gift card to Amazon. Ooh, Amazon days are coming up too, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
For those of you happy, I get an Amazon package to my house every day, but it's not my fault.
Happy Amazon Day for those who celebrate coming up in the next few days. If you know what that play was that they gave out on DJ and PK's show, you can just throw it our direction. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You call in right now. You give us the answer to what that play was, and then you win a prize courtesy of Amazon, or it's an Amazon gift card courtesy of the folks from your Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. No one knows cars like the Chevys. Come on. Hey, by the way, Sucks to Be You goes like this. I tell you a person, and we talk about why it's currently sucks to be that person. I will say, does not suck to be Jaren Jackson Jr. Did you just see, speaking of free agency, Triple J, that was a name that was floated out there about, maybe the Grizzlies want to get rid of him.
Where did he go?
He didn't go anywhere. He extended. He got the max deal, 5 years, $240 million.
Is it 240 now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nice.
Got the max deal. I'm not sure how it sets up for him. He's an all-star technically. I don't know what the effect
He's
that
defensive
had on
player
it.
of the year.
He's
NBA
phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's phenomenal. So good for him. But
just
yeah,
give me a couple mil. I just need a couple mil.
The sucks to be the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't know. I know that they make a lot of fun of the fact that Mitch Marner can't win the big one, but they lost a huge piece to the reason as to why they've been so good for a while. I don't know how good they're going to be next year, just taking Mitch Marner out of that whole question. And I mean, the truth of it is, it's a really weird thing, man.
Right. It's never good to give up an asset like Mitch Marner, right? Like he brings so much to your team throughout the year, so much juice when your team is down, especially throughout the playoffs. And you lose that, man, you got to have a kind of replacement or a plan in place to kind of rejuvenate his place in that team.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back right around the corner. Guess who we have? The brand new rookie of this Utah Mammoth team. Yes, Caleb Denoye going to join us on the program next. Stay right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Any Hour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Here's the Annie Lennox. The intro sounds very much like I wear my sunglasses at night, though, right? I'm not totally a weirdo for thinking that, right?
This is also another favorite song of mine.
Yeah, the Eurythmics get it, man. It's good.
Sweet dreams, I'm all there.
Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. The G2G Bar, the perfect protein bar. Last week, when he was drafted, he came right onto the program just right after being the 4th overall pick to the Utah Mammoth in the 2025 NHL draft. It's an awesome thing to watch these kids get picked. They go up on the stage, they shake the hand of the commissioner, and now he's in Utah already getting work done. The newest member of the Utah Mammoth, he's Caleb Denoye. Caleb, thanks for being on the program again, man. Last time we chatted with you, you were fresh off of the stage. I think a lot's changed even just from then. How has it been since the day you were drafted to getting to Utah now and having to start working out with the team?
Oh, it's been great, honestly. The organization has taken great care of me and family on draft day, and then after that, just got here in Utah yesterday, and then had the chance to meet a lot of new people, and so far really enjoying the experience and the new people here.
So when people come to Utah, they seem to want to indulge in some fry sauce. Have you had some fry sauce since you've been down here yet?
No, I haven't had the chance to try that yet.
Well, I'll break your heart very quickly. It's ketchup and mayonnaise basically mixed together.
It's amazing.
But listen,
it's amazing.
Listen, you've got the French Canadian background. You know about a decent fry up in Canada. So, okay. So let me ask you about this, because you get to the club and you guys start going through all these things. What's the thing that, and obviously you've got a lot of development still left to go to get your game to the point to be an NHL player. What does that process look like for you? And what are some things that you look at in your game and you go, I have to get better at this, this, and this if I want to be an NHL player one day?
Oh, well, it's pretty simple. I think my game is pretty mature, and I take a lot of pride in all the details. And I feel like my game is close to being pro ready, but I still have, as you mentioned, a lot of to work on. And the main part of it is just my overall physical strength, and just to get stronger on the puck. And you know how physical the game is once you get to the NHL. So you don't want to get in that league at 175 pounds with your 18 years old body, so I'll have to put on some mass and get stronger to make the NHL.
Man, the draft process is special for anybody. In the NFL, NBA, NHL, what was the draft process like for you? I know it's been a kind of crazy past week, but, leading up to the draft, getting drafted, I seen you on the red carpet looking amazing in your suit. Even after flying out here, now training in Park City, what has this draft process and even being drafted been like for you?
Oh, it's been awesome. That's why I play the game, and that's why I'm alive. I play the game because I love it so much, and this year was even more special, knowing that it was my draft year and that big things were coming ahead. And obviously, we had a really good team back in Moncton, and we ended up being really successful by winning our league. And for me, it was not to look at the biggest picture and look at, yes, it's the big draft year and everything, and just to be in the present. And that's what I'll keep doing. But it really helped me to be successful and end up here in Utah.
What do these camps look like when you immediately get with the team and you have to start going around? What has it been like the last couple of days, and obviously the next couple of weeks as you guys start getting going? Last time you and I chatted, you hadn't had a conversation with Coach André, the Bear, Tourney, but have you had that conversation yet? And if not, what's it been like with the coaching staff so far?
Oh, it's been awesome so far. Honestly, I see that camp as just to kind of dip your toes in the water and see what's how's the pro experience and how do the coaches, the staff, and everyone kind of acts around the players, and even for you just to get that routine. Those routines in, and yeah, so it's been great with the whole staff, and also had the chance to meet the Bear. So so yeah, it was awesome. He's great, and we had the chance to have a meeting with him today, all the players, and he made a little conference for us, and it was great.
Nice. Awesome. I want to know what skill sets are you most proud of? Like when Utah fans come into the season and they think of you, what can they be like? Oh, I'm so excited that Caleb is going to bring this to our team.
Oh, what they're going to love is the playmaking in the O-zone. Sometimes I don't shoot enough, but something I take a lot of pride in is making the players around me better. And I consider myself more of a playmaker than a shooter. And
nice.
Just setting up the plays and making some plays and scoring some goals. That's what I'm looking for, and that the fans will appreciate in my game.
Yeah, when you look at the way that things have gone for you, and then you end up getting picked fourth, Utah said they wanted you. Bill Armstrong said they wanted you kind of from day one. As soon as 4 came to Utah, they looked at you and they said they wanted this kid and they wanted you. And then you came out last week and you kind of went through the whole process. What did Bill Armstrong and his guys talk to you about what they loved so much about what you can do, and why did they want you here compared to some of the other names that were in the draft?
Well, as I might have mentioned before, it's all the intangibles in the game, all the details that I do right, and the thing also that I share with the organization is the mentality that we want to win at any cost, and we kind of had that feeling since the first time we met, and having a good pedigree of winning myself, and for them I think it was also a big factor in it, and just so happy that our mentality kind of connected, and that I'm here today.
What was your family's reaction to everything, and how wild and crazy those last 5 days have been for you?
Well, the family's just so happy and proud, honestly. Since day one, they've been my biggest supporter, and they've always been there for me. So they're now in LA with them. I had some friends too, Bill's family from Moncton. It was just incredible to share that moment with them, and we enjoyed the most out of it.
Caleb Denoyer, he's the newest member of the Utah Mammoth, and he's one of these rookies who's coming in, going to get his feet under him. Do you anticipate, getting the training going here, heading back to Moncton? How's that work?
Oh, well, it will be to go back. I live closer to Montreal, so not Moncton yet, but yeah, have a big summer, in training, and get ready for camp, and we'll see from there what happens. If I can surprise everyone, or if the best thing is for my development to go back to the junior or school NCAA. We'll take a decision from there.
I love it. All right. He's the newest member of the Utah Mammoth. He's Caleb Denoyer. Thank you for being on the program again, Caleb. We're excited for you, man. We're excited to see the video the team puts out of all you guys' practices, too, and we can't wait, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
There you go. Caleb Denoyer. Was he on an alpine slide? Is they already is that what they did? They got him, they go.
I haven't done that yet. I got to do that.
You've never done the alpine slide?
No.
As a bigger guy myself,
I got to rethink
I
this.
get a little bit.
No,
you don't need to rethink it. You don't need to rethink it.
I'm a little older than I used to be.
No. You don't need to rethink it. Like, it's the kind of thing where they're like, so how much do you really weigh, though? Like, really tell me.
I don't weigh no 300
pounds.
Like,
all right. I think we can get you on here. They're like, the brakes. No, the alpine slide's awesome. Hey, how about getting new kids in here? We've had 2 conversations with him. That was the longest one we've had so far. The thing I've noticed, and you tell me, and our producer Alex could probably tell us too because he listened too, but he's extremely confident. Like he is, and he's just like, he's like, I score. I'm a playmaker. I'm awesome. I'm really good at this.
I should score. People tell me I need to shoot more.
Yeah.
I'm so good at it, I should shoot more.
They always show the highlights on draft night. And so we got to see, they're showing the highlights. I love that because they roll they get the B-roll going of this kid playing in the Quebec Junior League, and he's just a man amongst boys. Like, he's just doing circles around people. He's bigger than others. So you have that obvious – we see the same thing happen in all the sports, right, that we watch, especially like football. You got a guy out there, and they do the little circle on him. You're like, you didn't need to circle him. I can tell which one the NFL prospect is or the NCAA 5-star guy is. I get it, because as soon as the ball snapped – there's a different level that they're on. And he was like that in his junior league that he was in. But I like it too, where it's like, hey, the thought is I'm going to go to the city that I get drafted to, right? You go to your camp, you meet the coaches, you meet the team, you go there and you start doing all this stuff. And you go, and I need to get better at some things in my game. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to play some junior hockey, or maybe I go to college. You think, by the way, now, it's awesome because they can go and they can get NIL money while they're waiting to get to develop in the end. Oh, you don't like hearing that?
I don't like hearing that. That's crazy.
So he can go.
We got in trouble for getting saltine crackers.
He can go get NIL money at the University of Denver. Like go to some place that's got a great
NHL contract.
That's got a great while he's got an NHL contract, and then when he's developed, when he's ready, then they get him going. And yet at the same time, what did he say at the end? Or maybe I surprise some people and I make that roster right now. You don't know. Like, I love that type of attitude where you go,
I feel like you have to have that type of attitude.
There's no way any of these guys get here without thinking that.
Right.
Right? And I'm sure, I bet there's massive disappointment, too. They're like, they didn't invite me to be on the roster. You're like, dude, you're 18. It just doesn't happen like that. 18-year-olds don't play in the league that often.
Oh, man, I've seen Mighty Ducks. The confidence that you have to have to go out there on the ice is second to none, man. So to lead that, to be physical, to be as swift, and as some of these like great players, if you see yourself as a great player, you have to have that confidence, and even more so at a younger age to come in and do that, man. So I love that, and Utah fans should definitely love that for guys coming into the program.
You mentioned the Mighty Ducks. Did you see that the people who read their first draft pick, Joshua Jackson and Marguerite Moreau, they were on that show, and you're like, oh, that's awesome. But I'm going to show you a picture of Joshua Jackson when he was like, he was like 10 years old when he did or like 13 or whatever it was. And he comes out there on the stage, and he's a 48-year-old dude now. And he just is like, these are the Mighty Ducks. And same thing with Same thing with Moreau. Like these guys have aged well. Like he's not. You don't look at him and go, "Oh, that guy's a punk, dude." You can't even. No, like, but he's basically just like a year or two older than me. All right, and he's 47 years old, and all of our heroes from our childhood are all old now.
You just told us how old you were.
I'm 44. I got no problem telling people.
Yeah, I'm proud of it. Say it. Say it loud. I'm 44 and I'm proud.
I don't care. Well, listen, what am I going to do? What are they going to do? Be like, oh, he said he's 44. He has no ability to connect with the kids anymore. Get him out of here.
If they heard his karaoke, they would know. They would know. They would change their mind.
You brought up the NFL part where you're going through the draft process and you got your family. It's a crazy thing because in his mind, I mean, like he's a top prospect and he knew he was going to be going top 10. Mm-hmm. He knew he was likely going to be going top 5. Utah probably told him because then he reveals that little tidbit that he had been in Utah a couple days prior, and they were like, this isn't smoke. We didn't bring you out here to fake people out to think that we were going to pick somebody else. They basically told him, we're taking you 4th. He's the 4th overall pick.
If you're there, you're coming to Utah.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. Then there are the guys who are picked in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. And I think in hockey they have 8 rounds, maybe 9. Maybe they just do 7 as well. But they do 7 rounds. Basketball is crazy because basically the only guys that matter in the draft are kind of the first round and a half of basketball. Or think about how wild it was. We forget, and it was just happened. You thought you were going to go maybe top 5, as high as top 3, and then you end up going to the 5th round. Shedeur Sanders, like that's a wild draft weekend.
Right.
These guys weren't experiencing any of that. They were told you're going to be the 4th overall pick, and he was.
Is it more straightforward there?
I mean, the thing is that it's a lot like baseball though too, because the humility that you get from getting drafted, but you aren't even going to be with the team. If you're a top 10 draft pick, the likelihood of you contributing to a team or being on a roster is actually pretty low. I think when we talked to Cole Bagley on Friday, there might be 2 or maybe 3 guys who would make a roster this year.
Jeez.
And that's compared to, the generational talent that you had over the last couple of years, and you get a couple that go early and they play a lot. And they're the best players in their age group by far. They're kind of generational. And they get to the NHL and they're pretty good, I guess. Got a long way to go, kid.
But that's normal.
I know, and the NFL is crazy to me too because
at
the very least they get that developmental set of things. Like when they go to college, and they go to the right college, the development happens there. In the hockey leagues, you have these junior development leagues: the WHL, the OHL, the Quebec league that he's in, the Junior Maritime League that's there in Quebec, the American Hockey League as well. Like all of these different junior, developmental, you just hope that you have a good pipeline. And that's one thing that the Mammoth has, is that they are actually praised quite a bit for how good and how deep they can be they get praised for how good their developmental program is, which is great news going forward for the future. So, and no, it's do he and Bear get together and speak French?
Oh, they
have to, right?
They have to. They literally sounded like father and son.
I would do it just for fun too. I would do it just to bug the new rookies. I'm speaking French with Coach over here. You guys wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't understand.
You guys wouldn't get it.
It's a French thing.
Right, we have a thing.
It's a French thing.
But like we said, from a hockey perspective, though, you have a lot of things that have changed for the free agency market. The free agency and the trade markets, it's looking a little bit more thin now because all those guys from Florida are all re-signing with their teams. And so Mitch Marner, who was obviously Toronto Maple Leaf as of yesterday, is now going to be signing with the Vegas Golden Knights as a huge pickup for Vegas, by the way. They extend him to 8 years. What was the average per, Alex? Did you see any numbers on the deal? Because this is a guy who everyone was talking about how he's going to be $12 million per, $13 million maybe per year. And that would be insane for them to extend him 8 years and do a $100 million contract. That would be crazy. But maybe that's the type of money that he's commanding. You also, from Florida, like I said, you have Aaron Ekblad, who was kind of an interesting name out there floating around in free agency for the Panthers. He signed an 8-year extension. Brad Marchand also signed an extension with the Panthers. He's going to get an extra 6 years. $12 million per. So it was.
That's nice.
Yeah, so it was. So you get that 8 years, basically $100 million, just short of $100 million. Man, Vegas, I mean, this could be a bad move for them, but the reality is that they find ways to stay relevant. Like they got a big name.
Is that not the Vegas way?
Yeah, I mean, they got a big name.
What? It's always in the news, right? Like, I think Vegas is doing it the right way, right? Of course, I think they set themselves up right, winning or getting all the way to the finals and winning the Stanley Cup the first year. But everything that they're doing is moving in a direction that we are going to be a top franchise in the NHL. Always relevant, always in the conversation. Now we have a recognizable logo, name, entity. Vegas is definitely doing it the right way, and they know that. Honestly, that's the world. As we see in college sports now, professional sports, basketball, football, this money game is just going off. If you can play the money game, you're winning.
Yeah, and it's
the
really,
Cowboys. No championships for the Cowboys, but they're always relevant.
But the big names will hover to those teams that people.
Oh yeah,
Vegas is a name. Vegas is a place that people want to be, man.
Playground.
And so I just don't think that, Utah's going to be smart about everything. I can see Bill Armstrong is going to make sure that the moves are made that are going to benefit this franchise. I think the big one that he made to be able to bring Patertek here, JJ Patertek, I think it was such a huge deal and it was awesome. But now you start to see these names getting added to other places. So, and I think that Nashville ended up picking up, because they got to Vegas gave up Nicholas Hague to the tune of $4 million or 4 years, $22 million. That was yesterday, and that was today rather. But you start to see this movement that happens, and these teams are trying to carve out. Okay, how are we going to make a splash? We want people to watch us too. We want people to see this thing go on. So you're going to see a handful of these 1-year extensions on contracts that you're going to see guys get here in Utah and across the league. You're going to see lots of big names re-signing with their teams or getting traded somewhere else. But right now, has Utah done enough? Maybe, but the free agency market is just not, and the trade market's just not there right now. So being able to say, hey, there are all these names floating out there, a lot of them went away with what Florida's doing to keep their guys together. And Florida, by the way, that window is going to stay open for a long time.
Which is weird. Normally that window's supposed to be closing, but they're setting themselves up, man, to just be on top. What is this, 3 straight Stanley Cups?
It would be 3 straight if they win next year. Yeah. They've got
wins,
2.
But they were in the finals stuff.
They were in the finals 2 years prior to their.
Right.
They lost it 2 years prior to when they did actually win it. And then they won the 2 championships. Yeah. And then you've got down there in Tampa, same thing. The Lightning are really good. Yeah. And so all of these different names that are being added, and we've got we're watching the wire here to make sure that we don't miss anything on the NBA side of things. But the same thing is true for hockey right now. Same thing's true for hockey.
Yeah, man, it's active. Normally this is supposed to be downtime, but I tell you what, there's no downtime in sports.
No,
it's 365, baby.
Regardless, I think that Utah has picked up some big young names, the Mammoth, and I think that being able to develop those names is great. The unfortunate thing is that they get drafted and then we kind of forget about who they are for a minute. It's like it's BYU getting guys and they go on missions. And you go, well, call me when he's developed. Call me when he actually is in the league again.
Okay.
But I do hope that people know that how good of a player that Caleb Denoye is, and that Utah doesn't get to pick that often in the top 5, and they snuck into the top 5, and because they're not the 4th worst team in the league either. So they've made it happen. They've been able to make themselves relevant through some of these through the draft, but also. I think if there's noise to be made, Bill Armstrong is beating the ground to see if they can make it. Speaking of breaking NBA news and free agency, we have a couple of things we can roll out here when we come back from the break before we get into some NFL Blitz as well. So we've got tons going on. We got more to jump into. Stay right here. Stay dialed in. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big delays on northbound I-15 from Draper into Sandy because of a crash just past the 106 South exit, although the crash is over on the right shoulder. All lanes now open on southbound I-15 past a crash at the North Interchange, which is still causing delays for those coming from Davis County into downtown. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us.
When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City this Friday and Saturday. Bicycle Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City this Friday and Saturday. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program. Sly sitting in for your JJ, by the way. I saw JJ today. We were at a golf tournament.
How'd he do today? Last week was a little rough for him.
Great. The reality is that...
plastic on those clubs?
I think he got brand new clubs. Good for him. I wish I could get new clubs.
You know what? That's a guy mentality, right? Like, I'm not playing good. It's gotta be the clubs. I gotta get new clubs, honey. That's the only way for my game to get better. I can't look like a weenie out on the golf course. I need good golf clubs. So that's what we're doing this weekend. We're not going to Home Depot. We're going to Shields, and we're gonna buy some new golf clubs for me so I can go out on Monday and kick Alex's butt. That was the conversation.
No, he's on. No, we're on the same team. So
you don't compete with the guy on your team?
I mean,
I do. I don't know. Maybe I'm different.
No, you want to push them. You want to push your guys. You do want to push your guys. That breaking news center, by the way, that we were just playing. We got NBA. It's NBA free agency day today. Is that for those who celebrate? I want to say congrats.
It's sports day.
It is a national holiday. We shouldn't even be here right now.
$53 million LeBron.
So teams are looking around, and right now on the NBA side of things, let me look at what the most recent things have been here. The most recent one here is, I think we have Shams reporting D'Angelo Russell, a 2-year, $13 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks. Everybody wants to be a Maverick now, right? No, keep me. Months ago, he's probably like, I don't ever want to be here. The Cooper Flagg thing changes everything. The Denver Nuggets are now trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. That's a nice pickup for Denver.
Is it?
Yeah. I like look, Michael Porter Jr.'s good piece there, but
it's just so inconsistent when you need him to be, and then like only the Lakers. He only plays good against the Lakers, but like Cam Johnson, great defender. He can shoot a little bit, not as great as Michael Porter Jr. So you got to just understand like where do I need to win here? And defense, I think right now is coming to the West Coast. So look at that, that's nice.
You've got we already mentioned Jaren Jackson Jr. getting the 4 years, 240? Not bad.
Not bad at all.
So he gets that max extension. Sean's also reporting that Karis LeVert, who was a free agent, has just signed a 2-year, $29 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. Man, the Pistons are kind of scary, right? I mean, they got some stuff going on here. You guys remember Clint Capella?
Yeah.
Hey, was he former Jazzman Clint Capella, right?
Was he a Jazz at one point? No, he wasn't.
No.
Houston Rockets, Atlanta Hawks.
Trying to think. No.
He moved again? I know Porzingis is out there, so now they got to move him, but where's he at?
Fully guaranteed 3-year deal, by the way.
What?
Fully guaranteed 3-year deal to the Houston Rockets. Clint Capella.
Oh, because they did. Rockets drafted the rookie and then traded him to Phoenix.
So 3-year, $21.5 million deal with the Houston Rockets. So
guaranteed.
Clint
good
Capella
for him.
Gets all that money.
That's a good situation. Look at him getting in good situations.
I'm trying to think of some other names
Dorian
that are popping around
Finney-Smith
here.
to the Rockets.
Dorian Finney-Smith just went to the Rockets too?
Right.
Oh, wow.
At a good deal. I think it was 3 for 40 years.
That's not bad.
3 years, $40 million.
What a great deal. Got him at a discount.
Yeah.
Kayvon Looney also a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans.
Oh, nobody wants to go to New Orleans.
Yeah, they signed him after that whole free agent deal just went down there. Okay, so there you go.
How about that?
Yeah, I'm
Rockets championship.
They're adding some names, man.
Yeah, they are.
Good for them. I think Dallas
defense, offense. They got Fred VanVleet.
I hate it. Here's what I hate is that Nico Harrison over the weekend was like, did you see that press conference where he was like, I think the fans are starting to finally see my vision.
Oh, shut up. He was crapping bricks when Anthony Davis got injured.
Finally, they're able to see the vision of
when Anthony Davis got injured in his first game.
Backing my way into Cooper Flagg accidentally. Finally, you see the vision, son.
Adam Silver helped you out there. He got you number one
But
pick.
see, this is what honestly, I'm looking at it and I was like, when he got up in that press conference and Cooper Flagg was right there, and by the way, poor Cooper Flagg, I know he got $28 million last year when he was playing at Duke, and he's supposed to be wise beyond his years. But every freaking press conference, Luka's name gets brought up. Everyone.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's got
and so then where you got this one where Nico Harrison sitting next to him and he goes, "The fans are finally starting to catch some of the vision that I'm seeing with this team."
He's just an idiot.
And
just
you're like,
talking.
okay, yeah, we all have a vision. Now you have Cooper Flagg. When Kyrie Irving gets better, you're going to be in a better spot.
So you're saying
you got Anthony Davis.
Traded for Anthony Davis and knew I was going to get Cooper Flagg, is what he's saying with his vision.
Hey, was I really being told that that his name is it's going to be Walt Clayton Jr. now? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Okay. Hey, look at that.
Walter White.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go back to the roster here. You yell it to me over the thing here, Alex, and tell me exactly what you just said here.
The Jazz are guaranteeing Svi Mykhailiuk.
Oh, Mykhailiuk is back. Okay. Svi, dude. When he would come in, look, what does that mean? The big men are set. You got Svi.
Nurkic.
You've got Nurkic now, who came to the Jazz. You've got, obviously, Walker is your starting guy. And then Flip is at flex 4, whatever you want to call it now. I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Flex?
Why not?
Yeah, flex.
So there you go. Of all the names of people that leave and then they add Svi for another year, I go, okay. That's fine.
So what's your lineup right now? Would you say it's
that's a great question.
Is it George?
Napolis, weigh in on this. You've got Keontae. So who's on the roster still? You've got Keontae,
Collier, Clayton,
Isaiah Collier,
Sensabaugh,
Walt
Clayton,
Sensabaugh,
Markkanen, Bailey.
So your starting 5 is going to go Lowry, Markkanen, Walker, Kessler. I think Keontae George. Isaiah Collier might actually run the point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, who's going to be the point?
I'm saying beginning of the year. I'm not saying
you're
like,
not going to start Ace. As a rookie, I mean, he's that guy. As I said, he's number 2.
Do you think they're going to start him? You think they're going to start him?
Yeah,
I think they're starting Ace.
You got to start.
Okay, then
him.
there's your guy. Then that's it.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, who's your 4 and 5?
Ace. Oh boy.
So is Laurie going to play the 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Walker's your 5. Who did I say at point guard? I'm already changing it.
Yeah. I mean, Ace, Keontae. Here's
so then it goes. Does it go Collier, Keontae, and Ace? Is that your other? Those are your other ones? The other 3? I don't think so. I don't know. We'll have to see. Hey, John Collins is still in the lineup currently, so he'll actually he'd be one who gets a start over maybe Collier. No, maybe George actually. So Collier might run the point. Ace would be like your 2. And then your 3 would be John Collins.
Would you put Ace at the 2? He'd be my
4 Lowry, 5 Walker. You could even switch around Lowry and John
That's
Collins
interesting.
at your 3 and 4.
I don't know. I don't agree with you, but I'm not even a Jazz guy. What am I talking about? Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're supposed to be. You're supposed to be. Instead, you're like, go Lakers.
Hey.
That's an interesting thought. Now, am I being totally nuts here?
No, it's all possible. It's actually going to be interesting. I want to see
where
how
does Bryce Sensabaugh fit into all this?
I got him at the 2.
Svi Mykhailiuk on the roster. Taylor Hendricks, I don't know what his timeline to return is. What is it? Do we know? Yeah, so
I think you got to find your point.
He's on the summer league roster. I just don't know what
and Isaiah.
Okay.
And then Sensabaugh at the 2, Ace 3, Markkanen 4, and Walker 5.
Okay. All right. I don't hate it. All right. So there's if anything else breaks here in the next little bit, we'll bring those up.
I don't hate it. That sounds like my wife.
It's because I'm like I don't
throw an idea out there.
I don't know too much.
Hate it. We can entertain it. Ultimately, no.
But see,
but,
the way you've turned this is like we're having a conversation about what you and your wife say. What should we have for dinner tonight? I don't know. I'm not really feeling Indian right now. I don't know.
How about you cook?
And it's like, and then I go, I don't know, pizza.
I don't hate it.
I'm okay with that. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. All right, fine. There's your NFL Blitz music. Of course, that means we got some NFL to get to. I don't know exactly what it means, but the Dolphins have now sent.
What kind of relationship is Pittsburgh and Miami got going on?
It's kind of interesting, right? If you're Minka Fitzpatrick, you just got sent to Miami. You probably feel good about that, right?
I mean, no state tax. Anybody feels good about going to Florida.
See, business guy now.
I'm trying to tell you. That's what NFL
I know,
guys
they
think.
probably love it.
Oh, yeah.
All these players.
I got to go to
they
Tennessee,
all have it. They have
Nevada,
their maps. Yeah.
Texas?
Yeah, they all have their maps
Florida.
up. So, but Jalen Ramsey and then Jonnu Smith, their tight end, I think they targeted Jonnu Smith like 140 times. Like that guy's getting work.
They really want him, yeah.
And I will tell you right now, speaking of things I don't hate, the Steelers right now, adding Jonnu Smith is a pretty big deal, I think, for your aged quarterback. But the Dolphins end up getting Minka Fitzpatrick. I think that's and they got a pick swap of some sort. But I've always loved Minka Fitzpatrick. But the tough thing about Minka Fitzpatrick is he feels like he always would have been a Steeler forever. Like that's the vibe. But Obviously, they moved him around. Jalen Ramsey, I don't know how much time of good football you're going to get out of him.
Yeah, and then that was my whole question with looking at this. I'm like, are they going at this right now aspect? I mean, you're fielding trades ideas for TJ Watt, which is not possible. There's no way they're trading TJ Watt unless TJ doesn't want to be there. That is the only way the Steelers would let go of TJ Watt. So whatever they're saying in the media, blah, blah, blah. That's dumb. But for the situation, like, how are they going about this right now, right? Aaron Rodgers risk not going after any other quarterback, right? Which worked out for you. Now you're going to Jalen Ramsey, and I've been around corners. They get to the latter parts of their career. I'd like to invest in safeties more than corners if you're going to, like, age-old veterans.
Right.
Cornerback's a veteran, or is a rookie game. Those are young guys, but now Jalen Ramsey, playmaker, always has been, but he is on the outsides of his career. So is this going to be like an all-in type year? You got so many veterans from Cam Hayward to T.J. Watt to you trade away Minkah Fitzpatrick, so you got to see what's in the safety room.
Did he give you guys 3 or 4 good years in L.A., by the way? Did he have a decent go there in L.A.? Did you guys like him there?
We loved him. And he won a Super Bowl.
He did win a Super Bowl. Yes. Oh, yeah, he was there.
They were trying to get him back before the Steelers.
He was there 19.
But that was his height right there when he left Jacksonville.
Yeah. So he left Jacksonville, like, what, mid-19?
Yeah.
So he was there 19, 20, 21, 22. Yes.
No, what is this? What is he
he's
like?
30.
He's
30
an 11-year vet now?
Yeah.
10 year?
10. This will be his 10th year.
Yeah,
that's a lot for
a cornerback. Well, he's a physical cornerback too. So here's what the thing is: it can all happen. I think Pittsburgh is a great place for a veteran guy. I think you got to look at the division, right? Who's in the division now? What receivers are in there? Didn't Hopkins go to Baltimore? Is he in Baltimore now?
Is that where he ended up?
I think DeAndre Hopkins is in Baltimore now. Anyways, these Baltimore-Pittsburgh battles are going to be outrageously tough. Cincinnati, what they got going on there. The AFC North is still going to reign parallel. It's going to be great. I got to see who they got in the safety room. But Steelers defense is something that you've never had to worry about.
Hey, is Puka's number 12 now?
Did he change it?
Did he get off of 17? He's at 12 now, or what are we doing? That's right. He gave 17 to Devontae. We had this conversation. You know why? Because then, like, kids everywhere went, thanks a lot.
I bought my jersey.
I got to get a 12 now. Interestingly enough, though, Mike LaFleur, who's the offensive coordinator now for the Rams, says Puka Nacua is more confident than he's ever been, and he's also taking that role as a leader very seriously. Cooper Kupp, of course, left. I never looked at Cooper Kupp and went, what a leader, except for he was really freaking good.
A lead by example guy.
But I don't know. Isn't it bonkers to be talking about? I don't know if even Puka Nacua looks at his role and says, I'm a leader on this team.
I mean, here's the thing.
This is his third season, by the way. That's crazy how fast time flies.
Being a leader of men is different than, being your high school football captain or your college football captain, right? There's guys as being in the pros, dudes know what to do. You're a professional. You got families, you got this and that, and it's a lot more serious on that level. So the leaders and captains that were on my teams, they didn't really say much as far as like, hey guys, come on, get it together. They weren't really rah guys, but you just know the way that they went about their business is more of that guy. And that's all Puka would have to do, is to be a lead by example guy. Puka's got an amazing personality, joker, but if you can get that guy with that personality who knows how to be serious when he needs to be serious, that's how you showcase being a leader in the NFL.
Let's take a break. We've got to we got our what do we have, best and worst when we come back? Yeah, we got a best and worst. Don't want to miss any of it when we return, so stay right here. Stay dialed. Then you can join us, by the way. Hans and Scotty are going to be at Kenny J's Barbecue from noon to 3 on Wednesday. And Sly, you and I are going to be there from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan.
So don't eat before is what you're saying.
I'm saying I'm coming out there, and I may or may not have one of those bibs on.
If you don't,
you know what I'm talking about?
I'm literally going to be
I'm going to bring one for you.
Dangling a rib.
I'm going to bring one. I'm going to bring a
Alex,
just
do you wish you had
super,
one of these?
just a super, like, it makes you, it's going to be like a super, it's going to make you look like a big baby.
Oh, I don't care.
I know.
I'll do it.
And I want to have it too. All right. Well, check us out. We're going to be there. You can start ordering those half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue. They've been pre-smoked by Kenny himself. Hey, kids, don't pre-smoke out there, all right? Leave that to the pros. We've got more around the corner to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A northbound crash on I-15 just past 146 South is blocking a center lane and causing delays back to the point of the mountain. That's one of the several crashes this afternoon. One in Taylorsville is blocking the westbound flow on 41 South, trying to get over to Bangor Highway. You will be diverted at 36 West instead. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, plumbing, cooling, and electrical services, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody?
No fly list.
Yeah,
Day
immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to somedudesfireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
This will be relevant news for my guy, Alex Napolis, our producer. They're building a new Costco in Syracuse.
I saw that the other day. It's going to be good.
I'm going to do the wind horsing. What on earth is going on in Syracuse right now?
Don't they have the most Costcos in one city?
Who?
I think Utah. We have the most Costcos
per
capita.
Per capita? Maybe.
No, I think so, for real.
Could be. We have the largest one in all of the country in Salt Lake.
That one's nice.
I say the country, the world.
I get in trouble going in there.
You can get in a bad spot. I'm going to need a kayak and some ice cream bars. $600 later, you've only bought 3 things.
I think me and my wife spent $40 the other day, and I was shocked.
I do. You know what's funny is when you walk through and you only get one thing, and they're like, "What's going on?
What's wrong with you? You all right? You sick? You all right?"
I might need a manager over here.
Did he renew his membership?
He really only just wants one thing.
You want one of those $5 rotisseries? That's it?
Our best and worst is brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships. Chevy, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Subaru, Kia, and now Mitsubishi. Found in Linden, American Fork, and in Spanish Fork. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Best of the day, EA Sports is they're going to run it back a little bit. They've done a Let's Run It Back commercial to tease the return of college basketball, their college basketball video game. Hey, bring it all back. Start sharing revenue with all the players. Make it basketball. I haven't loved any game like NBA. The NBA 2K games are not that great. I'm going to be honest. What, do you play those? Are you a big fan of those?
That's a bad take. I love those games. I love those games, man. I love those games.
Not since he's heating up. What was that? The NBA
Jam.
NBA Jam. Not since NBA Jam have I loved the basketball game on video games. I'm like a pure football game guy. I don't know why. That and golf. I play the PGA golf game on Switch like it's going out of business.
I'm the a-hole. I don't play video games.
Oh, here comes the guy who thinks he's better than everybody else.
I really
Annapolis,
don't.
let's get together and just at least agree.
I have systems
this
in my
guy
house.
Sucks.
Literally, the nephew came over the other day, and he's just like, "You don't have this?" And he looked at me in straight disgust. I'm like,
"That's a bad take.
Yeah.
You need to play basketball games more."
No,
That's fine. Listen, getting the EA basketball game, I just am trying to wrap my brain around like trying to get all 331 Division I teams down in my head. It's already hard enough.
But that's what's great. You could go with Butler and just freaking run the table.
Yeah. Oh, sure. No. You know how many guys down in Provo are going to try to win it with BYU? You know how many guys in Salt Lake are going to be like, we're going to be good at least this year with me as the guy? LeBron James, it's good news for your Lakers. picking up that $52.6 million player option, he's going to remain a Laker.
I just don't know.
Is it ever in doubt?
40-something years old. Dude is a beast.
He's still scoring 26, 27 points a game. Yeah. I'll take it. All right. By the way, I was anticipating with bated breath the Big 12 sending out its polls for this year, because as media members, and ones who go to the Big 12 Media Days, we're supposed to usually give our preseason polls and kind of throw our votes down. Hey, Mitch Harper, did you get your preseason poll? I haven't gotten mine yet. Have you? No, I haven't gotten mine yet. JJ, did you ever get one? No, I haven't gotten mine either. Well, it turns out it's because we sucked so freaking bad, and the Big 12 are such big, giant babies that they are going to get rid of the preseason media poll. Because they took it away. We send you guys to your room until you guys can make good votes on who's going to be a good team. But they took it away because
Was it everybody?
Everybody was dead freaking wrong on that poll.
I was about to say everybody had to be wrong. Nobody thought that Arizona State, Iowa State, and BYU would have been.
Not one person had that lineup.
Not even the Cougar faithful.
So even if Vegas has a preseason media poll or a preseason poll of the Big 12, throw it out because it's going to be wrong. So I get it. I just wish that I could have thrown my vote that way, because I would have made a crazy list this year.
Who would your vote have been? What was your top five?
I would have gone totally weird. I would have been like, yeah, probably I'm going to go with West Virginia number 1. I'm going to go West Virginia number 1. I'm going to go Kansas number 2 and Colorado number 3. Yeah, just because that's what I'm basing it off of. Is we did last year what that gave us. That's what we would have had.
Right.
Some terrible teams. All right.
Right.
Taking a break. We'll come back. More to go. Stay right here. Dialed in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Well, it's officially summer, and whatever you have planned for the summertime months in the great state of Utah, it can be made better with a stop at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Say, for example, you're heading up into the mountains, going to do a little hiking, a little shopping at the outlet stores, whatever it might be. How about wrapping up a perfect day with that perfect meal that waits for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City? And of course, all of the things to do here along the Wasatch Front, especially in the capital city, whether it's a play, maybe a concert, some sporting event, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is waiting for you at 275 South West Temple, where your entree will be perfectly prepared. I love the ribeye steak, and it is always cooked to perfection. The side dishes, the desserts, just the way you're treated, the way the servers take care of you. You're going to love your dining experience this summer at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. It's that time of year when you're looking to make a change in your landscaping, and maybe you're tired of some of those areas that you just end up pulling a lot of weeds out of this time of year. Greg, you've got a lot of answers for that in the form of rocks and bark and so many other things.
That's right. We carry 22 different varieties in our bins here, and they're available to be picked up, or we can deliver them to you.
Mike, there's a reason why professional landscapers and even school districts and others use your products.
Yeah, it's a great proven material. We get a lot of school districts and municipalities that use it as well, and landscapers.
You still have those playground chips